Hello, I'm Dynast Amir.
So I reached out to another friend of mine. I said, look, I need to go on vacation somewhere. Where should I go? He said, go to Africa. And not only am I going to go, I'm going to explore a new country. So I went to Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Liberia, Namibia, Kenya, the Voodoo Festival in Ouida, Gambia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. It's been a beautiful experience, just learning more about our culture, our indigenous culture. So Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I'm in search of my roots. In finding that, I would experience my Uhuru, which is freedom.
Till next time, Dynast Amir, I'm out.
Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope your afternoon. Today is Monday afternoon. Right, man, we're already almost at the end of September, rolling into October. The year is going by fast. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Again, please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and you subscribe to the content. If you have not bought the documentary, and guys, look, I did a couple things for you because I know a lot of people were saying like, Dynast, it's hard to purchase the documentary. So first things first, if you have not purchased the documentary, please visit searchforuhuru.com, searchforuhuru.com. And this is what I did. 1 second. Let me pull this up real quick. So at the very top of the page, okay, page, we need you to load. Okay, what's going on with the page? Let me refresh it, guys. Something's wrong with the what's going on with the site? There we go. There we go. Oh, now it wants to come on. Okay, here we go. All right. So when you go to searchforuhuru.com, let me put the link in the chat room, and I'll also put it up on the screen as well for people to see. When you go to searchforuhuru.com, all right, you click on the link right here, this blue bar right here. You just click on that. So I made it easier for people to find what link to click on and where to go to buy the documentary. Because again, a couple of people were saying it was hard for them to find where to purchase it. So I did that. So you just go to searchforuhuru.com, click on this link, and then also I made the text bigger for where you could go when you scroll through the site, and you have the trailer right here, and then you have where you could purchase it right here as well. And then when you click on this button, it will bring you to the site, well, the documentary page where you will buy the documentary. So again, go to searchforuhuru.com, searchforuhuru.com. If you have not bought the documentary, please do so. If you are planning to bum rush the Black Little Mermaid movie, uh, you need to first bum rush searchforwho.com and buy the documentary. So please go ahead and do that for me. We have a goal. We want to sell more than that, more than that, more than that. Listen, we're going to aim high. We want to sell 20,000 copies before mid-November. Again, we want to sell 20,000 copies before mid-November. So once again, please go to searchforUhuru.com, go to searchforUhuru.com and support and buy the documentary. Again, support and buy the documentary, family. Also, as you come into the chat room, hit the like button. Again, as you come into the chat room, please hit the like button. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Once you buy the documentary, you register, you sign up, you register, you put in your email address and your password, create your login, and you're able to log in and watch the documentary wherever you may go. Again, this is streamed, so you're able to log in and watch the documentary wherever you go. Again, if you are planning on bum rushing, the Black Little Mermaid movie because you're upset that there's some white people who don't agree with the Black Little Mermaid from Disney, go ahead and support the documentary. All right. So now, next announcement, tours. So listen, if you are interested in joining us, Kyle's going to be coming on. It's just, guys, the schedule's changed. I'm usually streaming like midday, morning. Kyle is usually free at night, and I'm not, streaming as much at night, but we're going to definitely get Kyle back on. All right, tour. So we are rolling to Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd. November 20th through December 3rd. We are rolling to Sierra Leone. Citizenship is available to those who qualify. So I'm taking a group for the citizenship ceremony. Again, we're rolling to Sierra Leone. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo, DANFO.Africa. Again, Danfo, DANFO.Africa. And we'll love to have you. Again, citizenship is available to those who qualify. You will be eligible to get one of these right here. Hold on, let me blow this up. You'll be eligible to get one of these right here, okay? So citizenship is available to those. I'll support your documentary. I'll take a pass on a Little Mermaid. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, thank you so much, everyone. Once again, if you're interested in joining us let me do this right here. There we go. In Sierra Leone for the citizenship tour, make sure you go to Danfo.Africa to get November 20th through December 3rd. Also, we've announced our destination dates and destinations for next year. So if you go to Danfo.Africa, click on travel and click on the different countries. So next year, we're rolling to Zanzibar in November, Safari Blue, Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival, Senegal in May for the Selu Jazz Festival, and they were rolling to Sierra Leone in April for Independence Day celebration. They have not announced if there's going to be a citizenship ceremony yet in April. There's one in this November, but they haven't announced it yet for April. But, regardless, we are still going to Sierra Leone, regardless. We're going to I'm going to bring a group with me at least once a year to Sierra Leone. So if you're interested in joining, please go to Danfo.Africa, click on travel, look at the different dates, locations, Also, shout out to Body Butter Plug, guys. So I added to the site, I added a fact page. So a lot of the questions you might have, and guys, still, if you have any questions, by all means, please email me and ask. But a lot of the questions that you might ask are right here. And then also, let's see here. So for example, with Nigeria. All right, I've added a little things like COVID requirements or protocols, and then the visa information as far as how to get your visa. But again, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate. Please give me a call. Please give me a call or email me. And when you guys email me, do me a favor. Send me your phone number as well. So when you email me, do me a favor, send me your phone number. And that needs to say like COVID information. There we go. COVID information. Let me change. I don't know why I said requirements. So hold on, guys. Let me message my web guy right now so I don't forget. I'm planning on to go on 2 tours with you next year. Thank you, King Joseph. Thank you. On the travel site where it says COVID requirements, change requirements to information. So COVID information. There we go. All right, got that out the way. Got that out the way. So please don't. Who's spamming? Listen, we got any spammers, get them. Please remove all the spammers. And that's about it. So buy the documentary. Also, and guys, listen, if you super chat, hold on. If you super chat, whoever super chats $30 or more, okay? $30 or more. Whoever super chats $30 or more, you're gonna get an autographed copy of one of my books, okay? I got the Kinky Hair's Queenly Hair right now in stock. So you'll get an autographed copy. Yeah, Biden just said the pandemic is over, right? But some of these countries, they still have their COVID protocols or whatever. So yeah, so listen, super chat $30 or more, you'll get an autographed copy of one of my books. You'll get an autographed copy of one of my children's books. Okay, so there we go. All right, so listen, if you have not seen The Woman King, The Woman King was actually a good movie. It was good. None of that weird. See, I was expecting a bunch of weird Hollywood woke junk in the movie. None of that was there. Again, none of that was there. Again, I was expecting a bunch of weirdo Hollywood junk in the movie. It wasn't there. It was actually a pretty good movie. None of that weird feminist stuff. It was a good movie. So, guys, if you're on the fence about seeing a movie, and I was somewhat critical before the movie came out in regards to the previews, because of who was involved, and we know how they get down in Hollywood, man, especially when it comes to our stories. So I was very, very critical, but at the same time, I didn't say boycott it. Like I wasn't on this, oh, go boycott the movie. Like I wasn't on no woke stuff. So I went and saw it Saturday. Saturday. and it was a good movie, guys. It's a good movie. So if you're on the fence, go ahead and give it a shot. Is it better than Black Panther? No, it's not. No, it's not better than Black Panther. It's not better than Black Panther. Okay, so I want to address this comment in the chat room real quick. Let me address this comment in the chat room. Women cannot be kings. I will pass. All right, when you watch, if you go see the movie, they speak on the title. Okay, they speak on the title and they explain the title to where it makes sense. All right, this isn't replacing men and men are being replaced, feminism and all this stuff. Nah, it explains the title when you go see the movie. I saw it yesterday. It was fire. Yeah, but it's not. I'm looking forward to. Thank you, Amani. Shout out to Amani in the chat room. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to Black Panther 2 in a couple months. That's what I'm looking forward to. And it comes out right before we go to Sierra Leone because I don't think Sierra Leone got theaters. Yeah, I don't think there's any theaters in Sierra Leone, unfortunately. I don't think. I haven't saw any. Now, if I was going to Nigeria, Nigeria, they got theaters, and I could shout out to Amani. Thank you, Amani. Oh, Amani saw the Woman King. Yeah, the Woman King was good. Like I said, it was good. I really don't care about Avatar. Like I said, I'm looking forward to Black Panther. Somebody said Dynasty the Man Queen. Okay, Leroy. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to Black Panther 2. I love the first Black Panther. In fact, when I saw the first Black Panther that Friday, see, I got hidden theaters here in Atlanta that I know if I want to go see something opening night, no one's opening day, ain't no one going to these theaters. Okay. So the one, oh, Aisha, I didn't know to autograph it. My bad, Aisha. Aisha, I still got to get you on the show too. Well, Aisha, listen. So I know you didn't buy every children's book. So listen, Aisha, super chat $30. Let me know which children's book you want, and I'll autograph it. No problem. No problem at all. So when I saw the first Black Panther, like I kind of dipped early from work. We're really not dipped early from work because at my old job, my old sales job, I was out in the field. So basically what I did, I just, like 11 o'clock or 11:30 on a Friday, I just shut it down, pulled up to the theater over here. So there's a theater. If you're familiar with Atlanta, is off of Monroe behind Grady High School. It's in the same parking lot as Trader Joe's. I forgot the name of the theater, but again, it's in the same parking lot as Trader Joe's on Monroe in Atlanta, right behind Grady High School and right behind Piedmont Park. Like if there's this movie I want to see, like opening day, I go there because nobody be in that theater. Or I go to the theater off of Camp Creek. But see, I live in the city. I live in Atlanta. So I don't feel like going to the South Side. I just go to this theater off of Monroe. So like I said, if I want to watch something opening night, that's where I go because it's never that crowded. So I pulled up there, saw the movie, the first Black Panther, loved it. So I'm looking forward to the second one. Looking forward to the second Black Panther. But guys, this is the thing. And I'm going to be a little petty right now, okay? The amount of energy that we're putting in to go see The Woman King, which is cool. Going to see the Black Mermaid movie. You know, the going to see the Black Mermaid. I'm just reading some of these comments. Going to see the Black Mermaid movie. You know, we put this same support behind Black content creators who have, you know, Black characters, right? Instead of feeling validated when companies like Disney or all these other studios who have historically not given us an opportunity or given us our fair shine, if we put this same support, because I'm here with the Black Mermaid movie, you know, I'm on Facebook. You got people talking about they gonna bum rush opening night with their kids, their neighbors' kids. You know, they're gonna adopt some kids. They're just gonna take hella kids to go see the Black Mermaid. But I'm like, listen, you got Black Sands Entertainment. You got Black owned companies who have developed Black characters for our children. In fact, here goes one, a guy named Dynasty Mir. Shameless plug. Shameless plug. A guy named Dynasty Mir. So what I'm saying is if you guys put that same energy behind our own talent, our own Black talent, we wouldn't have to look to Disney and Fox and all these other studios or whatnot and begging them to make people to look like us. You know, begging them for to be inclusive. Is that the word? Inclusive. You know, we wouldn't have to worry about this representation matters. You know, that's my favorite one. Representation matters. We wouldn't have to worry about all that if we supported our own. Okay, that's all I kept saying. That's all I kept seeing is, we gonna show these racist white folks. We gonna show these racist white folks. We gonna go support the Black Little Mermaid. We gonna bum rush the Black Little Mermaid, and I'm bringing my mama, my cousins, my daughters, they kids. I'm buying, I'm bringing, who else? Who else? My neighbor's kids. I'm bringing all the kids. Just don't make any sense. Right. Going to a movie is protesting now. Going to a movie is protesting now. It just don't make any sense. But yeah. Oh, somebody asked about the books. Hold on one second. Keisha, I'm not going to see the Little Black Mermaid. I'm not going. Here we go. So listen, if you go to Amazon.com, and you put in and type in my name, Dynast Amir. Again, go to Amazon.com and type in my name, Dynast Amir, and all of my books will come up. Again, all of my books will come up. Again, all of my books will come up, okay? So again, go to Amazon.com, put in my name, Dynast Amir, and all of my books will come up. Hope that helps. Fatima, I got the African fairy tales right here. Fatima, I got the African fairy tales right here. Oh, cinematic reparations. I have no clue what that means. In fact, if you guys want to call in and try to explain what cinematic reparations means. So I forgot the name of the scholar, but he went and he saw, he viewed the Woman King, and he was like, "This is the closest to cinematic reparations that we have received." I have no clue what that means. So yeah, I have no clue what cinematic reparations means. So yeah, so that's it. Listen, links in the chat room if you guys want to call in and add to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Larry, go ahead, bro.
Hi, I just wanted to say, yep, I've seen the film. Can you hear me? Oh,
Hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
yep, I saw the film Woman King. Thought it was a good film. I
It was
enjoyed it.
good. I liked it. It was good. It was good.
It was an emotional roller coaster, and in the film, from a racial perspective, it was interesting because bad people could be black as well as white. It wasn't so obvious where all white people were bad and all the black people were good, because you did have black people who were also seen as the bad guys as well in the film. So it was very interesting. It goes to show you the complexities of what was going on in that part of the world. I did get a bit confused at the start when the Yoruba warriors turned up, the way they were clothed. I thought, oh, this must be the guys from the Sokoto Caliphate, the Hausas or the Fulani. But then when they presented themselves as from Oyo, I was like, oh, okay, I need to do more research. Maybe that's how they dressed. They dressed like that because they almost reminded me of the Tuareg, the Berbers, the way they cover their face and stuff. It was good. They tried to put a romantic story in there as well. They tried to add quite a few things. There was a good character arc. You saw the characters changed as they were affected by the things they experienced, and there was a lot of camaraderie, and it was good representation of people in there. It was, I've never seen anything like it before. It really tried to deal with the complexities of what was going on during that century in that part of the world. And yeah, it was a good, brilliant roller coaster ride from start to finish. Action.
Larry, let me ask you this: since you're you're a Yoruba man, um, do you think they over demonized the Oyo Empire?
No, I thought that's just the way it is. The Oyo would have been ruthless to them, just like the Romans would have been ruthless to the people they conquered. So the Oyo were doing what they did to, you know, continue the spread of their empire. So I didn't think, no, I thought it was fair enough. You know, they wouldn't have been friends. You know, the Oyo, like when the warriors turned up there to get their tribute, yeah, that's the way that it would have been. Same way the Romans would say to the Dacians or the Gauls, give us the tribute now, or else. The same way the Mongols would have said it to the people they conquered, give us the tribute, or else. So yeah, I thought it was absolutely fine. But this is why I said it was very interesting, complex. You know, the bad guys could be black as well as white. And that was the complexity of that period. And yeah, there was no camaraderie. We have the power, we have the guns, we have the horses. Now we're going to use what we have to conquer you and take from you what we want. So all's fair in love and war. So yeah, it was tight, and I liked it. it was good. What you felt that the Yorubas were demonized too much? Is that what you felt yourself?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but at the same time, it was, it was like the homemade were the victims. Seemed like Oyo was just this evil, empire. Not saying that they were perfect, and I know they weren't perfect, but it made it seem as the homemade was just, like the victims, I guess.
Because if we think about it, what did the Oyo really do in that video? They sent dignitaries out there to get tribute, and we saw everything from the dignitaries, the Oyo dignitaries' perspective. So we didn't really see anything from the main kingdom or the empire. So they came in demanding the tribute that the Oyo kingdom is supposed to get. And of course, yeah, the homies were, the fun people were weaker, and they were reluctant to give tribute. And it was interesting. They then put this interesting twist where the woman, I forgot her name, who becomes the woman king, she has no problem giving the tribute, but she tries to talk to the king, saying, listen, our tribute shouldn't be humans. We shouldn't be getting involved in doing slavery, giving them humans. Let's concentrate more on palm oil or agricultural stuff to give as tribute, which was a big deal. So I don't know if that's true, but yeah, they did. They had to do that, Dynast. They had to put a human-friendly face on one group of people, because it becomes confusing for the audience. Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys if everyone's just being brutal? But yeah, they tried that. It was interesting how Boyega played the king. He wasn't very dictatorial. I mean, he tried to give a
Yeah, but
position of strength.
you're right. But at the same time, he wasn't like soft, and
Yeah,
because I was thinking, because the way Hollywood would spin things, especially when you're dealing with a movie called The Woman King. I was thinking that maybe they were going to make it where, the men were feminine and passive,
yeah,
and the women were the masculine ones. But I mean, the men, and guys, kind of like a spoiler alert, the men and women were fighting side by side,
yes, they were.
in the movie.
That was good to see. That was
Yeah,
good to
King
see.
Gezo, Boyega, he let people know he was the king.
Mm,
You know,
that was good. It was interesting when the Portuguese were there, and they tried to then introduce the which was very important, because you could see that the Europeans didn't just come in there raiding; they came in there first through trade, and they were
right,
allowed
right,
on there. The king allowed them on there, and through trade, they slowly began to have political influence in the end. But it was originally through trade. So that was that was interesting to see. And one of the guys was biracial, wasn't he? He was mixed
right,
because he
right, right,
came.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In fact, there wasn't a white savior. It was a biracial savior.
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
I'm spoiling. Guys, if you haven't watched the movie yet, I'm sorry. I'm kind of spoiling the movie. I'm sorry.
And but his story was very interesting. How
Right.
he became what he did, and I think somebody mentioned it on your show a while ago. That the king mentioned that his mother had been sold into
Having been
slavery
sold in slavery. Yeah.
by his yeah, and that was very believable from the stuff I've read historically. That
Right.
wouldn't be far fetched. But the thing I found interesting that almost didn't happen is the slave traders, the Africans who would be the middlemen who would capture people. They themselves eventually would end up being kidnapped onto the slave boats and taken away. They didn't realize that at first, so they would go out, capture people, and then they would bring it to the Europeans. And then there would be times when the Europeans would then take them as well. And at one point, it looked like they were gonna show that in the film. I thought they were going to do that when the Oyo warriors were bartering with the Europeans. So I thought they were going to show that, but it didn't happen. So, but it was good. It was good. I like the and let's give a hand to what's her name? What's that talented actress who played the woman king? I keep forgetting her name.
Viola Davis. Viola Davis.
Oh man, she was amazing at her age. She's in her 60s, isn't she, or something?
Or late 50s. I think she's in
Late
her late 50s,
late
late
50s.
50s.
She looked amazing. Oh man, it's an amazing film. I liked it. So that's all I have to say. I don't want to take up anybody else's time. So, but yeah,
Yeah, she's 50. She's 57. She's 57.
she was amazing. Definitely, the
So
accents were
somebody in the
interesting.
chat, somebody in the chat room says I shy away from slave narrative films, but I still think should be made. it told it from a different perspective. This wasn't like Roots or 12 Years a Slave and all that other
or
stuff. It was,
Drum or Mandingo. It's not like those films.
yeah. It's a different narrative, I think, but it was good. Miss Amani, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Hi,
Hello.
Dynast.
How you doing?
I just wanted to talk about that king for a little bit. You did mention him.
Go ahead.
That was a king. He was a strong king.
Right.
Although, he was well dressed. I tell you, he had on some glad rags. You can tell he was using that slave money really well.
Right.
But one thing about that king, from me listening to commentators prior to going to the movies, seems as if they were afraid that the women were going to be so strong that they were going to be overpowering the men, and like they were slaying all the men, and then the women were going to be in a superior position than the men, and their muscles were too strong, and it was like, oh my God, a woman she has a knife, she has this, and we're scared now, so the women are going to think that they're going to take us over. But that's not what happened in the movie, of course. But this king, he had, of course, his wives and his concubines and things like that. But this king was so excellent at what he did. He recognized greatness in a woman. You see, he was not so feeble, and he was not so, insecure within himself as a man, that whereas he could not recognize that this is a strong woman. You know what I mean? He stood firm and strong in his place. He says, okay, I recognize that she has the courage, she has the power, she has the strength, she has the talent, she can visualize, she can strategize, she knows where to put the people at in the field. You understand? She's a great commander, and she is so well at what she does that she's strong enough to sit right alongside me. She's strong enough where I can give her this title, Woman King. And I don't feel any kind of way about it. I don't feel threatened by her or anything like that. And see, like I was saying to my husband, we have some men today that are in such powerful positions, and they have to make decisions concerning, women in our lives. And because of their insecurities, they can't make the right decisions concerning the women in our lives because they're afraid that they're going to be put on the back burner for some reason, or they're afraid that we're going to overshadow them. They're afraid to make those decisions that can ultimately help their kingdom become, winners. You know what I mean? I love that king. I loved him in all of his, the fact, of course, he was gaining money from, all of this slave trade and things like that. But I love the fact that he didn't allow the fact that he was elevating a woman to come in to get in the way of anything. And one more thing. It wasn't that this woman came to him and seduced him and threw her panties on him and made him do anything. He had a woman or a wife or a queen or whatever it was that was there that wanted to put on some extra makeup to get him to do what she wanted. It didn't even matter that she had a lot of extra makeup. He knew what needed to be done for his kingdom. And the woman that did not have the extra makeup, who had some scars, who knew how to strategize, who knew how to put to run a war or what have you, he put her in place. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all I had to say.
I agree. And listen, them sisters was beautiful too. Oh man, y'all, them sisters,
right?
Them sisters was beautiful. Listen, the concubines to the female warriors. Them sisters was beautiful. And that's the thing. Them sisters was beautiful. They wasn't. I mean, no, they fought in war, but they were still feminine.
Yes.
They were still feminine. But all them sisters was beautiful in that movie.
Yeah.
All right, go back to Africa. Go ahead, bro. Listen, since he's calling from Africa, long distance, go ahead. Go back to Africa. Go ahead.
Yes.
Hey, hold on, man. Wait. When I was calling from Africa, you ain't give me that courtesy. But go ahead, man. I'm just joking.
I don't know where you. Okay, go ahead. Go back to Africa. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna be the one on the other side of the spectrum right here. All right, don't be getting mad when I go ahead and throw some of this back at you. This is what gets me. why do we think Hollywood is always there to teach us something? But we try to extrapolate life lessons off of Hollywood. I know Ellery, you know, he's taken Hollywood as a means of facts. Do you really believe the story that Hollywood put out was actually what transpired back then? I mean, how is it that we let Hollywood teach us about stuff that ain't even true? How do we sit back and think that, well, according to the movie, that there are good black people and bad black people, and to me, it's softening the blow of the guilt that most of the Europeans are having, because it's stifling the reparation movement by trying to show that we played a heavy part in slavery, so that they don't have to reparate because they put the blame back on us. I think it's a hidden message. I think it's a hidden agenda in trying to diffuse the movement that we people are trying to get reparations from. You ain't getting reparations when they trying to tell a story and put us as the center focus of the cause of slavery. No, it was not that way. It is not a true movie. You can't extrapolate life lesson out of it. I mean, if you think that's true and makes you a better person, and it's going to build black families and all that right there, I don't think it's so. So I'm going to be the bearer of bad news in this right here and just throw a different spin on it, because I see time and time again that we always go to these daggone movies and want to get educated from them. Take your ass over to Africa and learn your history. That's what gets me, is we sit back and want these people to teach us something. Do the best investment that you can in getting over here to Africa and learning. I'm in Uganda now, and I'm learning so much. I'm like, wow, didn't know that history. Didn't know that y'all had this going on. And yet we would let a person from outside of a West world make a movie they don't give a hoot about anything but getting that mighty dollar in their pocket by black people feel as though that they can relate now to something positive off a movie screen, but it ain't changed nothing. We see whether you want to put out the Black Panthers, whether you want to put out all of these movies. Now we superheroes. Now we got this and we got that. It ain't changed nothing. We see a black community getting a whole lot worse. So why are we sitting back letting them tell us some fairy tale stories over some things that we think that was great that went on in Africa as a people? What about the story being about black people's accomplishments in America? What about all the sacrifices and the people right now today that they don't even speak on? The positivities of those powerful men and women in America, the marriages that are holding strong by the black man and the black woman, or those who have achieved, whether it is their entrepreneurship or those who are in the institutions, companies, and all that right now. They want to go all the way back to a slavery to try to make some motivational movie that we get stuck in looking at on. Either it is an encouragement for us, an uplifting, which we're missing really the underhanded, under the table move. I think that they're doing to keep us in the stupor, to really get away from sensibly looking at the attempt to really keep us in that hypnotic state of, oh, wow, Black in slavery, we played a humongous part in the trade of slaves. Well, I guess then, hey, there are good Black people and there are bad Black people. Oh, the white people weren't the ones to cause, we were in the middle of it. Yeah, see, and that's where they got us. That's my take.
Let me have you seen the movie yet?
Nah, they invited me. I'm gonna be going in 2 days. I'm gonna go see it. I know.
Listen, the movie's actually pretty good, and I go to Ouida, I go to Dahomey every year for the Voodoo Festival.
Yeah,
and it's somewhat historically correct that period of during King Gazel's reign is actually pretty. I don't want to say is 100% correct. There was some embellishment and romanticism in the movie, and they added their own spin to it, but a lot of it was correct. I tell you this, King Gazel's palace, that's exactly how his palace looks in Abome. Like, I've been to it.
Mhm.
You know, I go to WIDA every year. I go to the point of no return. So, you know, the movie wasn't that bad. Listen, if the movie was on some fake woke Hollywood stuff, I would have called it out. But it wasn't that bad.
Well, I mean, Donis, you know, uh, Hollywood is Hollywood. Like I said, I've worked in the film industry, and my thing is that, in all these making these movies, there is always, the motive of trying to capture, people to come and spend that dollar. How do we get people to come in? How do we, because we are big consumers. Black folks is big
Right.
consumers. They
But go
can
back.
get our
Let me
dollar.
interject real quick. Let me interject.
Yeah,
It only did $19 million at the box office. That's not really that much.
it's only
Like when
been
you
out for
compare
3
it to,
days.
what did Black Panther do in 3 days?
Oh well, I mean, yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's really not $19 million is really not that
But
much.
what was the budget? What was the budget for the film?
The budget
Gotta
was
go.
over 50 million, 50 something million.
Yeah, so for 19 million within the first 3 days, I mean, if the momentum continues, they should at least break even.
If it continues, if.
Yeah, don't forget. I think they have a deal with Sony. If is it Sony? And so Sony and Netflix have that agreement. So they'll probably be streaming soon. So I think they should push and break even.
Yeah,
But
but I
but
mean, movies
I,
are
I, I wanted to.
but movies aren't made to break even. Like when they invest in these movies and shoot these movies, they're not made to break even. They want to make.
I don't know. The free market theory and free market practice for me are always two different things. On one hand, the businessmen will always tell us that, we're only strictly about profits, and then you start analyzing, well, why did you release this project and release that project? And there's sometimes agendas that they want to promote, and they'll take a loss or they'll break even and then make it up on the back end as long as whatever agenda is promoted. So I'm not always a fan of that theory that it's just all down to basic economics. My experience with the Babylon system is totally different. But I haven't seen the movie, so I haven't seen either of the movies, and I'm sure that they're decent films because they know that people have their eyes on them after Black Panther, so they're like, yo, let's make it not too woke. Let's make it, they're trying to fit, good enough so enough Black people don't, see fault with it. But I do find it interesting that it's the weirdest thing in the world. Prior to maybe except like the John Henry Clark time and things in the 80s and stuff, most people weren't really talking about Dahomey because most of the information we had on Dahomey came from European sources, which just painted them as these terrible slave raiding states. And
That's not necessarily true. You have Cujo Lewis, and you have his book, The Barracoon, and he went into detail about Dahomey and what they did to his village. So
well, again, I haven't read Cujo's book. I probably got to order that on Amazon. I'll probably try to do it. But the from academia, right? When I was an undergrad, the best sources were the British sources, and then Karl Polanyi. He's a Hungarian anthropologist and historian. He wrote a book, The Great Transformation, but then he had another book where he went into detail and he was looking at a lot of archival information on Dahomey, and he was arguing in that sense that a strong state economy, he was using Dahomey to argue for the strong state economy. So I'm just saying, prior to um, of recent, no one was really, at least from academia, from where I'm looking at it, no one was really engaging with Dahomey like that. Recently, there was an article, you guys can check it out, by John Thornton from Boston University. And he unearthed some Portuguese sources and Brazilian sources, which actually, again, no one's talked about it, the Afrocentric crowd, I guess it hasn't caught up yet. There are about 6 or 7 letters, more than that, I believe, but because it's been a while since I read this article, this PDF. It's on JSTOR. So like I said, you can Google it. His name is John Thornton, Boston University. Let me see if I remember the title very quickly. The title is called Dahomey in the World, Dahomean Rulers and European Demands, 1726 to 1894. So I'll say that again. Dahomey in the World, Dahomean Rulers and European Demands, 1726 to 1894. So you guys can check that out. So you know I'm not pulling. So when I come on your platform, Dynast, I'm always on JSTOR. I'm always reading, learning. I don't know anything. I just copy smart people. I'll say that. But with that article, they talk about King Angolo, King Adan Duzan. Wait, let me pronounce it. Adan Duzan, who I believe was overthrown by Guezo, however you pronounce his name. And it's interesting where they're talking about what they were facing. And the kings are saying, yo, you guys are accusing us of selling our people as slaves, but we don't sell our people as slaves. We're at war. We have beef with the Nago, he called them. I believe that the group of people within the Yoruba speakers who were called the Nago. They had beef with Oyo before Oyo collapsed. And so he's like, no, we're surrounded by enemies on all sides. And we fight and we capture these people and we gotta, and that's what we do. And he said, and he made a statement in the letter. He said that no amount of money or cowrie shells will convince us to sell somebody who has transgressed the land. So that article, when I read it, and I read this years ago, about like 10 years ago or 11 years ago when I read the article, it really opened my eyes up, because it's like this, the slave trade, or the slave genocide, as I call it, but that slave trade narrative, it was very interesting, especially now because that's a primary source. You're hearing it from the king's mouth. They have about again, more letters from those kings. And again, you guys can Google it. But I'm willing to bet that I don't think the writers of the film probably could, maybe they did, but I don't think they consulted with that type of information. Because, and we know it's Hollywood. Hollywood is rarely ever going to be historically accurate or present things in a way to, give nuance, especially when it comes to the Black story. So I'm just saying that I think people should become more academic in terms of, instead of just relying on Hollywood to tell you a story, become more academic.
You're making a critique on a film you haven't seen, though. And
no, the reason why I'm saying that, but I did profess that, Larry, that I haven't seen the film. Okay. All I'm saying is that when I say become more academic, is that this notion of strong Black female, blah, 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 is not historically accurate. And that's why I'm saying become more academic. I'm not saying that the Dahomey women weren't bad sisters, that weren't busting ass fighting, but it's now being used indirectly to create a narrative, especially for Black women in America, who they just always got to promote them to be strong. I don't know why, and I don't want to get off topic, but I'll say the statement like that. What's that sister that she was on Saturday Night Live? She's tall, Leslie. What Dynast, you know her name, the Black lady?
Yeah, Leslie. I know Leslie Jackson.
Yeah, and something like that, Jones or whatever. And all her comedy skits on Saturday Night Live, she's like, "Yo, I'm strong, I'm big," and I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself,
"Yeah, but gas him up. That wasn't portrayed in the movie."
No, I'm not saying that was portrayed. I was just mentioning to Larry's point. But let me not get into that. But what I'm saying to Larry is that I'm challenging people, and I consistently challenge people, get a JSTOR account, or get a Cambridge account. Start researching before you just, engage with these things. So what I'm saying is that the homemade narrative.
That still doesn't make sense, because if I look at the Badagry Slave Museum in Lagos, they don't have any problem mentioning that the Oyo were involved in the slave trade. But then I will still have people like Go Black to Africa saying that, that is somehow some kind of.
Larry, I'll one up you, Larry. I go to the Home, present-day Benin Republic every year. They'll admit the role they played in the brutal slave trade. Like, in fact, me, my voodoo chief Dogbo, and Queen Mother Dewoti, we went to Little Africa to where Cujo Lewis, who was one of the last slaves brought to America, who was a Yoruba man who was kidnapped by Dahomey and sold to William Foster, a white man from Mobile, Alabama. We went to his gravesite. The Voodoo King, whose phone from Dahomey, from Ouida, we did a whole ceremony, and he was apologizing for their role in the slave trade.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Again, I'm not arguing about a role in the slave trade particularly. What I'm arguing and what I'm presenting is that the narrative of Dahomey has always typically been one that is, especially now, being used to promote the idea of the strong woman, right? And again, I'm not saying I saw the film. I already professed that I didn't see the film, and I'm not making a critique of the film. I'm not talking about the film. I'm just saying that the sources now, the direct sources, are available to create some sort of counterbalance as a person watches the film, as a person reads, the gentleman that you mentioned, which I got ordered the book on Amazon, his narrative on Dahomey. You can read Carl Polanyi, his narrative on Dahomey, where he was using it as a state economy example, central economy. I'm just saying now there's actual information that's available where the kings were writing letters who were alive at the time describing their actual conditions. And all I'm saying is that that's not really pronounced or talked about in the discourse of Dahomey. So it's often either you're just told they're this slave trading nation state, which they did. We know that they did. Or they're this Amazonian empire of strong black women. And I'm saying that both of those narratives are being used to manipulate the minds of people. And I think people should, again, read. That's all I'm saying.
So are you trying to say, basically, from what I get from it, especially being a little versed in African history, is when you look at the women warriors, correct me, anybody, if I'm wrong, you're kind of looking at the decline of the Dahomey people because they don't send their women out. There's actually men in the tribe. But this is after, the men and, or the king at that time were pretty much defeated, and a lot of the men were decimated fighting the wars with the Europeans. So what they had to do, they had to empower the women, which is their other resources. Am I correct in that assessment?
Well, no, Dahomey fought wars, so we know that, right? I'm sure all of us on this panel know, for the most part, Dahomey was fighting Oyo. They were fighting the other group. I forgot the other ethnicity that they were at. They were at odds with. And you're right, there was a reduction in the population of the men. And so I just find it interesting for me, again, right, the interpretation when it comes to the strong black woman, because it's being used to promote a modern narrative for black women, especially in America, to just be strong. You don't need no man, right? However,
that's the dishonest part about it.
Yes, as opposed to them interpreting it to say, wait a minute, these women lost their men. They didn't run into the arms of the Oyo men and say, oh, our men are weak, come take us. They said, F that, we're going to grab our cutlasses, we're going to train, we're going to bust our ass, because an attack on our men is an attack on us. You see the difference in interpretation. So what the modern interpretation is, oh, strong Dahomey women. Yup, you don't need no man. Strong black women, kings, queens, king woman. But it's not being told, wait a minute, these sisters were losing their men to wars on all sides. Yeah, go ahead.
I want women to call in and who watch the movie. If you're a woman, if you watch this movie, I want you to click on a link, call in, and I want you to give your interpretation on how and what you gain from the film. And if you gain this, feminism, like I don't need no man, I'm a bum rush.
Well, remember, I wasn't talking about the film. I was only talking about historically what I've observed when they talk about Dahomey. Either it's called the slave state, or they're used to empower strong women. I'm not talking about the film because I haven't seen it. I'm just saying historically they've used Dahomey to say strong black women, hence modern black women today, you don't need no man. That's all I'm saying.
But when it comes to the story of Dahomey, and again, I travel to Dahomey every year, I've never gotten that from the story.
Yo, Dynas, let me get my 2 cents real quick because I gotta be out.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. I'm gonna come on a lighter note. Now, I didn't see the movie yet. Hope you guys didn't spoil it for me, but I like the movie. I mean, gas 'em up. That's very good optics. It could have a feminist agenda there when it's not completely historically honest. But I like the momentum. I would like a movie similar to that that shows African empowerment and African resilience. I mean, I always wanted to see a movie about the Italians try to attack Ethiopia and Ethiopia beating the Italians. That would be a good follow up to that. But going back to the main topic, what you're saying as far as the Little Mermaid, I don't think it's that serious as far as the Little Mermaid is concerned. I don't think Black people is thinking that deep as far as like this form of reparations. All I think that it is.
Man, listen, Kofi, listen. In my black so-called educated spaces that I'm in, these Black folks are ready to bum rush a theater. You know, oh, representation matters. Oh my God, my daughter saw the Black Mermaid and she broke down crying. You know, it's like,
Oh,
oh,
wow.
are you serious? I'm serious. I'm dead serious. But it's just, I'm just looking at this. Are you serious over a Black Mermaid?
Yeah, I think people, especially people like in their 30s, are very emotionally invested in it. Because remember, this Little Mermaid came out like in the 90s, right? So you got little Black girls, you know, saying that saw it when they were a kid. Now they have children. They're like, oh my God, I remember looking at Ariel when I was a kid. Now she's Black. And I think that's and that's what you're hearing. All that, oh, I'm gonna see my Black child. I'm gonna take him to see Little Mermaid because when she came out, she was white. Now she's Black. You see what I'm saying? There's an emotional attachment there to it. But if we all know that Disney bought Marvel, so what Disney is doing right now, this is the whole woke generation. Now I'm a comic book head, so you know they're changing everything. They're making people that are white Black, people are Black Asian. So you know, like okay, like the whole like I'm into like like the whole DC thing, like they're doing with Teen Titans. You remember when white people got upset when they made Starfire? You know who Starfire? She's just an alien, but they made her Black, and the internet broke. Same thing with the Star Wars movie. Remember the Star Wars movie, the English brother from England, when he was a stormtrooper, and when he took, you know, the helmet off, all the white people lost their shit.
We're talking about, yeah, John Boyega. That's what
Yeah, very good actor. Very good actor. I have a lot of respect for English actors because they grow up in England, they have an English accent. They come over to America to be an American actor. They have to lose the English accent. They have to relearn a whole new vernacular and be good at it. So your Idris Elba's and that brother over there, those are talented actors. But anyway, that's beside the point. What I'm saying basically that I'm not looking into too deep. It's just something that they're doing. Like my son said that, oh, Dad, you know what they're doing with Iron Man now? If anyone follows Infinity War, oh, Iron Man new movie is going to be a Black woman now called Ironheart. I'm like, are you serious? And so anyone that's a fan, you know, you're messing up the genre over wokeness or inclusiveness. I don't want to see like the last Spider-Man movie that came out. They made they made Mary Jane some mulatto looking Black chick. I'm like, Mary Jane was never freaking black. Like, what are they doing? And Flash Thompson is an Indian dude. It's a bunch of nonsense. And as a comic book fan, as a kid, and a lot of other fans, they don't like those changes. But Disney's now woke, and they think that all inclusiveness and destroying a genre is okay. But that's pretty much what I want to say as far as like my 2 cents on the whole Little Mermaid thing.
Okay, for sure. All right, well, Pat, let's probably pass it to Amani. Go ahead, Amani. You got to mute yourself.
Hey, I just wanted to piggyback on what the gentleman was saying about, for some strange reason, I guess seeing a woman with a knife in a war is supposed to depict to us women that we're over our men and that we're supposed to walk around strong as if we don't have a U.S. Army or Air Force or Marine, or we don't have strong women in combat or, corporates in our Air Forces or our armed forces here. I'm not really understanding some of the, I hate to say it, some of the insecurities that seem to be coming across when it comes to women in these powerful roles. And I don't understand how this movie could depict to a man that she's supposed to be a warrior woman that comes home and chops her husband's head off or her man's head off, and that she's supposed to be over him. I just probably need somebody to explain it to me, because that's not what I'm getting from this movie. And I don't believe that's what Miss Viola Davis was trying to portray.
Yamadra, go ahead. Yamoja, go ahead. Yamoja.
Hi, Dynast.
Hey.
And go dogs.
Oh, and listen, go dogs.
Okay.
Go
Roll
dogs.
Tide. Roll Tide.
Just a quick point of view from our perspective.
Get that down, man. That's blasphemy. Roll Tide.
On the sense of wokeness, I'm going to come from the Woman King movie, because I didn't see the Little Mermaid and probably won't. It wasn't, in my opinion, a movie about feminism. It was actually a movie about empowerment. There was communal obligation for the woman, maternal softness, just a knowing of one's place. So even the concubines and the queen had a place. The women warriors, the male warriors, and of course the king. So as we look at this against the backdrop of the Queen's death, the Queen of England, and what's been done from us from a colonizer perspective, I think there were a lot of messages about what the continent can actually look at from a resource perspective, and how they could take back their resources and actually stand up as a whole continent, and represent the strength and power and richness that it has. So no one could plan that or time that, because, they released the movie. They had no idea about what the Queen, that the Queen was going to die. But some of the messaging was just clear for me, and that's what stood out for me. I like what the last caller said about, women being in combat here in America, and how it's, they have a role, they have a purpose, and they come back and they fall back into society and have their roles. So I don't understand how someone could see the movie and the warriors in the movie and think that the message was that for women to, I don't know, take over or conquer. To me, it was about everyone's place and having the right positioning, and a leader actually never getting their hands dirty, but putting the right people in place to implement the message or the mission, I should say. So I thought it was a great movie. I watched it here in LA, and I actually went to Baldwin Hills movie theater because I wanted to see it with our people and among our people. And we did what we normally do, the clapping and the call and response in the movie, but it was a great experience. And on my way home, I actually listened to a segment on NPR where they talked to a historian, a West African, I believe he was from Benin. He was consulted for the movie from the ideation phase all the way to release. And so the directors did do at least that amount of due diligence in terms of trying to bring forth some authenticity and some realness of what was being projected. So it's great. Not about feminism, more about empowerment. That's all I have.
All right, Cal. Go ahead, Cal. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Really, really good points. And I don't know if you gave a spoiler alert for people who haven't seen it or not. I hate to ruin
I
it.
kind of did. I kind of did a little bit, but go ahead.
I'm not going to get into too much detail, but I went to go see this with my husband on Saturday. And I had no expectations. I didn't have low expectations. I didn't have high expectations. I just liked Viola Davis. And I said, she's a great actress. This is a good entertainment night. I was not expecting what I saw. I was pleasantly surprised at the attention to detail and the cultural accuracy. I mean, aside from the fake accents and stuff like that, but the rituals, the context in which the woman warriors would become warriors, it was true to history. And what I want people to realize is that Africans, especially West Africans, in fact, the entire continent for the most part, prior to the influence of Abrahamian religions, there has always been a balance, a reciprocity between male and female. If you go back to the most ancient times, there's always been a reciprocity. There are no ancient monuments to polygamy in Africa. All the ancient monuments depict one man and one woman because there's always been this balanced reciprocity in our culture, in our traditional spiritual beliefs. There's always been balance. There is
Can
a
you give
little bit.
examples of that?
Oh yes, Ma'at, the principle of Ma'at in
I'm saying West
reciprocity
Africa.
in West Africa.
Yeah, West
For
Africa.
example, in my culture, where we have, not that I'm a part of the ancient belief system, but I'm aware of it. We have what's called Poro and Sende, and it's a perfect balance of reciprocity between the male and the female. And in fact, when you rise to the level of Zo, which is like the most divine and most powerful ruler, that word Zo is neither male or female. It is you're just Zo. You're just an emperor, and a woman can rise to this role, and a man can rise to this role. Just because you're married to a king doesn't make you a queen. Being a female head of state or ruler is something you earn in West Africa. It's not something that's just bestowed upon you because you're married to a king. So this was very culturally accurate in that aspect. The other thing is what people don't realize is the length of these rolling wars that occurred in that region and the amount of loss of male citizens to the people of Dahomey. Because people look at Dahomey as being this villain nation, which, is depicted that way. But if you look at the true history, the people in the Dahomey region that united to become an empire, those people were attacked for centuries. First by the Hausa that used to, fight them, capture them, and sell them across the Sahara Desert, and then later on by Oyo and others who would sell them across the Atlantic. So by the time they united and formed the Dahomey Empire and came together, they did so out of necessity for survival. So people say, oh, they were the ones who sold people into slavery. Yeah, a lot of them got sold into slavery first. And people say, oh, they were selling their own people. They were selling their enemies. They were selling people who would have sold them. And it's a horrible thing. And I'm not making excuses for it, of course not. But what I'm saying is we have to understand history in the context that existed. The Dahomeans, this is the last point, I'll let other people speak, but the Dahomeans lost a lot of male citizens. And so women become necessary to defend the state. And so it isn't like, there were excessive males running around. They needed to come up with a female regiment for defense. And that is a historic fact. And most of the people who fought in wars, male and female, were always the lower class of society. They were always the least, the ones who were not skilled, who were not valued. Those are the people that were usually recruited to go and fight and go and die and risk being captured. So that's usually what it is. And so I just wanted to point that out. But it's a movie. It's a 2-hour movie. It's not a history textbook, but they did a wonderful job. And I thought the accuracy, the cultural accuracy, even the spiritual rituals, Spoiler alert, please, mute your phone if you don't want to hear something. But there was a kind of an androgynous male, and I know a lot of people were angry about that. Oh, they're trying to
And
introduce.
Cal, if I
Yeah.
sorry to interject, when I go to the Voodoo Festival, they'll have like one or two that's walking around. Like,
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. So
yeah.
that's not a foreign import. That is something that has been around from the most ancient times, from my understanding.
No,
And
that's not correct. But
let
go
me
ahead.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. It is correct, because what would happen as early as the 9th century, if you had a harem in West Africa and you needed males to protect your harem, you would castrate them, and they had to have been androgynous. I
So
mean,
we
we
were
learned.
castrating males in my land. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm from West Africa.
Yes, we were.
So
And
the
let me
Isoko
listen.
people
Listen to
were
me. Listen to
castrating
me.
their males.
Listen to me. Let me
I'm
finish what I'm
listening.
saying. Okay. When I'm done, you can come in. I don't
I'm asking
interrupt
questions.
people.
I'm
You
just asking
ask
questions.
the questions when I stop speaking. You can't take me off my train of thought and expect to understand what I'm saying. It doesn't. That's not how communication works. So, as early as the 9th century, with the Arab influence, because as we all know, as we all should know, with the Arab slave trade, which was the first introduction of this horrid practice in West Africa, is that when they would take male slaves across the Sahara, they would castrate them. And the reason is they didn't want them to procreate or sleep with their women. So there is a long history of this in West Africa, and it goes back to the 9th century AD. The practice of castrating male servants who would be working around women that were, the property of the king or the
So
ruler.
can I ask my question again?
Hmm.
Which groups were doing this? Because I'm from West Africa.
Are you
I'm
Muslim?
Isoko.
Are you Muslim?
I'm answering your question.
Hmm.
I'm Isoko.
Hmm.
We don't have any history of castrating Isoko males. So can you tell me?
Do you have Arab influence on your culture? One. Number two, we live in the 21st century, and I'm
Uh-huh.
speaking of history.
That's what I'm asking,
And and
right?
so and so I don't even know anything about your specific ethnic group. I'm speaking of West African culture as a whole. And if you come from some small tribe or ethnic group and you are confident that your ancestors never participated in this, it's probably the case. But it does not mean that the big empires that had great influence from other cultures outside of Africa as early as the 9th century AD did not practice these barbaric
So the
things.
Awusa people who had a
Are you
lot
talking
of
about Hausa?
the Awusa people who had a lot of exposure to the Arabs, the Kanuri people who had exposure to the Arabs through Islam. Are you saying that in Kanuri land that there's non just men walking around castrated? There was just history of castrating males in Awusa land, Kanuri land, in Tiv land, in Jos, and these are people who had exposure to Islam.
In Futa Jalan, in all of these predominantly Arab influenced places, absolutely. This is something that can be easily verified. And I'm not saying that they castrated males to the extent that what the Arabs did when they received Africans in slavery, but it was the ones who were in service in the home, in the homes of the people who were in power. So it wasn't like the people who were working out in the fields or the people who were, carriers or porters were
In the
necessarily
field.
castrated.
What
Yes,
field?
we had massive plantations in West Africa. One of the things that we were known for trading in West Africa was
Was
grain and
palm
palm oil.
oil, but that came in the 1800s. That didn't come in the 1600s, sister.
Grain was being transported in the 1600s. My people,
No, no, sister.
do you
Not,
know?
not,
Have
not
you heard of the Grain Coast?
again. Hold on, sister. I've heard
Have
of
you
the
heard of
Grain
the
Coast.
grain? Okay,
I've heard of the
when was
Grain
it?
Coast, but
When was it
but
called the
but but
Grain
hold
Coast
on,
and
sister.
why?
The large scale plantations that you're describing
Hmm.
were not built until around the 1700s after the Industrial Revolution starts to arise and there's a demand from palm oil.
Okay,
So
so
now,
I'm
when you're
talking
saying
about
that, no, the
grain.
reason why I
Hmm.
mentioned that, the reason why I mentioned that specifically is
Hmm.
because you said people working in the house, and you have to understand that type of social arrangement where you have like a leisure class is again a modern invention fostered or foisted upon Africa.
That's not true.
That's not
That's not
because
true.
people because again
That's not
people.
true. That's not
Okay,
true.
Have you read
it
Velasco, the entrepreneur's culture hero?
listen to me. Listen to me.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
The reason it's not true, I mean,
Hmm.
you can go as far back as ancient Ghana, ancient Mali, ancient Songhai to understand the stratification, class stratification. Everyone was not living in an egalitarian society. West Africa is not a monolith. And to make
But
that
you
kind of
just said it's a
assumption,
monolith.
I did not.
You
I
said
did
that we were
not.
castrating wholesale the ones who were exposed to Arab Islam, and you said there was a culture of castration.
You are hearing what you want to hear, and you are rejecting what you want to reject. You're
Yes,
not the
ma'am.
only person listening to my words.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I will not have my ideas that are coming out of my own mouth twisted by someone because they refuse to understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, West Africans, and of course, there's many, many ethnic groups. There's a lot of diversity, but I have consistently said the empires, people who were influenced heavily by other cultures. These are things that happened. And when we're specifically speaking of the 19th century, the
That's the
19th century,
1800s.
yes, the 19th century kingdom of Dahomey, you had this representation in the movie, and I'm using the context to say, yes, this would have been consistent culturally with a person that was there to guard the harem of a king. And there's no reason to argue something that is so obviously provable and
No, no.
goes
What
back to the
you
ninth
said was
century.
that the orientation has always, and I'm not here to
What
discuss
orientation? I
orientation.
don't even use
You
the word orientation.
you
I have
you
never
said
used such a
that
word.
it has always existed, that it's not
Listen,
new. That was what
listen.
you said.
I said
Yes.
the androgyny. I never
Okay,
said
the androgynous
orientation.
nature. Okay, you
So
said
again,
androgynous nature.
listen to me. I'm
So
not
so
going to
the point
argue
is,
with someone that doesn't listen to me and just hears
okay,
things that they invent in their own head. That's not a
yes, ma'am.
conversation. I
No, but
have
you
not,
tried to be,
it's okay to have your own opinion, but it is not okay
yes,
to
ma'am.
impose your thoughts on someone else.
But I'm not imposing. I'm
You
asking
are.
questions.
You're not asking questions. You're trying to put words in my mouth that I didn't say.
Are you
And
used to
that
a man
means,
who asks you questions?
listen to me, you can ask as much as you want, but you cannot
Hmm.
put words in my mouth. I won't go for it.
I
That's not
wouldn't
how you
put
have
anything near your
you
mouth because I
have
don't know
done
you to do
you
that.
have done
But
it already in this
You
conversation.
guys are kind of going in circles there, and
Yeah,
no, I'm not going in circles. She just
he
doesn't want
is.
to answer the questions. But hey, Sha, listen, I wanted
No,
to point out
it's
that
not.
the
No,
sister.
no, 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 no,
Um,
no. That's not how it's
okay,
gonna
go ahead.
work. That's not how it's gonna work. Listen to
So
me.
how's it gonna work, sister?
It's gonna work like this. You're
Okay,
going
break
to
it down.
acknowledge the fact that
Uh
I
huh.
did not talk about orientation, and I
I
assume by
will give nothing
orientation,
because you ain't my boss. You talk to your
okay,
husband that way, so you don't tell me what to do. Maybe in your culture in
you're
Africa, that's how you talk to the men in your culture.
you're bringing up your, oh, I
Maybe
see
that's
who
how
you
they talk
are.
to the men in your culture. In
I
these
see
so-called
who
lands, the
you
women
are.
don't talk to the men like that, and the men don't talk
And
to the women crazy. We
listen,
got testicular fortitude in my land.
but you're talking
No, no, sister,
crazy
we got
because
testicular
you know why
fortitude in
you're
my land.
talking crazy.
like
You know why
like
you're
that.
talking crazy because it's your insecurity. You
Yeah,
got
but
It's
we're not.
fine.
upset
I'm
because I came.
insecure.
You
We're not.
got
I am
upset because
insecure.
a
You're right.
woman came on the show and
Yes,
was able
I'm
to articulate
insecure. What are you gonna
themselves,
say
and
next? What are
that
you gonna say next?
disturbed
I
you.
get no women.
And that
You're
is
gonna say I'm
why, and
bitter.
that is
I'm an
why you're
incel.
upset. That's why
I
you're
know I'm upset.
interrupting,
Any other
and
insults?
that's
Any
why.
other
And it's not an
sign
insult; it's an
language? This is sign
observation.
language.
It's an
Shaming,
observation.
insult, guilt, and the need to be
No,
right.
it's an
We're not
Gas
getting
him
Sign
up.
into
observation,
that.
language.
Hold on,
a
gas him up.
pathetic
Oh
one.
man,
Come on,
let
come
the
on.
lady speak. Go ahead, Miss Cal.
Yeah,
Stop
um,
cupcaking, Dynasty.
We're
I
not
mean,
getting
I'm not.
anywhere.
It's just I didn't come out here to argue with women. But go ahead, Cal.
I mean, the thing is, really, it's embarrassing for him to conduct himself like that
That's
because
the
it is
problem. You're
just,
trying
it's
to
just.
create the narrative, sister. Just say your point. Look, look. I'm not one of those men that care what women think. Oh,
You
it's weak. A
clearly
weak
have been
man.
hurt
A
by.
weak
You
man. You see,
clearly
look.
been
Now you
hurt
go
by
with this
someone.
armchair psychology. I've been hurt. I'm
Listen,
weak.
Oh my
Stop.
God!
Just say
How
what you gotta say.
pathetic!
I know now I'm pathetic.
why are you
What's
arguing
next? You're
with her?
gonna talk about
But
my penis size. It
okay,
must
but
be
gas
little.
him up.
Like
I
this is what
don't
you do.
care. I
Like,
don't
come on.
care.
Say
Gas
your
him up. But
point.
gas him up. Hold
Just
on.
say,
One mic. One mic.
Dynasty. If I
No. One mic. Gas him up. But see, like, if I didn't care about women, what women said, I wouldn't argue with them. I'd be like, okay.
No, but Dinus, wait, listen. If I was saying what she was saying about her, and I said, yo, she's been hurt, she's this, she's
But I
shameful,
don't attack. I don't listen.
the
I
men on the
don't
platform would
attack
say, yo, don't
people.
talk about her.
I
But you
don't
guys will
have.
allow a woman to come on the platform and talk about me, and I haven't said
Gas him up.
anything
What is this
disrespectful of her.
Gas
gender
him up.
And it's okay.
Gas,
consciousness?
It's
gas
okay.
him
I'm
up.
just showing you guys. It's okay.
No, that's not true. But gas
All right.
him up. When Hustle Smart is on here, when Brandon's on here, If there are women on here that are being unruly, you know how they roll. And nobody
Listen,
comes on here and says, no one comes on here and say, hey, stop it, guys. If they're being out of order, Miss Cal makes a great point because I go to the homemade every year. And I'm telling you, the not all, but the majority of that movie was on point. Was there some romanticism a little bit? Yes, but
yeah, there was. I agree with
I
that
would
too. Yep.
say traveling to Dahomey every year,
But
going to
Dennis, remember that wasn't. Go ahead.
Going to King Gezo's palace and going to Ouida every year. The movie's on point. The
The
androgynous
androgyny.
women.
Yes,
Yes,
Right.
the
So
the
even
androgyny. No one's
androgyny.
debating that. The
even
Wadabe are androgynous. No one's
No,
debating that. What
it's
I was
not a
saying,
whole ethnic group that's androgynous. There's just particular
what
people
what what
who
I
are
was
placed
saying,
in a
what I
particular
was saying
position
earlier. My point is,
because of that.
I'm professing again. I didn't see the movie, and I'm not debating whether the movie was this. I've already said anybody who wants to study the Homer, you can read Carl Polanyi. I'm on JSTOR every day, right? So the intellectual part, that's what I push people to do. Just read. But here's my thing. I'm presenting again, and shout out to the sister who's been in the chat, Tiara Moore. What I'm saying is that the narrative, whether it's the strong black woman narrative that's being created, and I'm not saying that the women got it from that movie. I'm saying it's falling in line. And Tiara Moore said some great points in the chat. She said black women are being used as a proxy agent of control or a buffer class, right, by Hollywood and by the system today to do what? No one's talking how when you create this narrative of strong woman as opposed to women who stood by and didn't allow their men to be murdered and said, no, an attack on our man is an attack on us. That narrative can be presented. However, the narrative that's presented is strong, independent woman. Now you look at this Little Mermaid, right? The Little Mermaid is no different. It's kind of like art imitating life and life imitating art. That Oscar Wilde thing. It's kind of like this Meghan Markle interpretation brought to film. But it's just the thing that I'm always baffled at with us black people around the world is why do we still care about Western institutions proffering us and propping us up? Like, why do we still engage with these Western institutions?
Bro, you're looking at number one, you haven't seen the movie. All right, you're
Right.
just again, it was a good listen for somebody that travels to Dahomey every year, currently Benin Republic. It was a good movie. It was a good movie. And again, I was very critical before going to see the movie because I was thinking that it was going to be this feminist Hollywood wokeism in the movie. None of that was in the movie.
Yep.
Like none of it was in the movie. The women's fought side by side with the men.
Mm-hmm.
King Gezo was the king. He wasn't challenged. It was very clear he ran the show. It was a good movie. Like, I mean, I understand the propaganda and I understand the the role that Hollywood plays into that. But
Right.
again, with this movie, it's just I can't. It wasn't there. Even if you ask Brandon, and you know how Brandon gets down.
Right.
Brandon said the same thing. In fact, if it wasn't for Brandon, I wouldn't have saw the movie. Brandon said, "Dynast, go see the movie." I went and saw the movie. It was a good movie.
Yeah.
I don't actually understand what's going on. We seem to be getting criticisms from people who haven't actually seen the film.
Absolutely.
But remember,
And
I wasn't talking about the film.
emotional
But
criticism
Larry,
too.
I didn't talk about the film, so don't talk about the film. I don't want you
You
guys to
didn't talk
mention the
about
film if I didn't
Vice
talk about the film.
So
I'm
Viola
talking
Davis
about
did,
how it's interpreted.
right. Viola Davis did 2 interviews. She did interviews to promote the movie, and I saw 2 of them last night. One was 30 minutes long, the other one was something like 20 something minutes long. And she's being interviewed by a sister. I think she was with the Washington Post. Listen to what she said in both interviews. This is what she said. She said that the book that she wrote, the book that she read, and her information that she did the research on her character was from this book written by Alprin Stanley in 1927 called Amazons of Black Sparta. That was the book she read. So she said, well, she asked the question. She said this in both interviews. What was the Agoji about? Now, I hadn't heard Agoji. I heard Mino as, Agoji. She said that the Agoji were women who were sort of outcasts, who were sort of left behind. They were, sort of unruly. They were women who couldn't get pregnant. These were the women that made up the Agoji. But what she didn't mention, now it's interesting that she said that though, because check this out. This is something that she's the star, she's the main central actress, and she's putting this out in front of the universe. To me, she also said this. She said that the women were in some cases were women of rape, women who had been raped, women who had been hurt, women who had been outcast. But what she didn't mention was, and what I had heard from some lecture that I got on here called Dahomean Presentation, it's an excellent interview on YouTube called Dahomean Presentation, is that the Agoji really was formed from women who were hunters, who were elephant hunters. And when I started to look at this book and the contents, and it starts off with a mock battle, origins of the Dahomey, and the number 3 is origins of the Amazons, the elephant hunters, the royal twins, policewomen to soldiers, guards of the king and palace as troops. And that's what the brother who was giving the interview on YouTube was saying, that these were women who were elephant hunters. And so that speaks to a certain ramification right there, that women were hunters, just in general. So it has nothing to do with feminism or women being, trying to be men or anything. This is the culture that we from. These women were not warriors, but they were hunters. So basically what I'm just saying is that what she took from that to develop her character was sort around women who were outcasts and women who had been done wrong in a lot of cases. That was her impetus for who made up the Agoji.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead, Jenny. Unmute yourself, Jenny. Jenny, you gotta unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi. Yes. Yes. Hi, Prince Dennis. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm from West Africa. I'm from Nigeria. I don't until I watched that movie. I mean, I know a lot of some of our history, even the ones I recently watched. I mean, the one I recently read about on Google about the Black Pharaoh, King Kai. So I can't say I know everything about our history. So some people might come here and they don't do their research properly. It's very essential on platforms like this to do your research properly before you come and say, tell us about history and stuff like that. So because I haven't even, I know of the Oyo Empire and Dahomey, but I never knew anything about Agoji or anything until I watched the movie. And that sparked my interest to say, hey, I'm going to take out time and go see that movie. So because I know people from West Africa doesn't mean we all know everything about the history and everything. So that's on one side. And I just want to talk about the movie. Like the movie was really, really good. I don't even know why people are kind of like criticizing the movie. It was really good. It projected and it showed that women, even before feminism or anything came up, we had women who contributed to guarding an empire, serving their king, doing very great stuff like that, and it should be applauded. So I don't really know. When I came on the show, I looked through the chat. Some people criticize it. I don't know. It's something we should be proud about. That we had women who are also who shed blood to um, keep their empire safe and stuff like that. And lastly, I just want to between gas them up and cow. Um, so both of you, you made points. I just want to say, we all can exchange views without being rude or condescending or talking down to people. Let's learn. I mean, this is a good platform that Prince Dennis has created for us. So, and I'm here to learn. But let's try and respect each other and not call
Thank
each
you,
other
Mom.
names. We do that
Thank
a
you,
lot,
Mom,
and
for
it's
the
not
lecture.
good.
I
Yeah,
appreciate that, Mom. Thank you, Mom.
yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Bye bye.
Dynast, go
Well,
ahead.
let Shari spoke. Go ahead, Gaston. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say again, I haven't seen the movie, and I'm not talking about the movie until I see it. I probably a bootleg that movie. I'm back in New York. I asked some of my people out there in the Bronx if they got the bootleg for me. I'll probably bootleg it. But my point is this: is that when I was in Nigeria about 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I saw a commercial on TV. It was for one of the energy drinks. I don't know if it's Predator or what's that energy drink? I can't remember the name. Either Predator or Fearless, one of these new energy drinks. And they were saying stuff about like, you don't know what it's like. And I think the premise of the commercial was like, you don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. And there's like one guy was like to be a student or something else. And they got this woman, this Nigerian woman, and she says, you don't know what it's like to be a single mother. And I said, there it is. There it is. They're bringing this BS down to Africa. They're teaching these African women, yeah, be single. You don't need no man. This is the nonsense. And again, I'm not talking about the movie. What I'm go ahead.
You're absolutely right. It's BS. But what does that got to do with the Woman King?
Say that again.
You're absolutely right. It's BS. But what does that commercial have to do with the Woman King?
Again, what I'm saying is that these things are used as agents or as proxies to do what? To create narratives in the mind. I find it interesting that normally whenever there's a conversation, a lot of these sisters don't call in. But as soon as this film drops, sisters calling out the woodworks, I felt inspired, 5 snaps and a twist. They were so strong. And I'm just saying, they're not calling in for other stuff. When Dangote wants to open a refinery, the sisters ain't inspired and strong by that. That's all I'm saying.
Sir, that's not what this movie was about.
Wow.
It wasn't a man versus woman thing.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Dynasty.
I'm not talking about the movie. Why y'all keep bringing up me? I said I didn't see it. I'm talking about what the movie can be used to do. That's all I'm talking about. Y'all keep dragging me down to a movie that I'm probably going to bootleg.
The movie, you would know that this movie can't be used to do that because that ain't the conclusion nobody with common sense would make after they saw the movie.
Exactly.
Or try to get an appointment with Viola and work on her next movie because that's not what this movie is about.
Exactly.
Okay, I mean, listen, look, that's the same way, a hip hop artist can drop a so-called groundbreaking album. When Kanye first came out with the College Dropout, we didn't think that he'd be used to, say some brilliant things and say some not so brilliant things, right? A la slavery was a choice and the nonsense he said then, and he said some other genius things in some of the interviews. I'm just saying that when you deal with these industries, you can end up being, and you can end up having things be interpreted. That's why, again, I just mentioned, for example, I didn't even talk about the Woman King. I talked about the Little Mermaid thing. I said the Little Mermaid is no different than the Meghan Markle being brought to life. Dinus, you skipped over that. I'm showing you guys that again.
No, whatever. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the excitement is about.
But this is what I'm saying. That I saw the movie. I was so happy. Why is it that when black people get recognized by the same Westerners who have abused us for years, they give us a Grammy, they give us a freaking an Oscar. We yes, the first black. What the hell? What is wrong with us? Why do we care so much what white people give us?
I don't care about that.
I don't either.
Yeah. We saw the movie. It was a good movie, gas them up. I mean, I go to the movies. I'm gonna go see Black Panther.
Right.
It was a good movie. I mean, that's it. I don't celebrate the Oscars. I don't care about validation from people who historically don't like us. Like, it's just, listen, it was a good movie. I was critical of the movie before I saw the movie, and all the stuff that I was expecting to be in the movie because it's from Hollywood, because it was directed by Hollywood, it wasn't there. It wasn't there. So I can't really. Only thing that I was somewhat critical about is how they overly demonized the Oyo Empire, but it wasn't, that's just me kind of being petty. But outside of that, it was a good movie. There was no white savior. It was the men and the women fought side by side. The king was the king. There was no question about that. It was a good movie.
Dynast, who were those women, the Mahi? The ones, because at the beginning when the women they attacked the Oyo and they freed the slaves, they took those women and they said they were Mahi. I didn't know what kind of
Mahi was like is a separate kingdom that was in our tribe kingdom that was in
Right.
Benin.
And
But I couldn't know, because you had to the north of Oyo, you had the Sokoto Caliphate. To the southeast, you had the Benin Kingdom. To the east of the Benin Kingdom, you had the Arochukwu
but Larry,
Kingdom.
they were technically still in what is present day Benin Republic, the Mahi.
Okay.
Yeah, and one
Yeah,
thing,
so it wasn't in present day Nigeria. It was in
right.
present day.
And to just give a little bit of context to the brothers, a really brilliant observation. What in West Africa, ethnicity is fluid, in the sense that a lot of women transfer ethnicity through marriage or through abduction, or absorption, right? So you could be a woman from one ethnic group and then you end up having children either because you were captured or married into another group. So that was very common. And so many of the Agoji were not even from there. They were women that had been absorbed. And it happens all over West Africa. It happened a lot in Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone region. It happened a lot around Senegambia, where you have women transferring from one ethnic group to another. And so we use that phrase, ethnicity being fluid. So it's not etched in stone.
They were
but that's a good, very brilliant observation, brother.
They were talking about Ifa as well, the Fon people in Dahomey. So it was interesting. So it wasn't just in Oyo, it transferred over to Dahomey.
Right. So Larry, so
it was all over West Africa.
Right. So
the
with
Fa
voodoo,
divination.
So Larry, so voodoo and Ifa, they share some of the same gods.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. But when you talk about
that's what I was expecting. I was expecting the Fon people to say voodoo or something. I was surprised when they were in the film they were using Ifa.
Right, but see, even in voodoo, they still consult with the Ifa. They still consult Ifa.
Yeah, Ifa. These things are all based on the sand divination. That well, if you read, if you agree with people like
also in the movie.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I'm not talking about the movie. Can y'all not drag me down? I'm on a bus to Brooklyn. Stop taking me to Harlem, man. What I'm saying is that I don't want. I told you I'm a bootlegger. Look, I'm gonna go to my man. I'm gonna go to my man. I'm gonna go to my homie Poppy and my Dominican connect. He gonna bootleg it for me. But listen, look. My point is this. Listen, I want to just make a quick point about the Ifa, the Fa divination. You can check out Belasco. You can check out Victor Manfredi, again, Boston University. He actually wrote a book. He actually wrote a book on this stuff with Ivor Miller and Wande Ambimbola. Wande Ambimbola was, I believe, the head of all Babalawos at one time. And he wrote a book called Ifa Will Mend Our Broken World. Him and Ivor Miller. Ivor Miller is now writing books about Abakwa, the Cuban Abakwa, which is traced all the way to Cross Rivers and Akwa Ibom in Nigeria. But all over West Africa, in Mali, in Senegal, you had the divination, that Fa divination. And so the Urobo have it, it's Efa, the Igbo have it, the Afa divination. Manfredi writes a great article about how that Fa divination spreads. So I'm not surprised that it was probably not that it was probably put in the movie. But again, I don't know why y'all keep dragging me to the movie. I'm just saying Hollywood can't be trusted. And the movie may have been a great film. We know that. But don't act as if there aren't subliminal and subconscious messages that aren't sent. And again, what I'm saying is that in today's era, I find it interesting, sir, I find it interesting that whenever Dynast has a show on maybe, like I said, Dangote's Refinery is going to open up, you don't see, and I'm not talking about the women on this panel, but no of the sisters call in and say, man, that was inspiring to me. But the Little Mermaid, Black women to go and watch this shit. This stuff. I don't want to curse on Dan's platform. They'll watch that nonsense and say, I was inspired, and all this other stuff. And it's like, yo, y'all not inspired by these other things. And then the interpretation, right? I'm saying that it's interpreted in a modern day sense that the women.
Who are these women?
You know what's interesting?
Who are these women? Who are these women that you're attacking?
Hold
I don't
on,
understand this.
Let's pass it. King Justice. Go ahead, King Justice. And King Justice, you're kind of low too. Then we'll pass it. Go back to Africa. Go ahead, King Justice.
Yeah, you can hear me, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, my main point is just, bro, we got all these criticism about a movie, man. What movies can we make about our history that we gonna be happy with? Because if you do a Sonny Ali movie, a Don Fodio movie, a Mansa Musa movie, a Fonja movie, all that's gonna have slavery and a lot of other things you could critique. So what are we gonna be happy about? Like, this movie was good. It wasn't no gay female kissing. It wasn't no man on man kissing. It wasn't no white savior complex. All the white people in it was slave traders. So it really wasn't nothing that you could complain about. And we went in there looking for stuff that we could complain about, but it wasn't there. So that's my whole big deal about it. It's like, seems like we can't be happy about nothing, bro.
Go back to Africa. Go ahead.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you know, my thing is we all have our own perceptions. And you know, gas me up. You know, he has a perception of looking at it in a little different light. What is the subliminal message? What is the underhanded motive of the movie? Everybody takes away different.
See the movie, bro. You can't critique something you didn't see.
Of course,
you didn't even see the movie.
I can critique anything I want to critique. I read up on it. And whether you watch a movie or read a book, what, you still gonna have an opinion on it. Whether it's with written or watching a trailer, what have you. I critique anything I want to watch.
Watch the movie. Just watch the movie, man.
But no, listen what I'm saying.
No, bro, you can't do that.
The point, like gas me up said. And the point of it is that, you know, I can see why it's that people are stuck in the mindset is, you know, oh, it's a good movie. Okay, I'm not arguing about if the movie is good or not. You know, my thing is this right here is like, you know, it's amazing when we see things, we get moved, we get shaken, we get excited, we get all it right there, which is good for me anyway. You know why? Because the people going to be ringing off my chain when to come visit Africa. They're going to be the ones who's going to right here. And Dynas notices too. His tour groups are going to go up. I talked to his sister a couple years ago. When Wakanda came out, she said her business was booming than ever from Liberia. And she said she made more outfits than anything ever. People get moved. They want to find the connection. They get Africa, all of these various things. But what I'm saying, and what I feel what Gaston upset is saying, is the fact that there are things that, why do we always rely on, you know, Hollywood to do movies to get us excited, to make us feel proud, to make us feel as though that we are something. Right. I'm not putting down the movie. I'm gonna see the movie in 2 days. But what I'm saying is that I know Hollywood, you know the stories. It has an impactful impression on each individual in its own way. So my thing is that, you know, we should be at least aware of that. I'm not gonna.
Nobody is relying on Hollywood to feel good about their heritage or their culture. It's a movie, bro. That's what art is supposed to do. It's supposed to make them feel good.
But the thing is, before Brandon goes, let me say this, because you're gonna go for a while. Let me just say this.
Well, hold on. I wasn't finished. Don't cut me off.
Hold on. Let go back to Africa finish, then we'll pass it to Shad.
They're gonna cut you off, Go Black. This is what they do when they want to hear women pandering, and Brandon gonna come in and do it for them.
My thing is right here. If you want to know the truth, because we know that's Hollywood, go to Africa. And I'm going to go to Benin specifically. I'm going to fly my ass over there and I'm going to get the story and I'm going to go ahead on my platform and I'm going to share y'all what the truth of the matter is. Now, Dynas has gone to the extent of being there. He said he can compare the story with the palace and all that there. Nobody knows how true the story really is. Did the so-called tribes exist? Yes. Okay, there's documentations. All right. How far did the women go when it comes to fighting? You know, all this right here. I got documentations on the slave trade from Ghana, who they also brought in Benin, about how a lot of people, slaves came in from Benin over into to the Cape Coast area through the slave trade. Now, the most important thing we got to realize, because see, the story was telling the movie, which Ellery was saying that he had learned from the movie that there were Africans selling slaves. But you got to understand something.
No, that's a lie. I never said that. That's a damn lie. I already knew before that. You're just lying. I already knew before that the Oyo Kingdom was involved in the slave trade. And I mentioned that in Lagos, the Badagry Slave Museum has no problem telling that history. So don't lie about what I said.
So let me say this. This is what I'm saying. What you had said from the movie. You said there were, You know, there were good ones and bad ones, good people, bad people, whatever it was.
Yeah, there were Africans who didn't have a problem with selling slaves, and there were Africans who were against it.
This is the point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. All right, and they made this absolutely clear in Ghana's dungeons there in Cape Coast, and that was, we have to keep in mind, when you say Africa was selling slaves, first and foremost, all right, the British money didn't mean nothing in Africa, so they weren't giving them money for slaves. Okay, that's first and foremost. Number two, the reason why the Africans had supposedly, that's not even a word in Africa.
They were selling slaves.
And they were giving them money.
No, let me finish. Listen, what I'm saying. Most people are thinking that it was a revenue of money wise. Why were they getting rid of these people? Okay. First and foremost, there was three ways.
Wars, bro, tribal wars. It was over
exactly.
And more things. So it really don't matter. We know it happened.
It does matter.
Hey, King Justice, have you been to Africa? Have you been to Africa? Have you stepped foot in Africa?
Don't try to put that card on him. You never even saw the movie.
And we can't hear you, Brandon.
You're listening to a white woman's story. You listen to a white woman's story, and you don't even know any of the Africans.
It's a movie, bro. If you go to a movie and expect it to be 100% back, you're a fool, bro.
Go back to Africa. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna repeat what Dogbo said. He said, in order to have buyers, you have to have sellers. Like I said, everywhere I went to in Africa, I've been to just about every slave judge on the West Coast. They've admitted that Africans sold other Africans.
Yeah, I never know that already, bro.
I never said they did.
Then what the hell are you complaining about me then?
No, okay.
Larry, don't get sensitive, man. Come on, don't do that, Larry. We all gentlemen here. Come on, man.
What is your problem with the movie? Like, cut to the chase.
Let me just say this, you guys. Wait. Check it out. So here's an important point to make. Is that it's important to go to Africa and listen to the people give their oral, history. It's also important to read information about it, because if you read, you can go there, you can ask questions that maybe they don't talk about. I found out with Ifa. They're not going to teach me about Ayajo, which is a form of incantation associated with Odu. They won't even tell you about it if you don't know about it. And the only way I know about it is because when I was there, I got a master's thesis on incantation. I wasn't supposed to have, but I got it. But it doesn't really give you the like you got to have the transfer of the people energy. But here's the thing, though. The thing is, I think it was yesterday, people were saying that white women wrote the thing and made that may be true. However, the director of the film was a sister, and she was on a panel in one of the interviews with Viola Davis. My thing, though, is that if the brother who gave the presentation called Dahomian presentation, he gave the lecture on YouTube. He didn't say that the women were outcasts and that they were all, just like ugly and nobody wanted them. But that's what Viola Davis wanted to put. That was her emphasis, is that these were unwanted women, a lot of them, outcasts. They were real boisterous, and they were, didn't have men, or they couldn't have baby. So, but the brother who talked about it didn't say that. He said there were different mixes. Some of the women were beautiful. Some of the women were. It wasn't just they were elephant hunters. So her perspective of it was very different, and maybe she had to do that in order to get into her part. However, when she's in public and she's saying that this is what the Agoji were, this is what the Mino were, it gives a whole nother light to that. So going there and talking to Dynast Amir, getting information from him, he's a secondary source, or maybe tertiary source. We can listen to his perspective on what the Agoji was.
But Shah, I just gave an excellent source. I gave a source on Thornton, right? Brandon, your mic is off. Call back in with your mic. It's not strong, so I ain't trying to disrespect you. But Shah, I gave a source from the king's mouths themselves. It was the Portuguese source that was found in Brazil, and you can read it. John Thornton. You could play it back. And all I'm saying is that even the sources that she's saying she referenced, which I did read that book, the Amazonian Woman with Dahomey. I mentioned Carl Polanyi. You guys can check them out. So there's a whole bunch of other sources. But it's just interesting. And again, I'm not talking about the movie, but it's just interesting that
you are talking about the movie, bro. You just clearly said about the sources that she researched, bro.
I'm talking about the sources in general that people talk about Dahomey. I'm just saying that, and that's why I challenged people. I said, hey, listen, you got to go on, JSTOR. You got to get a Cambridge account. You got to get an Ithaca account. You got to start reading other sources. And you have the source's mouth. King Gezo, the guy who he overthrew, I just said the king's name, King Abandazan. He was the guy that I believe Gezo overthrew. He wrote a letter to the Portuguese saying things that was happening in his kingdom. That's a primary source. No one talks about them. That's all I'm saying when it comes to Dahomey.
Yeah, but gas him up. The movie, the period of the movie was during King Gezo when he started to have a change of heart about slavery. But we know after that, the slave trade was so lucrative and he wasn't making as much money selling palm oil that he said, you know what? Freak it. Let's go ahead and get the slave trade back cracking. That's how you have Cujo Lewis, who was kidnapped. Well, we'll say kidnapped by Dahomey. And Cujo Lewis in his book Barracoon, he goes into great detail how the Amazonian warriors came to his village, was decapitating women. They dragged his ass to Ouida, and he said out of his mouth, Cujo Lewis, I was shocked by these white people bought me, but I was hurt even more that it was black people who sold me. Those were his words.
You can read the other book, The Two Princes of Calabar, where the princes were selling slaves, Old Duketown versus Newtown, and Old Town and Duketown were having a fight, and the two princes ended up being sold into slavery. When they got to England, they said, "Hey, are you going to still engage in the slave trade?" And they said yes, even after having been enslaved themselves. You had African Americans who were in the slave trade. So no one's excusing people's culpability or their responsibility. I'm just saying when it comes to sources, a lot of times you have primary sources now that are available to us. No one checks them out.
Is it my turn?
At least, yeah,
go ahead, Brandon.
Because that just took my turn. Okay, so gas them up is just, your problem is you think you're the smartest person in the room and you're not, okay? You're probably the dumbest person in the room.
I am dumb. I'm not smart.
Listen,
you're smart. You're the smartest guy.
Yep, you're right, because I read all that crap you're talking about, and as a matter of fact, the Booba Dooba guy who, what about him? That was actually Gezo's half-brother who sold Gezo's mother into slavery. So that's what we read too, okay? That's the first thing. This is my problem with you and Go Black. Go Black's like, a white woman wrote, bro, you sit on your channel all day talking about a book that a white person handed you, believing it verbatim, making up shit that ain't true about it, and then gonna tell us about what we should or shouldn't believe. You're not qualified to discern the truth and tell other people about what's true or what's not.
What book do I be referring to?
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
Bro, you know you a Hebrew, bro. Cut it out, fam.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Ain't no Bible thumping Negro gonna sit up and tell me what I cannot and cannot watch or what I should or not accept. I was a minister. I know way more about the Bible than you, and I never say anything about it to you. So guess what? You should let people who want to watch this movie and who want to research on this movie do so with no criticism, because if you could criticize them, then
the man of criticism on everything.
No, bro.
Brandon, please, man.
No, bro.
Hey, hold on, Brandon, hold on, one mic, Brandon, your connection ain't like your. I mean, are you on?
I told him his mic ain't clear, but he ain't gonna hear it.
Clear, Brandon.
That's that Pan-African mic, man.
The man of criticism is going to sit there and say, people trying to tell somebody what they should and should not do. I never told nobody not to go watch the movie. I'm just saying the fact of it is that, why is it that people, we as a people,
I wasn't done.
We get stirred up when Hollywood do these movies and people get all encouraged and motivated.
We're not stirred up. Why don't you
nobody moves or shakes.
Go Black. Why don't you apply the same thing you say when you up there lying about we the Hebrew Israelites and stuff?
Why you gotta make personal attacks, man? You love doing that. Now I know. Wait a minute, man. I don't care if he's a Hebrew Israelite, man. Stop bringing that up. That got nothing to do with nothing.
Let me finish.
Nah, because you making personal
Y'all
attacks.
filibuster me. Let me say what I gotta say, and I'll get off. Y'all say whatever y'all want to.
Well, stop making personal attacks, man. Be Pan-African.
Listen, stop it, bro. You guys both made personal attacks. Stop yourself. Listen, you just attacked the broad audience of black people. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attack you directly to expose hypocrisy. Why don't you take the same approach to us with this movie as you take to you lying about Hebrews? This is what you tell me. When I tell you the facts about what you lying about, you say, Brandon, it's not for you. So go black. Maybe it's just not for you. Stop criticizing people about what they want to do because no one can criticize you when you want to make up shit about Hebrew Israelites. So keep that same energy, bro.
But why do we care about him and whatever religion he professes? That has nothing to do with a strong, sound argument. That's how I know your intellectual skills are not the strongest. It don't matter if he is. Who cares? Who cares?
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
That don't make no sense.
Gas them up. I hate hypocrisy.
And you in Africa off of government check, you ex-military, bro. Let's keep it real, bro. So I don't know what kind of Pan-Africanism that is. You an ex-colonizer, and now you a Pan-African, bro. And you a Hebrew at the same time.
Yo, you guys are talking about people on a personal level. I don't. Why do you care about that?
Bro, just like, bro, who cares what
does that got to do?
Why do y'all care about anybody's personal life?
Hey, Brandon, your mic keeps going in and out, Brandon. You gotta call in.
Your idea should be strong enough to hold without making personal attacks. This is how I know many people. Stop making personal attacks on people.
My idea,
nah, bro, you're not making no sense, bro. You talking about a movie getting people stirred up? Ain't nobody stirred up. First of all, second of all, even if it did get black people stirred up, a movie is art, bro. It's just like a song, bro. James Brown made "I'm Black and I'm Proud," and that got black people stirred up. It's supposed to increase your racial self-esteem, bro. That don't mean that they gonna put they all in all on the movie and stop researching real history. That ain't what it means, bro. It's a movie. That's all it is. Nobody expecting it to be a.
I'm not surprised. This is what Americans love to argue. Like Americans make these arguments.
Listen, bro. In black,
bro, you can call me American, and I can say you from a Soko, a tribe nobody never heard of. I never built no empires ever, bro. Let's keep it real, fam. We don't know you. We know Yoruba. We know Igbo. We don't know no Soko. Let's keep it real, bro.
Yeah, you don't know these Soko. That's great.
One mic, but gas him up. You did make personal attacks versus Miss Cow.
No, I did not make a personal attack. She was saying, I was hurt. You can play it back, Dinah. Stop doing the cupcake dance. I never talked about her personally. Tell me what I said. Okay, I'll shut up. Tell me what I said about her personally. Tell me what I said about her personally.
Including her husband.
Exactly.
No, I said you talk to your husband that way. You don't talk to me that way because she was trying to tell me what I'm going to do. And that's my problem. You black men in America are so used to women telling y'all what to do. And when a man says, I don't want to take that, y'all so used to being told to sleep on the couch. You black men are used to being slept on the couch. That's your problem. Stop sleeping on the couch and eating a big piece of chicken. I don't come from that.
This is hilarious. And the saddest thing is, the saddest thing about this whole thing is men are used to being slept on the couch. That's your problem.
You are a true Nigerian.
Everyone treats their men the way he's been treated by women. My husband is the man of my home. You don't know anything about me.
He don't know nothing about being a man in his home either.
Yes, he does, dear. And he's not an emotional basket case. He knows how to, control his emotions.
That well. He
and you don't bring up my husband, and I'm not gonna, go back and forth with you about that because you would.
I never brought up your husband.
Yes, you did. You would be blessed.
I said
you would have a lot to learn
your
from such a
husband
man.
that way. I said you talk to your husband that way, not to me.
I interact with my husband the way he commands. The respect he commands is the respect he gets. You wouldn't understand
that sounds great. So that's good.
And I respect. You don't,
and that's fine. I don't want your respect.
So I
don't want your respect. No.
You don't know
there
how
you
to
go
command
with
respect from women.
Sign language. Sign language.
I feel like I'm talking to another sister.
Shame me, insult, guilty, and it need to be right.
I feel like I'm talking to another sister. I don't talk to men.
I know. Now I'm a sister, and this is what you're doing. These are weak argument tactics.
The men I interact with don't hate women. The men
you interact with are mama's boys who sleep on the couch when the women tell them to.
No, they don't. They pay bills and they do man stuff.
I gotta mute you guys 1 second. All right, gas him up, brother. I gotta do it, man. Gas him up because I know everybody on this paddle. I've met
you gonna take me off? That's fine.
I'm not taking you. I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's time for you to. I'm saying. I think it's time for you to cam up, gas him up. You got to cam up.
No, why I gotta cam up for what?
Right.
What do you? This is listen, Diners. Listen again. What is the cam up about? What is the cam up about? Why do you people want to see my face?
Listen, gas them up. Everybody else
stand
on
on
this
your
panel.
words,
Hold on,
bro.
King Justice, one mic. Everybody else on this panel has been somewhat doxxed. Like I except for Laquan, I haven't seen him yet. He's brand new. But I'm just saying, Gassimo, I will feel more comfortable for you to cam up. Just like, let's see you.
That's not necessary. That's not necessary. No, I'm weak and I'm dumb. According to Brandon, I'm dumb. So y'all don't need to see a dumb person's face.
The man you try to portray yourself to be, bro.
You're right. I'm not. You're so masculine. You're right. You're the toughest guy in the world. I agree. You're a gangster. I agree. That's good. I agree. That's what you do. That's good.
Bro, you're a school teacher, bro. You are not more prestigious than anybody. You show your face.
Okay. Okay, that's great. I never said I'm prestigious. I never said I'm prestigious.
Gas him up wants us to know that he's more of a man than all of us Americans.
I never said that. No. You're taking it that way.
Right now, you know.
Do he not say that every day?
No, I don't.
I just want to see the brother's face. Yeah, you been coming on a lot. You know, you
the man implies this.
But here's the thing. Dynast, I send you emails all the time. You never engage with me. So if you really want to get to know me, reach out and we can talk on the back channel. We talk all the time. I send you emails all the time. Just saying, Dynast, if you really want to get to know me, we could talk. Right? So I send you articles with Philip, with Brandon. I send you Kala, right? I send you guys lots of information. So you can respond, and man, you can. I was in Nigeria the whole time. I told you, I said, yo, reach out to me when you get to Nigeria. You never reached out to me. We could have met up right there at that Ikeja bookstore that you go to. I was at the shop right all the time. You never reached out to me. So I'm just saying, Dinah, if you want to link up with me, we'll link up. But I'm not doing this for Brandon and the show. Brandon is a gangster. I know it's women excuses. I know.
I didn't care because you didn't talk to me.
Hold on, Brandon. Let's pass it to Laquan. Laquan, go ahead, Laquan. Unmute yourself. Laquan, unmute yourself. El Kuwan, mask off. Unmute yourself.
Hello. Yeah, that's me. How you doing? You right?
Good.
Yeah, I've been watching you guys for a while. First time obviously calling in. Yeah. So the topic. Basically what I got from the topic, basically, I haven't seen the film. I'm going to watch the film. I'm still going to watch it with an open mind. But at the same time, we can't rely on Hollywood to produce media that's going to benefit us. You know? Just like Indians have Bollywood, you know? They don't rely on Hollywood to teach their young about their history and to glamorize and glorify their ancestors or their history or, you know, push what they want.
I agree.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at, basically. We need to have our own machine, our own propaganda machine, our own media machine.
I agree.
You know?
I agree.
I mean, you can't rely on how can we honestly as grown adults rely on, and after everything that's happened throughout history, still rely on them to paint us in a good picture.
I agree.
Who's relying on them?
I agree. Yeah, who's relying on them? I agree.
It's a damn movie.
That's my thing.
Yeah, it's a movie. So I'm gonna watch the movie at the end of the day. I'm gonna watch it, but I haven't got high expectations for it. It's just like Black Panther and stuff like that. It's cool.
I didn't have high expectations for that either, but it was a good movie.
Dinus, can I ask you a question, please?
Exactly. So what's the question again? Tell me the question.
I want to ask a question to everybody in the audience. How do Black folks wholesale believe in the Bible, which was given to us by the white man, but then try to criticize other things that are for it's purely entertainment that are given to us by the white man? That to me is pure hypocrisy.
They say a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So imagine a whole feature-length movie. How many different, you know?
But can't you go pick up a book? Can't you, after you watch the movie, can't you go pick up a book to go see what was true and what was not? They sparked your interest in something you didn't even care about.
Of course, but
Dennis, was Black
nations
folks
are not.
talking about the Dahomey
That's
before
not
the
how
movie came
nations
out?
currently operate. Nations currently operate with people that don't. They're focused on their profession. They're focused on their life, and then every now and again they might want to nip into to try and get.
Look, Laquan, how much
Laquan,
research were you doing on
Americans
the
don't have
Dahomey?
nuance.
Hey,
Brandon doesn't
Laquan,
have nuance. The
Yeah, I
world
have.
is
That's
only
what I'm trying
binary
to
to
say.
him. It's only
Laquan,
black or white. This is what you're dealing
I'm
with
just talking to Laquan.
American intellectuals, Laquan. This is what happens.
Gas them up. Why
American
you calling me
intellectuals have no concept of non-binary
Hey,
thinking. It's
gas
only
them
black
up.
or white for them.
Gas them up. We're onto your
Fair enough.
tactics,
Fair
bro.
enough.
Laquan,
I
how
mean,
much?
it's not just America. It's not just America
Laquan,
either. It's
let
in
me ask
England
you a
the same
question.
way.
Let me ask you a question. How
Yeah.
much research or interest were you actively showing in the Dahomey before these two
Laquan, don't
white
answer
women?
any personal questions. This is what
Okay.
this is
Listen,
terrible
no,
debate.
this is in
I know.
general.
I don't know why he's asking me that kind of
No,
question
let me, listen,
because
bro,
I've been looking.
He's gonna ask you whether you finger pop.
bro, this is our
Have you
filibuster.
go on
What?
Quelly TV? There's
go
a
ahead, E2.
black-owned media
Man,
app
gas him up,
called
man. Go
Quelly
ahead.
TV. Yeah, I'm not sure whether we vetted it
Laquan,
enough for ourselves.
you're defensive right now when I'm asking a simple question. How much interest
I'm
was
giving you
any
the
black?
answer.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
giving you the
brother.
answer. Listen,
Brother,
I'm
wait
giving
a
you the
minute.
answer.
Wait, bro, you can't. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
All right, cool.
How much interest were any black people showing in the Dahomey? Were we like teaching our kids this in school? Were we going to the school board saying you need to teach about the West African empires? How much interest were we showing in any of this until these two white women decided, hey, this is a story
I can give you, since you won't
that
let me
needs to be told.
have a full answer. I'll give you a full answer. I'll give you a quick answer, yeah, which is plenty of interest we were showing in regards to that.
Bro.
There's a app,
This dude's lying so
media
bad.
app. Yeah. Listen, there's a black-owned subscription media app, yeah, called Quelly TV. If anyone's downloaded it or heard of it or subscribed to it, you might as well subscribe to it. You probably got Netflix, you probably got Disney, whatever. Pay that £5 a month to the black-owned subscription, and there's plenty of documentaries on there about all kinds of different stuff to do with Dahomey.
Nobody's watching that, bro.
Yet this
Niggas
is
is
the
watching
first
blood and
time
crib
I've ever heard
documentaries
you
and shit
mention
like
it.
that, man.
The first time you
bro,
ever.
These guys are disingenuous, man. Black people didn't care about this shit until a white person.
What are you talking? No way, bro.
Let
No
me
way.
finish.
No way.
Let me finish. Black people,
Bigger
listen,
than
bro.
Africa.
Look,
There's
bro.
a documentary
Look,
as well
look.
called Bigger Than Africa, my friend.
Look,
Yeah.
bro. Look,
it's
bro.
about the Yoruba and it's about the
Bro,
expansion
you don't gotta
of the
educate
voodoo
me.
religion.
You
I don't
don't
know
have
what
to
you're talking
educate
about.
me. You
But
didn't
these are
care about
very
listen, bro. You didn't
these
care
are
about
very trending documentaries,
Laquan.
very trending things happening in
Laquan.
the past couple of years.
Laquan,
So there's
you didn't
plenty
care
of
about
interest been highlighted.
Listen, bro. You didn't care about educating me before the white women came and
Listen,
gave
I
me
never heard you,
God
spoke
dang,
to you.
this
I don't even
dude.
know your name. Why the
You
fuck
are
are you talking about?
absolutely right,
They didn't know
Brandon.
my name either.
What are you talking about?
Dennis, can I just get this point up? I promise I'll
This is
get
the
off.
first
Can I
time I've
just
ever
get this
called
one
onto
thing?
this show. So how the hell
I
am I
will
going to
get off.
educate you
I
about
will
anything
get off, bro. If you
previously?
just let me say this one statement.
I'm listening to you now because I'm only talking over you because I've heard
Bro,
you talk over
bro.
everybody else.
Listen, bro.
Every
You didn't give a shit
all the
about
time.
me. Listen, bro. You don't care about me knowing this stuff. The only reason you're talking to me about it now is because somebody else did it and you didn't do it. Now
Are
you're
you
mad.
are you high, bro?
God.
Are you
Oh
high?
my! I'm
What
like
the
us
fuck is this guy
right now,
talking about?
bro.
All right, hold
you
on.
don't even-
Let's pass it to Jules Isley. Go ahead, Jules Isley.
This guy's mad.
How you doing, brothers? I've been listening to your show the whole time.
This man comes on the show to argue with black people.
Yeah, I don't
Go
plan
ahead,
on
Isley, go
arguing.
ahead.
But
Yeah, but
I've been listening to your show the whole time.
Hold on, but Joe, let me mention something, guys. Listen, we know about the Hollywood propaganda machine. We know how they mischaracterize black people. We know what they're doing. All we're saying is this movie was a good movie. I mean, goddamn, Laquan, you act like people don't know that Hollywood and his role to demonize black people in the community. You act like we don't know that. All we're saying is that this movie is a good movie. That's all we're saying. And me traveling back and forth to what was once known as the Dahomey, that is currently Benin Republic, and learning about the Amazonians and about the slave trade and Cujo Lewis and King Gezo going to his palace. A lot of the movie was historically accurate. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
Straight. I'm gonna watch it. I probably will enjoy it as well. But I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
That's literally it. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie yet, but I'm going to see it. But I heard one of the gentlemen in here talking before. I have a group of friends that are in Hollywood. They do Hollywood movies, and one was a very big star. He's one of my best friends. His name is Wesley Snipes. And we are talking about doing a movie with some of my grandfather's ancestry, which is from Mali. And I mean, as you see it, you'll know who that is. And I think this brother, you've been to Mali, so you know what it is. And a lot of people right now in Mali are saying they from the lineage from Mansa Musa, things of that. No, the people of Mansa Musa been hidden out. And a lot of people talking now, they're liars. They're even imposters in Africa talking about they're from this group. I met some in Atlanta. I met some different places, and I'm like, myself and my partnership, you can Google it, look it up or whatever. I own over 32 mines in Africa and a lot of farmland up and down all different parts of Africa. And that came from generations of my family doing it. And I took it on from there. At 8 years old, my grandfather would take me back and forth to Africa. It is just amazing how I heard some of the points of the brothers here. The thing that we have to do is come together and do something and make a united front. Me and Wesley Snipes, we talked about him doing a movie of Mansa Musa, and one of the queens out of the Congo, in the Congo area. A queen now in Zimbabwe wants us to end up doing that movie. Mm-hmm. And it's good to promote however it comes. If it's something positive for our people, it should be done, because I get feeds all the time from different leaders in Africa where Chinese are exploiting us. I don't know if you're seeing the commercials where they're using African kids in villages to,
I've seen that.
Say things in Chinese where they're hating each other, hating themselves. And what that does is bring negative energy to what your soul or your being. And that's what they want to promote. They want to promote separation and negativity. I don't know if this brother, he's done a lot of study in Africa, and I think he's been to Ghana too. But there's places in Ghana where most Ghanaians don't go for the priests for the high mountain, where they're studying spirituality and religion. A lot of people don't even go in those areas, don't know anything about it. And some of them were born and lived and grew up in Ghana and never been there. So you get a lot of that, brother. You have a lot of that going on. I don't know, did the phone cut off?
No, we can still
okay.
hear you.
Yeah,
okay.
Right. Yes, sir.
And some of the stuff that you'll see, like they say in Ghana, the Ghana area now is called is actually the where they say the Garden of Eden. And most people, if black people knew about it, they would flock there, and the Europeans would probably come after. But the Garden of Eden or Judah or whatever they want to call it, different names for it, they say in that region, those regions, that's where it's at. That's, you find the different fountains of youth and all these other things. Not saying that was the only place, but that is one of the major places. And we're talking about a lot of things here, brother, but being a miner, owning mines and farms, we run across stuff that you couldn't even imagine. Historical things. One of my friends, he's a European guy, but he does a lot of documentaries, does discovery. He just found over 100, I don't know if you've seen it yet, or it hasn't shown yet, over 100 or 200 tombs in Egypt. But they can't cover this up. It's all black, it's all Kemites, So all people that was Nubian.
But let me ask. Let's talk more about your movie. When's the movie dropping? You and Wesley Snipes movie. When's it dropping?
It's not dropping for a while. We're still working on it now. I'm telling you something way ahead
You
of
raising
time.
funds for it, or you've got the funds allocated for it, or what?
Yeah, I'm taking funds from my. I'm a gold guy. I'm paying for it myself.
Okay.
All right. Have you started production or anything? You haven't started production anything with the movie?
No, we haven't even finished writing it yet. We just talked about
do this, bro. Let's do this, bro. I love to have you on a separate show. You and Wesley Snipes, discussing the movie. Do you think you and Wesley can come on?
Yeah, as it comes about and we get further into what we're doing and we finish all the writing and everything, we'll do it. Because I'm looking for.
You don't have to do that. Just you and Wesley can come on, talk about your plans, and I mean, because you already brought it up, so you and Wesley can come on, talk about your plans, and go from there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I don't have no problem. I wouldn't have no problem doing that.
Yeah, man. So listen, my email address, I'm put in the chat. Send me an email, man, and let's get you and Wesley on here and bring some attention to the movie.
Right. And I like, by the way, I like what the brother's saying. 'Cause I listened to you quite a few times. I love the fact you're going to Africa and showing people in America. Because me and some of my friends in Ghana we had a campaign for years saying go back home to Africa, telling everybody, even if you had a company exporting, trading back and forth between Africa and the Africans in America, it would change the dynamics of everything. So I'm glad it's happening, and I'm glad a lot of people now these days are talking more about Africa.
You Bambara?
I appreciate you, brother. Let's pass it to African with a question mark. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Hey.
But before we go there, guys, listen. You guys talking about the white man in Hollywood, and we can't support the white man in Hollywood and all that. But listen, you can support a brother named Dynast Amir, who has his own production company and a documentary. All right, shot by Black folks. All right. Go to search4uhuru.com. Go to search4uhuru.com. Link is in the chat room. Link is on the screen. And buy the blackest documentary you will ever watch. Okay. Again.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go to search4uhuru.com. Search4uhuru.com and buy the documentary, because there's no Hollywood innuendos, no Hollywood propaganda. This is a black documentary. You have nothing to worry about. No feminism, no LGBTQ, IOP. This is just straight black documentary. So go to search4uhuru.com and buy the documentary. All right, Larry, go ahead and we'll pass it to African. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I won't take up too much time. I mean, I don't have a problem with Gaston, but I don't know what's going on today. I mean, he just left the comments saying, I'm sure I saw a clip. The black girl was kissing a white boy, yet you ain't going to see a black man having a love scene with a white girl. I mean, it's important that you see the
But Larry, you saw, everybody who saw the movie, and go down the line, was there any love scene or sex scene between a black woman and a white man in the movie?
No.
Make
your shit up.
I mean,
guys, so there was a trailer that showed a mulatto man. I hate that word, but that's what they called them at the time period.
He was clearly black. Like if anybody said
he wasn't white, but they took that part out of the movie anyway, and it just was left for your imagination.
And before I was going to say, most people might have seen this. 1993, there was a film called Sankofa that was heavily produced by black people, and that showed the brutalities of slavery, especially to the main character, the woman in there. And in regards to what you were saying, you were asking me when earlier, Dynast, when you thought, did it demonize the Yoruba too much? I guess, I don't know, the clan that I'm a part of, we ended up in a place called Abeokuta. We didn't originate from Abeokuta, the Egbaz. Primarily, we got there because we migrated there. And why were we migrating? We were migrating because of the fun. Because I guess at that time, the Oyo kingdom had become weak. And so it was disintegrating. People were breaking off to form their own kingdoms. The Fon were getting the upper hand, and they were coming in and they were defeating certain people and taking them away. So there was a migration, and they ended up in what is now Abeokuta in Ogun State. But it's part of history. I can't feel any animosity towards them. I think they did a good job in the film. They showed, the film isn't 100% perfect, which is, I actually went to see the film to compare it with historical stuff to see how good it would be. It's not perfect, but it is an entertaining film. So I don't know why too many people are getting
well, like I said, it's not perfect. It's not 100% to the T, but a lot of it was, some of it was historic. You know what I mean? Not all
no
of it 100%.
historic film could be 100% perfect because we weren't there. We don't know the conversation.
The only reason why someone could obviously bring up any scrutiny.
Well, let's do this. Let's pass the African with a question mark because he or she's been waiting. Go ahead, African.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just watching the film. I actually just came from a movie theater about 2 hours ago. I was watching it with lenses like, okay, I'm waiting for the feminism, I'm waiting for the LGBT, I'm waiting for all this. None of that was in there, and I was shocked. Even the I guess the trailer did have a mulatto kissing a black, but there was no kiss, and the mulatto was the black woman wasn't even allowed to be with a mulatto because the black woman was yeah. Anyways, I don't want to spoil it, but there was nothing sexual in that movie. All the women were under the king. Like no decision could be made without the king's say so. And the women that were sent over there were warriors. Like they wanted to be there. Nobody was forced to be there. You wanted to fight and defend the king. Like every time they would say, we're doing this for the king, we're doing it for each other, but we're doing it for the king, we're doing it for the kingdom. And her being called the woman king in the end, there is a reason why she was called the woman king, is because she was the best fighter and she sat alongside the king because the king respected her decisions, but it wasn't like she was taking over type of thing. Yeah, so it was a good movie.
Roots wasn't about a tree, right? So in the title, it could just be provocative or whatever.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Though I do have some criticisms, like the women could have been more attractive, but they were warriors.
Oh man,
they were attractive.
Whoa, them sisters were beautiful. Them sisters were fine.
Exactly.
No, they were not.
Exactly.
No, come on. We don't have to lie. They were very masculine looking.
They were fine. Sophie was fine. The wives was fine. Everybody was fine.
Yeah, the wives were fine. The warriors were not that attractive. But
come
it doesn't
on.
matter.
By what standard are you talking about attractive? No, I want to know by what standard she thinks attractive is. By European standards? By what standards?
By just they were muscular, they were tall, they were like short hair, most of them. No.
And they were still beautiful.
But
wow.
you noticed at the end
So do you think, let me ask you a question, sis. Do you think they should have looked more like North African or Ethiopian or Somali women?
I'm just saying like the wives were attractive. I'm not sure why
they had fake hair in their heads. I mean, they had fake hair. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Please do.
But it was braids though.
I mean, they had fake braids. That wasn't their hair. It's not like they had natural dreadlocks like I do. They didn't have those fake hair. All that long hair wasn't real. So my question to you is, being attractive would have been to adorn themselves in wigs and try to look more like what?
Well, if I feel like
you have feedback coming on your end. I don't know.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can adjust I'm on my Bluetooth. I apologize.
No, Cal,
okay, go ahead, sis. I'm
good.
listening.
You're good,
okay.
Cal. It's African. She has feedback.
Okay. Go ahead, sis. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I was like, if it was so if it was like a Slavic movie, they would be more, like the warriors would be more attractive.
That's you say Slavic?
But this isn't a Slavic movie. These are people in Dahomey.
Yeah, but like if you look at the actual Dora Milaje, or if you look at the Amazons, they didn't all look like
The Dora Milaje
Africa, let me ask you a question. Do you think the women on Wonder Woman look better than in the Woman King?
Oh boy.
I didn't watch that, so I don't know.
That's a skewed
Okay,
question.
so when you say the female warriors should look
Dude,
better,
I just personally don't think the warriors are attractive. I never
There's
seen the
plenty
warriors
of good-looking
attractive. I
black
don't
women
think
I
the
that
have
you
a
could get.
warriors are
question,
attractive.
sis. So the Viola
There's an unlimited
Davis,
supply.
Viola Davis.
Except
That's
the
actually
South
what
African chick, she was pretty.
I
Yeah.
mean.
Exactly.
Viola. That's what
So
she
it's a
looks
color
like,
thing.
right? Viola looks like that. That's who she is, and she probably is a descendant from Nigeria or Benin or Togo, somewhere around there. That's what she looks like. She has naturally muscular physique. And I mean, I'm just
good.
wondering how that would be more realistic if they made her look like, something else.
Diana Ross.
And
Yeah.
you noticed when she
But
was
the
given the
Black
title.
Panther women were
Wait, hold
attractive.
on. You noticed when she was given the title, how did she wear her hair?
Exactly. I mean, there's nothing sexy about cutting people's heads off. And
Listen, the culture. I mean, a lot of the women wear their hair like that today, like short, like that. And when the little girls in school, they go to little Catholic schools or whatever, they shave the little girls' heads off. They had, got little short hair.
Is that an African practice?
Yeah.
What, to cut your hair off?
I haven't looked into it
Not
too much.
really. It's a colonial practice.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's all kind. It varies.
It's more of a colonial slavery practice. They shave off your head.
Wait.
Let's
Before we get carried away, hold on. Before we get carried away, in the film, most of the little girls don't have shaved heads. Okay, so let's end that now.
Yeah,
before
brilliant.
we start trying to.
They have short hair. They have their hair natural, right?
Okay.
Most of the women have their hair natural and it's braided in the way that it would have been. And it was really authentic to the time period because in that part of West Africa, that's actually how they did their hair. If you go to where my people come from, they were more into like the threading of the hair and they had more elaborate hairstyles.
Exactly.
And if you go even further north where you start talking about the Fulani, then you have the longer braids. But
Ethiopia.
yeah, I mean, right. So it just really depends on where you are. I know that in Southern Africa, it's normal. It's their culture to shave your hair and have women have very short hair traditionally.
They shave your hair in Poro?
No.
Okay, well, the Yoruba shave the priest's head, and then women get initiated into stuff, or they're in some kind of special group. That could be a reason for cutting the hair.
Women in my culture cut their hair and shave their heads when they're mourning. If someone important dies, if you are a servant and your master dies, you shave your head. If your mother or your father dies, you shave your head. So it really just depends on the circumstances.
Right.
But it's not a hairstyle to say that's how you're going to carry yourself without cause. But our people braid. I mean, extravagant braid styles. I have my hair.
They had the scene when it was braiding too.
Yeah, I have my hair locked. That's not my tradition. It's not to have locks. So it's very appalling because I have locks down to my waist when I go, to a village. They're like, what are you doing? So, there's things that we adopt and stuff like that. But I thought the women were beautiful. I thought they looked like me, I mean, I felt like they represented me, and I think of myself as being very feminine, and I think I'm beautiful. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Like, I just don't think that there's one way to be beautiful, and I think they play the roles well, and I think every one of those actresses, including Viola, who was the most muscular of all of them, I think she was gorgeous, and I think she is gorgeous. What is she, like, almost 60 years old? She looks great.
50, like 56.
Yeah,
I will say it's even though I've read about the Yoruba warriors, it was the first time I'd actually seen on the big screen them showing them on horses with muskets. I'd read about it, but I never seen that in documentaries, and seeing that on the big screen where they actually had these Yoruba warriors on horses riding with muskets. I mean, how many movies have we seen where they shown?
That's what we should be talking about. And
right, and that was also very accurate, right? That was one of the historical accuracies that I appreciated.
Thank you.
But thanks, sis. Thanks for your honesty.
The
No, no,
architects.
no, no. Like all I'm saying is Black Panther, the women look, their hair was short too, but they look better.
They weren't
That's all I'm
saved
saying.
for stars. They were just for the
I don't.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Beauty's in the eye of the
Yeah.
beholder.
There's
Let her
no,
know.
no. Beautiful is beautiful, isn't it? You know what I mean? But anyway,
Guys, there's a link. Link is in the chat room. The link is in the
I
chat
want
room.
to
Put
say
on.
that I understand what she's saying, but I don't want to say it at the same time. But yeah.
What did you like
Yeah,
about the
I don't.
movie?
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Them women look good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Diners and I spoke about is the beauty of the women. You know,
Mm,
I understood what the concubine and the queen or the head wife was. You know, their beauty from the braids and the makeup and things like that. But we
hmm.
also spoke about a beauty that these warrior queens had. You know, their bravery
Absolutely.
I have a
and
question
all of
for
the
Diners.
courage that came from the inside out, and the fact that they were, you know, fit in their physique and everything, and they just had everything, you
Hmm.
know, and it wasn't about just their hair and this, that, and the other, because they did change their hairstyles a couple times, you know, and I mean, I don't know.
They wore braids. There was that scene where, anyway, let me stop giving the movie away. They
Yeah.
they, they took care of
I have a
themselves.
question
It
Yeah,
again.
was a
yeah.
good movie though. That's how
I didn't get any Brittany Griner WNBA vibes from these women at all. These women were very feminine. They're very
Yeah.
feminine.
Diners,
All
what
right.
about the dance? So
The
you seen the
dance.
dance, the fawn dance? Were they
That was
dancing like
good.
the fawn, the real fawn?
It's similar, but not.
See,
Like I
that's
said,
the
that was
part
kind of
where
romanticized. The dancing was kind of a little bit
Whatever
romanticized, but
dance they was doing was fire.
no,
yeah,
I'm a
yeah. But
dance
you know,
ethnologist. I
but
study dance, African dance. You got to get the dance right. You can't play with you're gonna get the
well,
architecture.
I mean,
some
it's a
criticisms.
good
There's
movie.
too
It was
many
still good.
East African
Hold on,
accents in there.
Easy Bands. Go ahead, Easy
I
Bands.
thought
Go
they
ahead,
were
Easy Bands.
South African accents. Were they East African? I heard
Yeah,
like South
it sounded
Africa.
Ugandan to me. It did not sound West African
It
accent.
They
For
well,
sounded
the
some
movie,
East.
well,
It
the
reason,
sounded
movie,
South
But the
African to
dance,
me.
the movie was shot.
Interesting.
The movie was shot in Cape Town. It was shot in South Africa, so that's
Okay,
why.
that's why. Okay, because I totally heard South African accents, and then, but they, let's be realistic. There was the way Nigerians speak English today is not how they spoke English in the 19th century, and these people were not English speakers. So there's really no way to truly do an authentic representation of speech in something like this, and have us still understand what they're saying.
And it was a movie.
Hey, let's pass it.
What,
Easy. Go ahead, Easy Bands. Go ahead.
what's poppin', fam? Thanks for letting me on, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I watched the movie, right? Everybody keeps talking about, yo, did you watch the movie? Don't talk on the movie if you didn't watch the movie. So I watched the movie, but admittedly, I didn't finish it, right? I went halfway, but that was more than
Man,
enough.
what kind of
Nah, it was more than enough. Yo, bro, I watched the movie and I seen what I seen from the jump, you feel me? And I took some notes just in case you guys want to argue my points.
So you
So,
took some notes, you came ready to argue, but you didn't finish the movie.
no, I didn't finish the movie because I
How does
seen
that
it,
make sense,
brother.
brother?
Because I
yeah, no.
seen.
it
Hold
wasn't
on, hold
good.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
You didn't like it enough.
I mean, fam, it was full of the same tropes that I was talking about the whole time, right? So I came on saying that, yo, this is a propaganda. You feel me?
exactly.
How was it?
So let me break it down. You feel me? You guys have been on here going back and forth. I was backstage the whole time. So it's propaganda. It's the same old strong black independent BS. You feel me? That we've been hearing, we've been inundated with.
It's a problem.
And this is the same reason. It's the number one cause of divorces right now are
Yeah.
initiated by women.
Movies?
Nah, I'm saying, listen,
Get to the movie.
movies are a major propaganda tool.
Let
So
me
In
ask you.
case
Let me
you
ask
don't
you
know,
this: Easy Bands in the
all right.
movie, the female warriors, who were they independent of? Like, who were they trying to get independence from?
They were basically trying to get independence from the hierarchical structure in the community. So
Oh,
I'll get
okay.
to that.
So where did you get that? Hold on, Shaw. Where did you get that from in the
So
movie? Like,
for
what
instance,
scene? Like,
yes.
where did you get that from? Because everything got ran through King Gazo. He made the final say on everything.
All
And
right,
if
bet.
somebody was out of line, he let them that.
All
Like,
right,
where did you
bet.
get
So
that? What scene?
there was two instances where I got that from. First off was when they try to paint the mechanism of arranged marriages as they try to demonize it, right? So they had the scene where they painted the man to be to be a monster. He came over there trying to take his bride home, and they had a scene where he slaps the girl or whatever. Spoiler alert. And she rebels, and then she, her dad as well. They paint him out to be a monster who gives away his daughter. So he goes and gives her away to the king or whatever, and that's her way of basically rebelling, from the structure. And the mechanism itself, the arranged marriage, is a tool that was used that was beneficial for the people, but they painted it out to be something like demonic or like tyrannical.
So you don't see nothing wrong with her being married to that old ass man, bro?
Bro, listen. No, hold on.
Why should she want to do it?
Because listen, for you guys, because we living in 2022 right now. You guys don't know how it was back then. That old ass man, right, probably had so much land, was going to take care of her. She wouldn't have the need for anything. She'd belong to a clan. She belonged to a family. Her kids would be good. You feel me? And these were mechanisms that we have in Africa. You feel me? That allow families and family structures to thrive. And that's the problem right now over here. We don't have these mechanisms. You don't have a situation where your
why
family,
do we get colonized then if we had
so
those
let me
because those
say,
two things don't depend on each other.
Okay,
brother, can I come in for a second?
Cal, one second, Cal. So I want him to finish his other points, and then I'll let you respond, Cal, the woman, to all of them. Go ahead. What else, Easy Bands?
Right. So basically, I mentioned that part. They basically demonized the whole practice of arranged marriage, which we know traditionally was beneficial for African people. And the second part is, again, the leader or the general of the Goji, you feel me? They show scenes of her getting raped by the opposing general. Spoiler alert again, my bad. But they show scenes of her getting raped, you feel me? So they're portraying men as these monsters, all right? And she now has a position as the Goji general or whatever to fight back against all these, all this hegemony, masculine hegemony. You understand what I'm saying?
She not the only one fighting. The king fighting, and he got a whole.
You asked me specifically,
bro.
So I'll
address.
Okay, can I come in?
Hold on, let's do this. Let Cal, then I'll pass it to you, Larry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Easy Bands, you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Go ahead.
So that was just to answer you, Dynasty. You got your answer though?
Yeah, but I'm gonna let. Are you done or?
No, I wasn't even done. I didn't even get started. Like, you feel me? Like I had my little points. Bro, like I was in the back. I don't know why you guys are so emotional about this thing. Like, let somebody else talk.
So let me address one of these things before he mentions.
I was in the back. I was in the back kicking it, bro. You feel me? You guys were here talking for like 2-3 hours.
Continue.
Can we address one? Can we address one of the things you said?
Go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So you said that it demonized
in response to Dynasty's question.
Fine. So you said it demonized arranged marriages. Is
yes,
that
it
right?
did. Yes, it did.
Then explain to me why it didn't show the king having a terrible relationship with his wives, because that would have been arranged. All those women there, his relationship with those women would have been arranged.
I'm telling you, it showed the situation. It showed.
I'm talking about the king. You didn't give that as an example. You gave the girl, the king and his wives. Were any of those women complaining about being married to him?
Yo, fam,
no,
listen. It doesn't have to happen to the king. The king is the king. You feel me? They showed it at the start of the movie. They showed a situation where.
So can I?
Hold on.
No, wait. Don't let him
pertaining to that subject.
Let him finish, King Justice. Let him finish. Go ahead.
What you guys are not taking in is the imagery, man. You feel me? It's the propaganda that they push.
Man, Easy Bands. Listen, I saw a king with beautiful fly ass harem of women. Yep. That's what I saw. I wasn't even true because my thing is, even if I had a daughter, like I God forbid my daughter marry that old nasty man.
You see,
God forbid.
It worked. Listen, the trick worked on you.
No,
but he's still
the trick worked.
Hey,
has not answered the question.
That's exactly what they want.
You're letting him avoid the claim. He made the claim that the film demonized arranged marriages. I gave an example where we saw an arranged marriage where the man had more than one wife and it wasn't demonized. He
Where
picked
was the
one
arranged marriage?
example.
Show me.
So can I please
Show
come
me
in,
the arranged
gentlemen?
marriage.
Gentlemen,
Hold on a minute.
Cal. Easy
Hold on
man.
a minute. Are you
The arranged marriage was the king with his harem of women. That was
yes.
all arranged.
Can I?
And then
Okay,
finally,
gentlemen, let me just say something. As someone that studies
please,
this
Cal,
stuff,
let me just quickly say this. The final thing that I'm going to say.
Let me defend.
This is the
Let me
final
defend
thing
my
that I'm
point.
going to say.
Let me
Hold on,
defend my
easy.
point.
This is the final thing that I'm going to say. I'm not saying it to you. What I'm going to say isn't to you, so relax. The final thing I'm going to say, gas them up. Nobody's talking about you behind your back. You left a message in
you switching
Dynasty's
topics,
chat.
man.
You left a message in Dynasty's chat saying that you saw a scene in the film where a black woman kissed a white man.
Man,
You were wrong.
Now
There
you
is
about
no
to make me lose
scene
my
in
train
the
of thought,
film
man.
in which a black woman kisses a white man, and I'm correcting you on that. You were wrong, gas them up. There is no scene where a white man kisses a black woman, and I corrected you on that. So if you want to get emotional about that, that's fine. But in the film, you lied. There is no scene where a black woman kisses a white man.
So
Okay.
he basically, all right. You the one. It sounds like you're the one getting emotional, bro. But take this in, man.
all right. So
basically, all right. You guys are talking about the arranged marriage situation, right?
can brother? I want to give you the full opportunity to respond. I just want to come in and say something really quickly, and that is, during these periods of rolling wars, during the slave, the whole slave economy, a lot of things were broken down. What that scene was depicting was the sale of an adopted child to someone for profit. That is not the sacred tradition of arranged marriage. And that is something that actually took place. People,
before now, you just made your point.
So
before you go into a tangent, let me respond to it.
Let me just complete my thought, please. This is a reality. This is a reality of what took place. A lot of times women would run away. So even the process of an arranged marriage, if a woman ran away, there was a provision where the family had to repay whatever bride price was given. Those things are in the culture for the very reason that a lot of women did often run away.
I want her to finish this. I want to.
A lot of times women did run away from these arrangements because they were not good, they were not conducive, they were abusive, they were not happy.
There you go.
So there was a provision put in place, and this occurred all over, well documented, even in the oral tradition. A lot of our oral stories in West Africa talk about these things. And I also had a traditional wedding. And in my traditional wedding, what my husband's family, the Vai people, said to my family was, you have to put this kola back together if she leaves. And that's another way of saying, so women did leave situations all the time. And that tradition is built into our culture. So I don't want you to think that this was just made up by Hollywood. I think they're capturing different, very accurate historical things. That's just, from my observation. But go ahead.
So Cal, listen, to be honest with you, I'm African too, right? So trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
Easy Man's where you from? Easy Man's where you from?
I'm Zambian, man. I'm from Zambia.
Okay, let me ask you, are you familiar with the Uni of Ife?
No.
Okay, so the Uni Ife, who is some people will say he's the king of the Yoruba people. Some people will say the Alafin of Oyo. I want to say one of his Larry, please correct me because you're from Ife. I want to say his marriage was arranged, and the woman got a divorce not too recently. Am I right, Larry? Am I wrong, Larry?
I can't remember for him. Sorry.
Well, I know he got a divorce, but I don't know if his marriage was arranged or not. But usually it's arranged.
But most of those marriages are arranged, and
yes. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the divorces weren't allowed. I'm not saying none of that stuff, right? What I'm saying is that they are demonized. All right. So this movie was a liberal hit piece, man. There was a bunch of liberal tropes in there, feminist tropes in there, demonizing black men. But let's get back to this point, right? Kyle tried to make an objection. What that was, right? And she's talking about, she tried to get specific and talk about how the girl was adopted, and so they were trying to sell her as a bride or something like that. But that's what it was. We had mechanisms to take care of people so that there was nobody destitute out there. All right. These are not These are not practices that just happen from nowhere. All right,
It's not true, bro.
It's
not
very,
always
yo,
good,
bro.
though.
Listen, let me
They're
be
not
honest with
always
y'all.
favorable. They're not
So
always
hold on,
favorable.
who's saying that that's not true?
I said they're not always favorable.
But who said
Sometimes
that's not true?
I said there's no mechanism in no society in Africa that takes care of everybody. Otherwise,
It
what
is.
happens?
We have the extended family, fam. Look, let me show you something. We have the extended family to the point where if your brother's wife, if your brother passes away, God forbid, you feel me? You are at that to marry his wife so that she still has a family name. She's still protected. She still has a clan she comes from. We had mad mechanisms like that in order to because it wasn't like today, man. Women couldn't
we
just
used
go
to
out.
feed Orisha to
Hold
the
on.
people.
Women couldn't just go out. Women couldn't just go out and get a job and be independent and do their own thing. They needed to belong to a clan, to a family, to have a name behind them. You feel me? And we had all these mechanisms, especially the what do you call it, extended families, right? So in terms of what Cal was talking about, you know, some situations might have been ugly, some situations were good, but majority was beneficial to the people, like I just explained. And what they're trying to do is the liberals coming into Africa and try to rewrite history. They're trying to demonize the way we had our hierarchical structures and stuff, the mechanisms and the way that we operated. So if you African and you know that, yo, this is what we do, arranged marriages, etc., you know, I don't know why you're like watching this propaganda against the practice and you're saying, it's okay, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? When what they're doing is demonizing.
Matter, bro. It wasn't demonizing arranged marriages, fam.
Bro,
it was
she made.
It was explaining how people became Agoji warriors. It was the rebellious women, the women that wouldn't fit the
There you
mold. Those are
go.
the women that went
Thank
into
you.
Agoji, and
Thank
that's a documented fact of history.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not what the research was saying.
So thank you, right?
But the research that I'm hearing is that the women, this brother who did the research, and it looks like the white boy who wrote the book in 1927, and just looking at the table of contents, it matches what the brother who did the lecture, I forgot his name, but he gives a whole 2-3 hour lecture, and he was saying that the women that made up the Mino or the Agoji were women who were originally elephant hunters. And then it was women who, what did he say? He didn't say they were outcasts. He didn't say.
No,
it wasn't only elephant hunters. It was it was elephant hunters, outcasts, women who were taken captive also.
Yeah, what happened was that the armed forces were depleted of male soldiers. And that's why they started employing females to join the ranks. All right. It wasn't out of like, yo, let's just be liberal or progressive, etc. Nah, they needed people to fight, man.
But that's not liberal and progressive for women
that's what I'm saying.
Are certain that may be outcasts or may have something. That's not liberal.
And if they refuse to fight, here's something the movie didn't say that's historically accurate. If these women refused to fight, they'd be beheaded. They didn't even have it. So if you joined, one of the historical inaccuracies was that, anybody who wants to leave now should leave. That was not real. That wasn't realistic. If you didn't have that liberty. If you were taken in,
I mean, let's be
according
real.
to who?
No warrior ever had that liberty.
Yeah, you didn't have the liberty just based on. I mean, this is not just one single source. This is just, this is just.
All right. So guys, take this in, man. The importance with these movies, man, is this is the way that they spread propaganda. Don't you guys know how propaganda works? Don't you guys know how this, like, social?
Are you in an arranged marriage,
etc.?
Yes,
What's that?
Just like what you're doing right now. This is how propaganda starts.
So look, and this is a beautiful question. This is a beautiful question. All right, this is a beautiful question.
Easy man.
We already know.
Before you continue, 1 second, before you continue. So, do you feel like what you watched of that movie, does that like increase the competitiveness between black women and black men?
Yes.
No, I listened. I didn't get that at all. I didn't get that at all. I didn't get that at all.
You can't judge that because you didn't finish the movie, bro.
Yeah, bro, I watched enough to see what I saw.
No, bro.
Nah.
What did you do? Walk out of the movie? Why did you only watch part?
I took notes. Look,
can you tell me why you only watched part of the movie?
Look.
You should have finished the whole movie.
If I watched half of the movie and
why did you watch half?
Let me just break it down. because I seen enough. You feel me? Like,
So
yo,
you
I
walked
seen enough
out?
of what I had to see. Like,
Enough to
you know what I'm
prove a
saying?
point that he already had in his mind that he wanted to prove. He was looking
Exactly.
for what he was looking
And they
for.
told me, yo, go
Yeah,
watch this.
that's
Yo, and
funny.
they told me,
Yeah,
look,
you
and
were there.
everybody
You
was
should
like, yo,
finish
you
it.
haven't watched the movie. You haven't watched the movie. Go watch the movie. How can you talk about the movie? You haven't watched the movie. I watched half of it. And I was like, damn, are y'all trolling me or
Okay,
what?
in the half of the movie, did you recognize that they always had the answer to the king?
I mean, what's that got to do with them pushing feminism?
It has
Oh my
everything to
God.
do with it. It's
Oh
no
my
feminism.
So
God. Are you
listen,
Listen
listen,
to a
listen. All right,
man,
all right. So listen.
genius.
Wait a
All right,
minute.
all right.
Wait a minute. What is feminism to you? What
What
does
does
that
that
even
got to do?
mean?
What does that
Give
got
us
to do?
examples in the
What
movie.
What
is
does that got to do
feminism?
with pushing feminism? Because
No,
let me
What is
when I break it
feminism?
down.
it
How
means
can it be a
separate
feminist?
black woman from black
Let me
man. That's what
let me
feminism
break
means.
it down. Let me
Give us
break it down.
It means
examples
independence
of feminism in the
from each
movie.
other.
All
So
right.
you think women
So
are not
let me
human beings? I'm confused here.
so let me
What
just
is
structure it
feminism to
first.
you?
Let me just structure this first, right? So this is what we know that's going on in society today, man. And Dynast, man, you got a beautiful channel. Half the time you over here talking about what I'm about to talk about right now. And it's crazy that you don't see that this movie was propagating that.
It
But
wasn't.
anyways,
It wasn't.
so all right, so
Listen, it wasn't.
all right,
It wasn't.
all right, cool.
It wasn't.
But let me
Go
just
ahead.
break it down. All right. So right now we see I hear you complaining about the delinquency in the black community, right?
Talk
Right.
about the movie.
No, I'm about to exactly. I'm about to bring it all the way back. We talking about the delinquency in the black community. We seeing how there's all this violence in the streets, you know, all this delinquency basically. And where's it coming from? It's coming. We all know that it's coming from the broken home, right? Now, who's the major cause of ending relationships or marriages? It's women. They're the ones that's filing for divorce. We all know that. On top of that, what's the
Is that in the black community, or is that just
what
overall?
You're
overall
killing us. Yeah,
but
but we
now
already
we're
know
we
this.
we're specifically talking about the black community
But
because this movie was, you know, using
but we
black
know
people.
all of this though. We want to get to the movie. What's the
Brother,
things that are feminism
let
in
me
the
break
movie?
it down, fam. You guys are making this
You ain't
shit
gotta
like
break it down.
crazy.
We know all of that though. What you talking
So
about? We
Yeah,
know it
easy
I
bands.
want to
Easy
yo,
bands.
bro. I want to type.
Hold on, easy bands. One mic. We talk about this stuff all the time.
I
Again.
know.
Let me give the disclaimer again. We know Hollywood's not in our best interest. We know about the destruction of
Damn,
the
bro.
black family. All
Y'all
I'm
just
saying is the
y'all. It's
movie
almost
was a
like you
good
got your
movie.
ears closed. Y'all just don't want to hear me out, man. Because I'm trying to tie the pieces
What you
together
trying
so
to
you
tell
can
me?
see
have
it.
to tie that. Get to the movie.
So let me get to it, right? So all right, so we know, right, that single moms produce a higher rate of delinquents, right? Now, this movie is promoting the strong black independent woman,
Yeah.
which
How?
is
How they
What
have
do
the
you mean?
answer?
It definitely
how
is.
How
yo,
they
bro,
have the
how?
answer to the
All right,
king?
From the
let me
trailer.
start. Let me show you the notes that I took on this movie,
And the title.
and show you how, right? So just the woman king itself, right?
Exactly. It's called
The
The Woman
woman
Okay,
king
King. It
God,
doesn't
itself
even
is
make sense.
promoting feminism.
damn,
Let
easy
me,
bands. But I'm trying to remain calm. See, if you
Right.
would have watched the
yo, why are you
entire
so triggered?
movie,
I watched
easy
it, fam.
bands. Let me finish. If you would have watched the entire movie, the king explains and goes into the details why she got the title, the Woman King, and it all added up. But you didn't watch the movie.
Right. And Roots wasn't about a tree, right? Roots was not about a tree, but they called the movie Roots.
Right. That's what you're doing, easy bands, man. Roots, man. It was about a tree, you know, the roots of the tree. That's what you're doing, easy bands.
Not
You're doing
really,
the
because
roots
roots
is
have
about a
It's
multiple
tree.
all good.
meanings.
Y'all can make
King
it a
doesn't have
joke. It's all
multiple
good.
meanings.
Y'all
King
can
has
laugh it
one
off.
single meaning.
Y'all
Bro,
can
just
laugh
go
it
back in
off.
the
It's
living
all
room
good.
and press play on the DVD, bro, and
Yeah.
finish the
So take
movie,
this in.
man.
King means man,
Let me
monarch.
finish my point. You guys.
You had
So
time
you
to give
laughed
us
about it, right?
examples, but
You
you
laughed
going
about it,
into
right?
backstory.
So you laughed about it. All right. So let me break it down, right? So just the name of the movie itself, The Woman King. Man,
Exactly.
you feel me?
Easy bands. Did you watch the entire movie?
I didn't watch the entire movie,
Okay,
and
do you understand
right
where
there,
that originated
that
from?
right
The
there.
Woman
What you
King.
trying to do? But what you trying to do?
No. Did you watch the entire movie?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
Now let me ask you
so
this. Let me ask you this.
listen, easy bands. Leave the title out because I was on that
Leave
too.
the title
Then
out,
listen,
bro.
listen. I was on that. Oh, it's the Woman King, it's feminism. Then guess what? Towards the end of the movie, when Viola Davis became the Woman King, there's an actual title in phone or in their language that denotes Woman King. And he went into detail on why and what, and it made sense. It's like, okay, it makes sense. But you didn't watch the movie.
What
Easy
you're
band.
missing, look, what you're missing is the whole movie itself, bro, is promoting feminism. right? They went to.
The whole
Let me
movie they
let me
answered to
explain.
the
Easy Band's
king.
What the
What is your
fuck is wrong
He
with
didn't watch
y'all,
the
man?
definition
whole
of
movie.
Like,
what's
what
your
the
But
hell
he
is
didn't
decision
wrong
watch
of
with
the
y'all,
whole
man?
movie. Easy
Like,
man, he didn't watch the
why is
whole
y'all so
movie.
triggered, man?
You're not
I'm not
listening to
triggered. He didn't watch the
definition.
whole
there ain't
movie.
nobody
Easy man,
triggered. I
easy
want to
man,
know
easy
what
Yo,
your
man.
this is
definition of
crazy.
feminism is. Maybe he just
Well,
thinks feminism
it's
means
not
that
even
women are
that.
human beings.
But he's
Yo,
not
Easy
telling
man,
us
it's
where
not
in
even
the
that.
movie where
this
it's
is
saying
Nah,
that.
You
it
said
hilarious.
that
just
the
it just
whole
means
movie.
separate
You
black
said that
woman
the
from black
whole
man.
movie
This
is
is
promoting
hilarious.
They're
feminism.
always
You
trying to
didn't
It
watch
is.
the whole
separate
movie.
black
It
women
is.
from black men, and then
So
they
let me.
try to make it sound like there's
Oh,
some
they,
war between women and men. I mean,
Exactly.
that is
this is
so
hilarious.
gay. That is such a homosexual
You
way of
see,
thinking.
you
I'm
see.
not
Mm.
Yo,
calling you a
listen.
homosexual,
You
brother. I'm
better
just
not, man,
talking in
because yo, I
general.
don't
That I
play that
wouldn't
shit.
do that.
You know what I'm saying?
What
Because the
I'm
war
saying is this
is in
this
their
gender
minds.
war
Yeah.
This is
You
what
thing,
it's
see
this
that?
about,
gender
though.
You see
war
that?
thing is not conducive to our growth as a
Matter of fact, I'm not
society.
even trying
It's
to hear
not
you after you
Exactly.
talking
conducive.
like that. I'm not
It's
even
not
trying.
I want to
You
conducive.
add
just lost all
Saying,
respect for me,
also.
yo. Real talk.
even
No,
saying
It
being
is.
no,
Yo,
emotional is kind of
I mean,
talking like
homo.
that, and that's the same shaming
Being
tactics that
emotional.
most of
We're
these
I'm
saying
not
feminists
trying
exactly
to
what you
employ.
just
shame
said.
you. You're
I
not
know.
even listening to what I'm saying. This is not about you. I'm talking about this whole concept. And don't take this personal because it's not addressed at you
I'm
as a
definitely not
person.
taking it personal.
It
I'm just
cannot
Okay,
be
saying
addressed.
good. I'm just saying
if
in
you over here
general,
disrespecting people,
this
you finna
whole,
get
how is this
disrespected too.
disrespect
You know
though?
what I'm saying?
How is it
Like,
disrespect
yo,
to express
straight up.
myself?
Like
I don't think
and
it's
you
a
try to play gas them
heterosexual
up the same
African
way.
heterosexual
You try
mentality
to play them
for
the
us
same
to
way with
think
the
that there's
same aggressive,
always
with the same passive
a
aggressive BS.
war, that there's a war between men and
With the
women. I
same
don't think
passive
it
aggressive
is.
BS. I'm
So
not
It
even trying to hear you
reflects
no
the
more. Let
balance.
me get back
We
to my point.
need each
So I
other,
was
and
But
saying,
we are
Ned,
not
so I
at
was
so
odds.
saying,
why are
so
you
what I was
saying this
saying,
for?
you
Like,
lost
so
your
We're
time.
not at
so what I was
odds.
saying, just in the
KAU.
introduction
But
itself,
you
right?
ain't giving us examples.
The
You're not
female
giving us
regiments.
I don't
examples in
understand
the
I'm
what
doing
the
it
movie.
right
point
now.
is. KAU.
No, you
In the
keep saying that.
introduction,
Okay,
And
now hold on.
in the
Let
introduction,
Easy Man let Easy Bands finish.
in the
Don't interrupt.
introduction.
Easy Man, hold on, no, don't go ahead, Easy Bands. Go ahead.
So in the introduction, the whole female regiment is described as the king's secret weapon and the only thing standing between the enemy and the kingdom. All right. That's just the first. As soon as the movie starts, there's like a narration, and that's what is being said in the narration. Already, right there, it's elevating these females to the
Why?
protectors.
But Easy Bands. But why?
It doesn't say
Why?
why. I'm sure. So
No, no, no,
that's
no,
what I'm
no,
telling
no.
you.
But why? Why would they say that? Why? What
At
happened
that
to the
point,
men?
at that
Why did the women have to fight in the first place? What happened to the men?
because the army was depleted.
Okay.
So, but at the time that the homie women, the Amazons were fighting, there was still majority in the
Please
army
don't
was
say
men still.
Amazons. Don't say Amazons. That's like saying pigmy. Go
Bro,
ahead.
I
whatever.
know, right?
That's what they call it.
Let's
That's what
not
they
be
call it.
petty. Easy
You know what I'm
Bands.
saying?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because at that time it was still majority men in the army. And matter of fact, if you read, so hold on, I could even go.
Easy Bands. Let me ask you this: have you ever have you read the book? I keep bringing this book up, Barracoon, in regards to Cujo
No,
Lewis.
but I seen you were talking about it. Was it
Okay, I
yesterday?
would recommend you listen to that book. And if you listen to Cujo Lewis, who dealt with the brutality of the Amazonians, I'm sorry, the Homians, whatever you want to, the Amazonians, please forgive me, Shaw. Firsthand, that's a fair statement. He pretty much said that. He pretty much said the Amazonians showed up to his village, killed, chopping head off. He said these women just came out of nowhere, was killing, chopping heads off, dragged everybody to Ouida.
Yeah.
So,
but you see, that's the thing, right? If these women are like warriors, it's like 6,000 of them. You feel me? Against 500 men, they're gonna crush the men. You feel me? Just because of pure numbers. All right.
okay, Easy Bands.
But
Let me ask you this: are you familiar with Gaddafi?
General Gaddafi.
Right.
I mean,
Great reference. Great reference, Dynast.
Gaddafi had an all-female bodyguard security personnel.
Yeah. So what happened to them when he got killed?
Secret Service, basically. The Secret Service were all
What
women.
happened to them when he got killed?
My point is, they were killed, but who stood in the way between Gaddafi and his enemies?
Let me tell you who stood in between the way.
Who were the last people that they had to
Great question,
kill
Dynast.
Gaddafi?
Great question, Dynast. Do you know that Gaddafi actually used the black people in Libya to fight his wars? Like he
Okay, easy
promised.
man. My question went over your
I'm telling.
head. My question went over your head.
No, I know
Say,
what you're trying to say. You're trying to say
okay,
that was
but
his like
okay, I'm
Secret
sorry. Here
Service.
we go. Who was the last line of defense? Here we go. Who was the last line of defense?
I mean, he had a bunch of women that he used to keep
Who
there
was
for
the
show.
last line? Easy Bands. Who was the last line of defense?
He had some female bodyguards, but he was protected
Who
by
was
males as well.
Okay. In the movie, the Woman King, who was the last line of defense?
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean, dude. To the king.
He was the last
I mean, yo, listen.
To the king. Who was the last line of defense?
In the movie, they probably made it because he was always surrounded by women in the movie. That's what they made it seem like.
Well, it was like that in real life, Easy Bands. It was like that in real life.
Exactly.
Was it really? Was it really?
Yes.
Because no.
Easy Bands. I've been to the Home. I've been to Obome. I've been to Weta. I've been there. Yes. It was
So
like
hold on.
that in
So
real
you
life.
telling me that because from what I'm reading on Wikipedia and everywhere,
Wikipedia.
the women, Wikipedia.
No.
I know it's fucked up. I know.
Yeah.
But stop with the semantics. We all get information from Wikipedia. Holy.
Okay, check out the Homian presentation on YouTube. The Homian presentation. That brother got a 3-hour lecture, 2-hour lecture.
Okay, let Easy Bands finish. Easy Bands. Easy Bands. I'm telling you, the women were the last. In this case, the women were the last line of defense.
I have to refute that because even at that point, there were still majority men in the armed forces. All right.
Okay.
The women had a unit.
You're not understanding the question. Okay. Say I wanted to attack.
We revere our women soldiers. We respect them. So we obviously going to build statues of them and idolize them.
No. You guys are missing the point. But no. We're overcomplicating this. Okay. If I were to again,
at the same time, men were dying and fighting.
If I wanted to get to President Biden, who would be the last line of the defense for me to get the President Biden?
The Secret Service.
Okay. See how easy that was? So to get to King Gezo, who would have been the last line of defense?
Now, in real life, hold on. Let me answer, bro. In real life, it would be most likely it would be male soldiers that he had.
But that's not the case.
No.
But that's not the fact.
I'm telling you,
historically accurate.
To be honest with you,
I've been to a Bowman.
It'll be both. It's both.
Like, that's
the
not
answer
the
is both.
case.
Bro, so Dynast, you telling me that the king doesn't have any personal bodyguards that are males?
Defending him.
The last line of defense would have been the women. I don't know why we're overcomplicating.
But where'd you get that fact
from? That's the real history of the home.
History, bro.
Bro,
I'm sorry. That's the history.
You basing your understanding on a movie?
And honestly, that's where Gaddafi even got the idea of his all-female regiment.
Stop with the BS. The rest of the
Gaddafi had men defending.
I don't understand why you're overcomplicating it. The last line of defense to get to the king were the women.
I disagree.
I would have
it's not something to disagree about.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because the women, right, belong to a unit that was used for special operations, right? They weren't literally supposed to be the last. The Secret Service for the
they were. That's
like the Navy SEALs, bro.
That was the first thing they did.
Let me just read something.
Before they even went out into the field, they were the security for the king. Before they even went out, that was the first thing that they did was protect the king. The very first thing.
Bro,
and
look,
you don't know that?
Do you know what the records say? The records say that every major battle that they fought in hand-to-hand combat, they were demolished. All right, that's what the history says.
But Easy Bands. But that's for all of Africa when Europeans came with their Gatling guns. That's how it ended up for everybody.
Not just against the Europeans, against other African tribes as well. The females were always demolished.
That's not true. That's not true.
Goji is the reason why that Oyo was defeated.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, this guy's just making stuff up. Let the sister talk, Dynast.
You with your passive aggressive BS. Like, what's wrong with you, yo? Why don't you just chill out and be respectful?
Why don't you act respectable?
See, why don't you act like a real woman? You feel me? You over here acting like a hoe.
You think you're really? Don't even defend him. Don't even defend him. That's so pathetic. That doesn't bother me. It shows me who he is. He's been exposing who he is since he got on here. That kind of thing doesn't offend me.
But Cal, can I make a statement?
Yeah.
Like, trust me, we have these, female male conversations all the time, but it's just I don't like. I saw the movie and listen, I'm the main one. It was on some Hollywood feminism,
Exactly.
you know, anti-male, you know, and when we say feminism, Cal, we mean anti-male, you know.
Okay, because
So
that
it's
makes
like
more sense. Okay, now I understand because I couldn't get the
So
context. Okay,
I'm not saying don't empower women.
right.
When we say
We're not
feminism
saying that.
is look,
No,
I'm
and it is
talking.
absolutely wrong to be anti-male. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. I'm not saying anti-women. I'm saying
Mhm.
anti-male, emasculating men,
Right.
emasculating the women. That's what we mean by feminism. And I thought that was gonna be in the movie before I saw it. I
Okay,
saw
now it
it.
makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, nah, this is a good movie. So I think the problem is you have a lot of men who are thinking that this movie was going to be emasculate the men, make the men look evil,
Yeah,
make the men like they got their foot on the women's necks, and the women had
exactly.
to rise up and
Right.
take over and
Yeah,
Which would have been historically
fight
inaccurate.
against
Guys, we love you
themselves.
guys. My God.
you are right. So I think that's where the issue is coming from.
Mhm.
But listen, if any of that was in the movie, I would have been the first one to say it's some BS. But I sat down, I watched the entire movie, and I was like, this movie's pretty good. NGTO 92, go ahead.
Thank you, Dennis. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm Nigerian myself. I'm Yoruba from the Ijebu clan. And I actually watched the movie yesterday. And I would give the movie a 6.5 out of 10. And the reason why I would give the movie a 6.5 out of 10, it's because the scene, everything, how the Dahomey Kingdom looked was perfectly to the exact. However, the culture was not fully displayed. I didn't get the Dahomey, the Benin culture in the movie at all.
I'm from Benin as well. I'm Benin.
Okay. And what I got was more of a South African culture, from the music to the dancing to the look. And for to women who says that um the way West African women wear their hair, that's actually, we don't really wear our hair that way either. Maybe we might do cornrows, sure. But when taban sharon didi, or like when we're doing kiko, right?
Mhm.
That's literally a more of a West African hairstyle, right? Is the threading. And more like we use threading to even use as braids as well, right?
Mhm.
Even the wives that were with the kings, the hair wasn't West African hairstyles. I didn't think so.
Ain't
So
braids West African?
I'm sorry.
Cornrows not West African?
No, I'm saying cornrows. Like I said, they say you can do what cornrows, but majority of what we do as West African, especially the Benin and the Yorubas, we do shuku, we do kolese, we do kiko. Kiko is like threading, right? I didn't see none of that hairstyle there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
So
I agree.
and
NG 292, let me ask you a question. As a woman, do you feel that this was a feminist movie? Like, I wasn't paying attention to the hair. I wasn't paying attention to the hair.
the reason why I wouldn't say, maybe because I grew up with feminism around me, even in Nigeria, because when you go to school in Nigeria, we have female teachers and male teachers that has cane, like egba.
Okay, so NG, let me define feminism from a Western standpoint. Did you feel as if they were emasculating the men? Women were masculine, the men were evil, abusive, foot on a neck, and the women had to just rise up in an entire film to battle this evil patriarchy and take out these men, and because the men were just walking around fornicating, not doing anything, and being evil. Well,
I didn't
that's what you mean
see.
by feminism.
Well, so with me, I see it differently. The reason why I'm saying that I see it differently is because I grew up with that, so I see it as something normal, right? Compared to someone who didn't grow up with it, like the dude that was on here that you guys kicked off. I don't even think that he's from Zambia. I just think that that's something that just came to his mind. But because an African man I
Yeah, we
do.
need to
I'm not
vet
gonna
who we
lie.
get on these
I
places,
do know a
these
lot of
platforms.
people that lie about that. Talking about, oh, I'm from Zambia when they're not even from Zambia at all. Or I'm from
He a
Africa.
Soko. That's gas me up, cuz.
So, and I think with some African cultures, the way they were raised in their culture is different from the way West African culture is, especially us as Yoruba people. I grew up with both male and female teachers that if you are late to class, they will give you 15 strokes for just
Right,
being
but
late,
NGTO, okay. So
right?
again, I'm
So
talking
one
NGTO
second though.
92.
Let me try to
But
explain
no, but
this.
I think this is important. Like, okay, so there's this Africa. So when I talk to African women in Africa, when they think
Mhm.
feminism, they think female empowerment, which I agree there should be empowered women. I'm
Of
talking
course,
about
sure.
feminism from the Western standpoint, where it's women are masculine, men are
Yes.
emasculate.
That's
You
not
know,
true. No.
emasculate men, emasculate the women. You know, the women can replace the men. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's outrageous. And I
Did you
don't
get
think,
that from
No,
the
that's
film?
not true at all. I didn't see that at all. But I
yeah.
do see what they were trying to portray of how women can be if they choose to be and what they're capable of doing if they choose that direction, right? But I think that's not what I was getting from the movie. I was just getting more of a propaganda of, I think, more of not really understanding the West African culture yet.
So,
Uh,
sis, I have a
because
question for you.
Mhm.
Have you looked at the photographs of these women?
Yes, I have.
And
And
so
there's an actual photo that went viral 2 months ago of them attacking a Bokota with a woman holding a gun to another woman's head.
yeah, so
Yes.
there's a lot of photographs of them, a lot. And what I've noticed is that culture changes over time.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I thought the attire, the costumes in the movie were pretty authentic compared to what the women actually wore based on the photographs and the sketches that I've seen from the time period. Also the hair. They didn't really have, I think the women that were in the harem were the ones who should have been having what we call in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, the thread styles and things like that, because that would have been more realistic to show
Yes.
authentic Yoruba beauty. But as far as the warriors, that is kind of how their hair looked. It was not as well done from the images that they have. But you make an excellent point. I thought that they were the speech and the speech pattern was very South African to me. But as far as the clothing and it was, I thought it was pretty authentic, at least from what the photographs and sketches show from the time period.
I
Hey,
was going to
Cal,
say
Cal,
that
if I can interject, and Larry, I'll
Hmm.
pass it to you. But
Hmm.
I think with all African movies, because it's the same thing. Well, in quotation mark, African movies, because it
Hmm.
was the same thing with Black Panther. Like, I think when it comes to African dialects, South Africa is like the default that they.
Okay, I got it.
Because I know Ryan Coogler, when he went to, I guess before he shot the first Black Panther, he went and spent like a month in South Africa, and they practiced like the Xhosa. How do you say it?
Is it Kosa?
Yeah, exactly. So they were that's the dialect that they kind of based the tongue language, the dialect off in
The
Black Panther.
dialect.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't
So
know that, but that makes sense.
I think South Africa is like the default. Um,
It
kind
shouldn't
of.
be, but okay. I mean,
I
Yeah, but
was
I mean, it's it's just.
Especially for
I
West
was going
Africa,
to
that's just
say with
weird.
the history thing, we have to be careful. If it happened in history that there were a group of women or a woman who was successful and autonomous, are we supposed to cover up that history because of fear of feminism? I mean, if we look at Angola, in their history, they had someone called Queen Nzinga of the
Zinga, yeah.
Ondongo and the Matamba. If they decide to do a film about Queen Nzinga,
They
are
have
men
done.
going to complain that that is
Yes,
feminism?
you already hear people complaining.
Excellent,
They have
excellent
made films.
question.
They have
Excellent
made films.
question.
it's not just like Queen Nzinga too. We have like Queen Boremi and Queen Amina. Like I'm surprised that the
The
Zambia
thing
guy
is,
that came to Zambia didn't even know that those kind of
That's
people were there.
well,
But
that's
the
why I
thing is,
believe
the
you
thing
when
is,
you say that you don't
if
believe he's
you
from Zambia, because I was
if you
like,
find
wow,
if you go on
matriarchal.
Google and
They want you
search
to bury
black
that
man
history.
depict as king or African man depicted as king, nothing will come up. Not one thing will come up. So that's the reason why maybe some black people from the community were a bit
Well,
You know?
if you do what, if you Google what,
If you
African
Google
king.
black man as king or a depiction of an African king in a movie, you're not really gonna find a decent budget
Well,
movie.
Mascal, listen, man. As men, we just got to shoot our own damn movies.
Exactly.
I mean,
No,
God damn,
exactly.
man.
That is the answer.
Golly.
100%. That's
Shoot
the
our
answer.
own movies with African kings.
Exactly.
Did you guys see
100%.
Quilombo?
But
Did you guys see Quilombo?
because there's not, that's why you see some sort of scrutiny from our community when you see a film called The Woman.
So instead of complaining, you should write the movie, bro.
I mean, how old are y'all? Y'all didn't see Shaka Zulu as kids? Like, what are you talking about? You didn't watch Shaka. You didn't watch the movie about Shaka as a kid. I mean, that was all we saw growing up was Shaka
Fair
Zulu.
enough. I said decent budget. I'm talking about like 300 standard. I'm talking about Woman King standard. I'm talking about I like good movies, you know, with big budget CGI.
If you like good movies, check out Quilombo. It's a 1986 film about Palmares in Brazil. It was a maroon society.
Whatever. Cool. 1986 doesn't mean nothing to me, man. I'm 26 years old. I'm talking about CGI.
Hi guys. Let me mute my phone so I can laugh.
I think if we
Dinah's
want
had the correct answer, we need to finance and produce and create our own stuff.
Right.
You know? Because if we had multiple examples out there of our own stuff, then when the Woman King's made, we're not going to batter our eyelid at it. But because we're in a position where there's not even any depictions of a black, unapologetic black African man as king slaying his enemies, there's not one movie really. You got Shaka Zulu, some old Shaka Zulu.
That ain't historically accurate though, bro.
Right.
But it ain't no African king who was just slaying Europeans like that and not slave
you can make a
bro.
you can make a film about Hannibal. You can make a film about the Moorish expedition into Spain. I got loads of different.
The Moorish expedition in Spain ain't even our history, my brother. We not Amazigh. We not San Haja Berbers.
We're not
Africans.
We're not, of course, but at the same time, there was lots of black Moors, the Tuareg.
Yeah, and they were slaves.
Working with Wesley Snipes.
Pardon?
Okay, well let's pass.
If he makes Mansa Musa a Moor, that's gonna be
yeah.
Hey, hold on.
There's a long
One
line
mic. Pass
of
the. Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, so I just want to clear this. I'm Nigerian. I'm from Shekiri tribe, but it's like an offshoot from the Yoruba tribe. And I remember you were asking the other Nigerian lady who called in. Just to set this thing straight, I've been listening at the background. West African culture, women are brought up to respect men from the family units. I'll start from the family units because it's the most basic, unit. In the family unit, the wife should respect her husband, right? The man's primary duty is to protect his family, right? So let's not mix this up, because I see some African people here who are I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound rude, but they're disrespectful, but you're trying to speak from an African American angle, or you're trying to speak from a Western culture angle. Typical African women are not, the men's roles are different from women's role. You're brought up to say, hey, this is a woman's role. Sorry. this is a woman's role. This is a man's role. You're not brought up to be a man, but you're brought up to be treasured. You're brought up to be respected.
Jenny, one mic. Jenny, we realize that. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you on that, on this panel.
Oh, okay, because I'm trying to get somewhere. Like you're quarreling and arguing about saying, thank you so much. Thank you. That maybe the women are being trying to be emasculating the man or stuff like that. It's nothing like that in Africa. We don't have that kind of thing going on there.
We know that, Jenny. We're very aware. Like nobody's denying that on this panel.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen the film, Jenny?
Yes, I saw it to the end. I just saw it this past Saturday.
Okay.
I just saw it this past Saturday, and that's why I called it earlier and said it's a movie.
What I was trying to explain to you was that the whole feminism that everybody's talking about in the movie, I've seen it growing up, anywhere from like friends to some parents to some I definitely understand where Jenny's coming from, but we're not going to sit here and say that there are some women in Africa who has not hit their husband. Like we have husband beater back home too, that they actually will kick out of the kingdom.
Hey, I got one for you.
That's a global thing. It's not just an African thing. That happens everywhere.
Oh, I got one for you. Not too long in Osun State, a couple months ago, there was a woman who found out, I think, or allegedly her husband was cheating. She set him on fire in his house in
That's
Osogbo.
1 in a billion cases. That is
Exactly.
not a
1 in a
natural thing
billion.
that happens in
Right, it's not
Africa.
the
There's
norm.
always
No,
an
I know it's
exception
not
to
the
every
listen.
rule.
I
But
know
I
it's
don't want
not the
people on
norm.
this
A
okay.
I
woman cut her
know
husband's
that,
dick off
Jenny.
in
I
London
know
like
that,
2 weeks
Jenny.
ago,
I know that's
probably.
not the norm. I was just agreeing
Okay.
with NGTO 92. And she said that there are some, again, a few
There's actually some. I
very
didn't say that.
small in number of women
Okay.
in Africa who might
Okay.
abuse their women. Yes, but it's a
Okay.
small amount. Yeah,
He's
that's
1
I
out of
agree.
200 million
So
Nigerians.
there's been
think
a
I
lot of
just like
cultural breakdown. A lot
I
of
think I'm
cultural
just
breakdown.
used to the
So we
school
don't
system.
emasculate men. That's all I'm just saying.
But
And
those
and
type
our
of
men
women are
traditionally
okay with it
are
though,
not
like
supposed to
Gopi.
We
abuse
respect
women
our
either.
men. Yes.
Men also
We
respect
respect our
women in
men.
Africa.
Actually, that's not true.
Yes.
Men do allow
It
that
is
too.
the correct
Men
way.
respect women. If you respect yourself, generally in my own country, they will respect you. So let's not make this thing about, oh, this is just typical to West Africa. Oh, the men there are chauvinists or things like that. No,
Exactly. They're
that's not
not.
the norm.
They're not.
The
They're very
men
respectful.
respect women. I have lived all my life there, so I know what I speak for just from my own Nigerian point of view. Our men are not like that, and the women are not brought up to emasculate men or disrespect men. Men have their roles that the women can never fill, and women have their own roles too that the men can never fill, and they respect each other. Now, I'm not
Exactly.
saying it's a perfect culture or
It's
anything,
a
but
balance.
I'm not going to trade that. We respect men from the family unit. You're supposed to respect your husband. You're not supposed to like try to be. There's only one captain in that ship, so that is what actually helps our own setting as well. Everything starts from the family unit, But when you have women now who are trying to be you're misconcepting the term feminism. It's not that you're trying to be, or you should emasculate the man or disrespect the man or put him down, stuff like that. It's just saying, hey, women too can be empowered. And women too should have, like, from the workplace. If a man is earning $30,000, if the woman is doing the same kind of job, she too should be, paid that same $30,000. But that doesn't mean
Definitely.
that she can be the man. What the man can do is totally different from what the woman can do, and we need to respect each other's roles. Simple, and that's how it is in Africa, from West Africa, from what I
And
see.
I
So,
don't
do you
think
I
feel
have a
nobody
quick
on this
question.
panel
Can I ask a
disagrees with.
question to Miss Jenny,
yes,
please?
yes.
Is it a tradition that if is it that a husband has one wife, or is it that a husband can have one wife and a couple girlfriends, and the wife doesn't say anything, and he comes and goes when he gets ready to, and pays bills when he gets ready to, and they're
I
supposed to
love it.
Thank
Go
you for
ahead,
that
girl.
question.
and still
Thank you
Go
for
stay
that
ahead,
married
girl.
question.
30 years
Yes,
and happily ever after? How does that work?
yes, yes. I can I can answer that very well. So I'll speak again from my Nigerian point of view. Now, we have a lot of Muslims, even in the Yoruba section and the northern section. According to their own religion, the Islam, you're allowed to marry more than one wife. That's on one side.
four?
Traditionally, a lot of cultures, to like Ami Shekeri, you can have you can have more than one wife. A lot of people from I know the Igbos, I don't think they don't really go into like one or two, except their traditional kings. So that's another side. And that is typical West African.
Yeah,
Yes, men
typical.
are allowed to have more than one
Multiple.
wife if they're married traditionally. But when you now come legally, you're not allowed to have more than one wife. And back to the other one, yes, we have men who cheat a lot. And that's the global thing. It's not just a Nigerian thing. Let's not make it an African thing. Men cheat generally. Yes, there are men who cheat. And when, it depends again on how the husband and wife interact. There are men I know very well that they will say, no, my wife must never know I'm cheating. I'm telling you. And there are some, who don't even respect the women, but then again, it's on the woman not to take it. Nobody's putting cement on your legs and say you should stay there.
And the
If it's not
female,
working for you, get out of it. In today's world, women are more enlightened to know if you're in an abusive marriage or anything like that, you don't have to stay there.
Right.
So, but
and the
yeah, what
female
I'm just saying,
nanas of
traditionally, yes, men take more than one wife, and that we don't see anything because that is our
Yeah.
culture.
the female
A lot
nanas of
a
Ghana, the
a
female
lot of our
nanas of
culture
Ghana,
has been
the female
corrupted.
nanas of Ghana can have more than one. They can have a husband and they can have lovers too.
But
Where?
see,
Mel
that's
That was the case with a lot of cultures traditionally before the
Sharp,
Abrahamian
where
influence.
is this?
Tuareg woman right there
So
too.
one of the
I'm
things,
surprised more people are not burnt up. You see, I don't
Sharp, what
understand
country
even
is
why.
this?
even even
That's
even
Ghana. I
even
said
the
Mel Mel,
even
Ghana.
that's my
even in
time.
Liberia and Sierra Leone, a
Sierra
lot of
Leone.
the coastal ethnic groups, well documented, the women were very liberated. So we
So you're
have,
telling me that women in Sierra Leone and Liberia had multiple husbands?
that's not what I
No, that's not
said.
what I said. I said
What
that
you just
they
started
can
like?
take
You,
on, they can have
Thank
male
you, Miss Jenny.
lovers.
yeah, I was saying the women, the coastal ethnic groups, the women were very liberated and self-determinant. So there's not a lot of what changed is the influence of outsiders, especially from the north, that started to change the cultures as you get closer to the coast. Islam and that brought a lot of things, brought slavery and polygamy, came into that Grain Coast region simultaneously. But there's not one way to be African. And respect is usually reciprocal, it's balanced. Equality does not mean sameness. Just because two things are equal, it doesn't mean they're the same. You are a woman, you are a man, you can never be the same. You're chemically different, you're physically different, you have different roles biologically and all levels. But there must be a balance. There must be a balance for it to be healthy.
Right.
A situation where a woman is not allowed to speak at all and a man can just do anything, abuse her, and nothing comes out of it. That's what I'm starting to see manifest itself more and more in West Africa. That is not our ancient tradition. This is not who we are. This is what we've become.
In
we don't
regards
want
to
to have the
movies, in
conversation of
regards to the movie section,
the
I
rare
just wanted to
occasions
say,
when men or women will come out, rare occasions, they'll come out as homosexuals, and those were rare occasions. And we don't want to talk about that though, but that's real. It happened in Africa and they dealt with it. They dealt with it.
Oh, I read a
that's
paper
fine.
recently.
In regards to the movie, thing, we have to be
Correct.
careful.
Yeah.
We can't.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks. In regards to the movie, we can't be in a situation where, if we want to see a movie showing black people, the film has to be purely from the perspective of a man, and the woman must be secondary and submissive. Are we saying that
Exactly.
we need to? Are we saying that we want to have movies like the
Who
John
said
Wayne
that?
1950s movie where
Who
women
said
are
that?
seen but they're not heard?
Who
Because
you
it's
Even if
easy.
it's inaccurate historically. Exactly. Thank you for saying that.
Of course, like you're singing to the choir, mate. You're preaching to the choir, mate, right now. I don't know why you just said
Yeah,
that.
but I'm not talking to you. There are people who've been
No, it's not
complaining.
because
Okay,
dudes
there are
came
people
on the
who've been
show talking about
complaining.
that.
So if it's
Swear.
not you, then fine, it's not you. There are people who are complaining about the roles that women are having in films. They're saying that those roles are promoting feminism. And I'm saying, does that mean now to appease them? Are we now going to have films where there'll be black women, but they won't say anything? They'll just keep quiet, like
No.
a John Wayne movie? Is that what
Dynast
we
already
want?
covered that by saying that we need to produce our own stuff. You know,
But even if we
Yeah.
produce our own stuff, are there
Yeah.
going to be black people saying that even in our own stuff, women should be silent and not doing anything?
These men are
No.
petrified. I don't understand why.
Obviously,
I know why, and you do too.
Of course, bro. Like what?
Well, you know what? In tradition,
Who
there's
wants
an
to see their
ancient
sister
story.
or their mum or
There's
their
an
wife
ancient
as
story about
secondary?
about Odu and how this energy, this first woman came down to the world, and when she came to the world, she knew all the mysteries of all the societies, the spiritual societies, and she taught men. The women knew all of the societies of Oro, of Ifa, of Egungun, all of that. And she taught Obatala the mysteries of Egungun, but Obatala was able to make the Egungun speak. This is the story of
Exactly.
Odu coming to the world. So that implies that women, before women were not able to be in these societies, they were in these societies and they had this knowledge.
Definitely.
Exactly.
100%.
Marcus Love, go ahead. Marcus Love, go ahead, Marcus.
Hey, y'all.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, I'm a Black American, but this is my fourth African country I've been to. I'm in Kenya. Third time here. I'm going on 4 or 5 months being here. I'm working on getting my what we call Class K retirement visa. You know, I'm telling you, I don't see women here disrespecting men, period, on this continent. Especially I've been here in Kenya. All that Hollywood movie crap that you see on Netflix, it's all bullshit. It really is. We don't want to see that shit. There's no reason why we can't pool our resources together, write, produce, direct, and the most important part is distribute our own black films. We can write about Hannibal, how he pulled an army with elephants going over the Italian Alps.
To Italy. That's exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah. He eventually, I think the man
he defeated how many
Italians?
Marky,
let me ask you a question, brother. Did you see the movie yet? Did you see the movie yet?
No, I'm not going to.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just like
premise of it alone insulted me, and it's hard for a movie to insult me.
Yeah, but
remember,
it's bad fiction.
Was created. Was
you haven't
produced.
seen the movie yet.
Remember that.
I'm not going to.
Niggas are skeptical when it comes to this kind of stuff. Sometimes.
I'm not going to watch it. Just like I didn't watch Brokeback Mountain when that shit came out.
You're comparing this to Brokeback Mountain?
It's just as ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous.
What's ridiculous about the Woman King?
It's just as ridiculous.
Why is this is actual history? Why is that making you upset?
What is ridiculous about it?
What if they did a movie about Nzinga? Would that make you upset too?
Yeah, let me walk off the cliff right there. What is ridiculous?
I watched it. They made it, and that made me so upset.
Can you just answer the question?
I'm talking
what
about
was ridiculous about the
movie? When Hannibal's portrayed
in a feminine way, that's not.
Bro, y'all don't even know if Hannibal was black or not. It ain't even a consensus on that, man.
Wow, you guys really hate women, man. That's crazy.
Like, why are you saying this?
Nobody hates women. I'm telling you what we want to see.
Don't nobody want to see.
We both can't talk at the same fucking time, all right? Look, when Hannibal comes on screen, do you want him to be played by who?
Exactly.
I don't care about Hannibal.
Do you want some feminine?
Well, that's you, bro. So why you on the chat for if you don't care about seeing Hannibal?
Bro, you didn't even see the movie we talking about right now, fam.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm trying to ask you a direct question. Who would you rather see? Idris Elba playing Hannibal?
You didn't answer my question. What was ridiculous about the Woman King?
Would you rather see? Go ahead.
Idris Elba or Nina. Come on.
What was ridiculous about the Woman King?
I'm naming actors that you're aware of. Personally, I'd rather get a no-name black actor that's
Viola Davis is famous as hell, bro.
But I understand the movie is a business, so you have to draw numbers in to make money. It's profit. It's not to make us feel good. People want to make money on it. So why should we, as black producers, think any different? I want to make money off of it. So I'm asking you, do you want to see some sissy limperman black man play the role of a man like Hannibal, or would you rather see Idris Elba, or do you want to see?
Oh wow! So we're insulting Viola Davis's womanhood
what
now.
What does that have to do, Marcus?
Did I insult Viola Davis? Did I ever say?
So you talking about Jones?
No one disrespected Viola. You not hearing stuff.
Be quiet, Lukewarm Marcus. Who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What's the
answer the question, bro? What was ridiculous about the Woman King? And when you talking about this effeminate man, are you talking about John?
It's ridiculous.
Are you talking about the king that was in the movie? Just answer the question, bro. You were wrong.
Can't be titled king. That's ridiculous enough as it is.
This is crazy, bro. You obviously over 45 and you can't convey what you're trying to speak clearly, bro.
I am conveying what I'm saying without insulting you.
What is ridiculous about the Woman King, bro?
Look, your ass not even cam up. Cam up. I thought so. Shut the fuck up, all right? Look, no one is
saying I'm not allowed to have an opinion. Why are we afraid of a woman in the military? Why are we afraid of a woman that's commanding?
Don't get me started on that. I've served
in the military.
You served in the United States military, colonized.
Why are we afraid of the truth? How does a woman's strength emasculate anyone?
How much black girl magic
it doesn't. It doesn't.
When a black man going to be celebrated as much as this?
That's the point.
I'm sorry if you're not celebrated. I'm sorry, but I celebrate mine. I celebrate mine.
Answer the question.
I celebrate mine.
You celebrate
when is it going to happen?
I'm not understanding this. This is really sad.
It's not sad. It's sad.
It is sad. None of y'all should feel this way. And I'm trying to understand why y'all feel this way.
When is it going to happen?
Listen instead of talking.
Answer the question.
I'll answer your question. I can give you a history of movies where the black man has been celebrated.
No, I'm talking about now,
2022. Now.
I mean, Black Panther. Black Panther.
I'm talking
Black Panther.
Please.
No,
I mean today. Every movie that came out
today
today
is based on a comic book. Black Panther is based on a comic book.
When you say
real history of black men were conquerors.
So you mean today? Every movie that came out today. Or what, the
When's
last
it gonna
2
happen?
years? What, the last 2
You're
years?
comparing
So this
fiction with
is
history.
jealousy because they made a
Exactly. You're
movie
talking about
It's
about
Black
not
women
Panther,
really
warriors and
movie
not
created
men.
to be
created by some
jealous
old
of.
white
I
man
am telling
from
you,
Marvel.
I'm
Oh
going to direct
wow,
question. Answer it. I want you to answer my
this
question
is
Zero.
directly. When is it
really
going to
sad.
happen?
Who are you
It's
directing
sad that you
with?
can't answer a direct question.
Who are
You're
you
asking
talking
me a direct question, cause
Yes,
you're
you.
speaking to call. Okay,
I'm
ask your question
asking you.
again.
No, I won't. Are you listening to me?
All
When
right, all right. I'm good.
we have to get
I don't hear the
cinema
question. You
with
asked the
black
question when.
actors, when black, I'm talking, and you're going to answer my question. When are we going to see positive masculine black roles on
Unapologetic.
film?
Can I?
And
When
I'm
are we
not
going to
talking
see
about
that?
Black Panther. I'm not talking about Black Panther.
Unapologetic, powerful.
Listen,
When you
let
write
me
them
say this
and
to
get them
you.
Let her
produced,
Let
my
me
answer.
answer
brother,
your question.
that's
Let me
when you
answer your
gonna see it.
question,
Please
brother. Let me
answer it.
answer your question.
Please answer. Whatever your
If
answer is, I'm not going to judge. I just want to hear it.
listen, I am not the one who's responsible for making movies. That's not my
I want
role
your
in this world.
opinion. I want your
I
opinion.
think
You're
movies
responsible for
about
your opinion, aren't you?
our male heroes, especially Mansa Musa Kankan, even Samori Toure and more recent heroes. I think those stories need to
Malcolm
be
X.
told on the big screen.
Malcolm
But
X.
Are you responsible for it?
Forget
listen,
about Malcolm X, man. He didn't
no,
conquer nothing. I
I
went to
Do
think
see
you
he's
want?
Black
talking in the
Conqueror.
context of African history.
Sovereign.
I think, but but yeah, Spike did a great job with Malcolm X, although he should have called the movie Detroit Little because that's where he spent 90% of the film.
Then
But
why don't you write the film
that's
and
not
call it
what I
Detroit
do.
Little?
That's not what I do, honey. That's not what I do. But what
You
I
can
will
complain
say,
about Spike
Why
Lee,
don't
but that
you
movie
write
I'm
was
the
not
film?
really,
amazing.
You don't
it's
want to
just my
complain about the
opinion.
movie.
It's just my opinion. But what I'm going to say to you,
And
my
that's
brother,
sister. That's what I want. Your
my
opinion. You
brother,
keep saying you're not responsible.
no, my
You gave
brother,
me your
I hear
opinion.
you.
You
Listen
gave
to
an
me.
example of Spike Lee's Malcolm X. You wish you would have called a different title. What's
I
stopping
was being
you from making
sarcastic
another
somewhat.
version of it? No, but what's
Yeah.
stopping you from doing
So
it?
listen to me. I'm not a movie maker. I like entertainment, and I look at these movies as entertainment. This particular one, I went into it not not even expecting much, but I was
So
pleasantly
you were
surprised.
entertained,
I was
or were you
entertained. I thought it was.
educated?
I study African world history, so
Yeah.
that is what it is. So I was more looking at accuracy, trying to see if they got it right, than going there to learn.
And did you enjoy
And I
it?
don't mean to sound. Excuse me.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, we enjoyed it. I went to go see it with my
You are
husband. He enjoyed it. We
debating.
both
Okay,
You are
enjoyed it.
now
debating with a
cool.
man
What's
who
stopping
So,
has
you
not
enjoying a
seen the
film
so,
like that
film.
with a black man in the
You are
lead?
so
debating with a
That's
listen. What
man
I will
who
say
has
to
historically
you,
not
what I would
seen
let
the
what's
me
wrong
let me
with
film.
that?
respond to the brother now. Let
He
me
hasn't
respond to
seen
him.
the
He asked a
film.
question, brother. This is what I'm going to tell you.
Thank you.
If they made a movie about Mansa Musa Kankan and not about the Agoji women of the Dahomey, I would not have felt envious that why didn't they make a film about strong black women?
I'm not
Because
envious about it.
I see us as one. I see your joy and your aspirations as my joy and my aspirations. I really wish we would get to a point when our biology, our physical, I mean,
Never gonna
literally, we're
happen.
dividing ourselves by our genitals now. Is
It's
that what
never
African
gonna
people are
happen.
doing?
No, we're
It's
I don't
not.
happening
believe
in
in
my
that
That's
home. I
what they
mean,
movement
want
stuff.
us to do.
We're
That's what
I'm
we're
different for
not
a
going to
trying not
let
reason.
to
that.
do.
Listen,
We're
brother.
different
If
That's
for
why
a
we
you,
reason.
criticize big
brother,
films and stuff.
We're different for a reason.
we are a
Can't
yin
criticize
and a
something you
yang.
didn't
We are
see.
not different.
Yes, we
We are
are.
a part of the same unit.
Yes,
We are
We're
not
different.
enemies. We are
I
not
exactly.
never said
enemies.
we were enemies.
We are two sides of the same coin.
We're
And
different.
no, we are not. Whoever's telling you that has wronged you. And
No one's wrong.
I
I'm
hope
going
you
off.
find, listen, brother, I hope you
I'm not
find,
searching for nothing. I don't have to find
you
anything.
don't have to find it. I
This
hope
is
it finds
life.
you. I hope
We're
it finds
different.
you.
We're different.
Where
Just the way
are
I
we
we
hope it
talk to
going?
each
finds
Where
other.
are
you
we going
because
with
Just the
all
way
of
we're
this?
conversing right
I would
now.
Can
The way
we
never
you're
have?
want,
conversing,
Can we
you're
actually
because
going
stick
off
Bro.
of
to the
pure
topic?
emotion.
listen, brother,
Okay,
You
you are
we're cutting off
loved.
the
being
topic.
Okay, you are
disingenuous.
loved.
You're
You are
being
part of the unit.
disingenuous.
He needs to
Going
stop.
No,
off
we're
the
not.
topic.
Whoever
We're
made you
different.
think that
We're
women are your
different.
enemy,
They're
that women
not
are
my
your enemy or
enemy.
your
When did I say they
adversaries,
were my enemy?
well, you shouldn't be competing to see who gets
I'm
on the
not
screen
competing.
Again,
church.
that's what I'm
It
saying.
shouldn't.
You want to
You
compete.
should be just
I
as
have no
happy.
intentions of competing with the woman.
There
What
have
is
That's
been
not
it?
going to
movies that
happen.
celebrate
It
men,
should
though.
We're
be just as
different.
happy.
You
Whoa,
have
whoa,
your
whoa, whoa,
role,
hold
and we
on.
have
I'll show you
ours.
the movie right now. Hold on, keep going. I'm gonna show
You
you the
have
movie that
your
celebrates
role as a
black
woman.
men.
I have mine as a
Hold
man.
on, I'm
That's
gonna
That
show
what
you
is
we're
right
doing.
now.
true, but it's a
It's
unit.
something that
There's
came
No,
out
no.
it's
this
not a
year.
unit.
You
Are you
can't
saying
make
that
a
there's never been
child
movies
by
that celebrate
yourself.
black men?
You
Are you
just
saying there's
can't.
never been movies that celebrate black men? You saying that?
What's your question?
You're saying that there has never been movies that celebrate black men?
I'm
Black
saying there's not
kings,
enough of them.
kings,
I'm saying it's not
Not
enough of them.
enough of
sovereign
them.
men.
It's not.
Okay,
It's
all right.
not.
I think
It
there's
is
more
not.
movies that celebrate
So
men than
go
women.
write it.
Yo,
And you're
King,
saying that
No,
there's
King.
more
What
black
about
movies
men,
that
men? What about
celebrate
black
black
King?
men.
men specifically.
King.
Black
So
Look,
men
go write it.
specifically.
avoiding stuff here.
Go
This
write
is
the
Black men
movie.
weird.
specifically.
There's
This
It's
is
not
plenty of
just
about
good
weird.
men.
movies of black
Okay,
drug
so
dealers
we
not
got
You're
to take a
all
commercial
all
bad.
break. So
disingenuous
listen,
as
King
hell.
Love, we got to take a commercial break. So listen,
This is really weird.
let me say something. Let me say something. So I got to a point in included corporate America. I just got tired of blaming Hollywood. You know, I got tired of blaming corporate America. So you know what I did? I say I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm not gonna put my narrative or my story in the hands of people who historically does not operate in our best interest.
Exactly.
So you asked for what's a movie, or okay, this is technically a documentary that celebrates black men. Guess what? I created one. It's called In Search of Uhuru, and it's available now at searchforuhuru.com. Okay. There you go, Marcus. There you go. Because I
I
don't need
bought it.
Hollywood to
I
validate
bought it.
me. Okay. I don't need Hollywood to validate Dynasty Mirror. So you know what I
Touche.
said? I said I'm gonna do my own. All right, and write my own books and do all that good stuff. So there you go. There goes the documentary, the movie that was released in
Touche.
2022. Okay, all right, go ahead. Go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. All right, go ahead.
What I was trying to say earlier is that we allowed this debate to go down a particular route. King Justice asked a very good question 10 minutes ago. When Marcus said that the film was ridiculous, that's fine. That's his opinion. King Justice asked him what was ridiculous about the film. And then Marcus said he hadn't seen the film. So what are we still
That's
doing?
right. The premise of it, just a synopsis
We
of
can't
it.
take it
Just,
serious.
I thought it was this goofy, and I
We can't
wasn't going to
take-
waste my time.
Right, so we can't take your critique
You do
serious.
know the Goji, the Amazons, the homie women warriors. That's historically
Yeah,
accurate, right?
I know about that.
So what's ridiculous about a movie on something that really happened?
What about all the black warriors?
What
warrior
about
kings?
them, bro? That could be
Why
another
are you
movie.
yelling
We're
at
talking
me?
about
I
the
hear you
woman
just
king.
fine. Why are you yelling at me? I hear you just fine.
Because you're not making no sense. You deserve to be
I'm
yelled
not
at,
making any
brother.
sense to you. I don't deserve nothing, but I'm telling you the truth. Where's the since Kyle and other ladies talking about balance? Where's the balance?
The balance was
Where's
in the
it at?
movie. The king had multiple
Where?
wives. Nobody was able
Where's
to.
it going to be?
What?
Go ahead.
So
Nobody
are you
was
saying
able to
that-
undermine the king in the movie. That's the
And
balance.
there were men and
Yeah.
women in that
Yeah.
army.
And when we're going to see a much more balance when the men are ruling and taking over and having battles. It's historical.
You gonna see it when you finally watch the movie.
It is though, because how many black men have died fighting
When
war wars?
when are we going
Yet
to see
we're
more of
watching the
this?
movie. It's just like one part, small part of history. It's just like fair enough. Of course, it needs to be highlighted and it's amazing. But at the same time, as Dinah said, we need to produce stuff on both sides.
Right.
So
Because here's the thing, though. What Marcus
But
is
it's not
saying is,
balanced.
think about it. What is a movie? Nate, think about it, because I'm trying to bring one up for Marcus, and I can't think of one where it is black men
I
that
know
are.
you can't because
Thank
it's
you.
not enough.
Just give me
of them.
one movie where a black man as king.
Don't talk about Black Panther again. It's fictional. It's based off a comic book character.
Yeah, Black Panther ain't a.
Oh,
ain't-
go
Who
write
ripped
the
Black
movie,
Panther?
bro.
Marvel ripped Black Panther.
No,
okay?
we're talking about black
Marvel
men
did.
that are, celebrated as
Historical
heroes.
history.
Okay, hold on. We
Things
got to
that
pass
really happened.
Miriam. Listen, Miriam has been patiently waiting. Miriam, go ahead and unmute your mic, Miriam. Go ahead.
All right, I'm locking off anyway, guys. Yeah, nice one. Anyway,
Well-
till next time.
I just want, hi, Dynas and everyone on the panel. I want to say
Hello.
that I'm planning on seeing the movie, and I haven't seen it yet. But I do want to say that I think it's wise not to discourage the people who are against the movie, because I think it's better. It's better because at the end of the day, the movie was made by white people about a Black history,
And it's
if
black actors in the movie.
yeah, but the one who made the movie were white people. I'm not saying the movie's bad. I plan on seeing it.
Miriam,
and I enjoy it. Yeah.
Miriam, this is the problem. This is the issue I have. Okay, this is the problem. You have people who are making assumptions about the movie who have not seen the movie, and what we're saying is, like, even me, I had preconceived notions about the movie because of the title and because of Hollywood, but I never said go boycott the movie. I just said, me personally, I might see it, I might not see it, but I don't trust Hollywood. I
Right.
went and saw the movie, and every preconceived notion that I had that might be in the movie wasn't in the movie at all.
Yeah.
So you have
Yeah.
people that are saying, "Oh, feminism, this ism, that ism," that wasn't in the movie. And like they're and the thing is, Miriam, they're doubling and tripling down on that when none of that was in the movie. That I think that's the issue. Like none of that's in the movie. Now, if you're like, listen, I ain't going to see the movie because I don't support Hollywood. I'm not going to see it. Okay, all right, cool. Just leave it at that. But feminism, this ism, that ism, that ism. None of that was in the movie.
Right. Right.
But go ahead.
No, my thinking is that if they're unable, you know what I mean? If they're unable to get past these things, it's better to leave them. It's better that they're skeptical than if they're like, if they show like a terrible movie and they're like, oh, but it's so good. It's got to be good because it has this actor, that actor, and I think it's better to side on letting them hate the movie, even though we know it's a good movie, than to have them fall over the place, over a terrible movie. You know what I mean?
That don't make no sense because everybody on the panel seen it besides the people that's talking negatively about it. All right, bro, y'all not making no sense. I'm telling you, it's no feminism. It's no white savior complex in it. It's a good movie. It ain't 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough to where you ain't got to be making critiques about it every 5 seconds. It's a movie at the end of the day. Jews not gonna make this about a Holocaust movie. White people not gonna make this about a Greek movie, bro. They're gonna do the same thing, celebrate their history and move on, bro. It's gonna be people that watch P-Valley, every Blood and Crip documentary, but gonna make a critique about this. That don't make no sense.
Right. And watch regular TV just for the acting or for the, they like the police movies or something. And you're gonna watch that because you like that. But then now this has to be the world to you. I mean, come on. The acting could be the reason why you want to watch it. Viola Davis is masterful.
Exactly, bro. And if you go critique it, at least watch the whole thing, bro.
Miriam, we literally had a guy come on, said he watched half the movie, walked out, and was ready to give a full critique on the entire movie. Miriam, this is what we're doing.
I think that's really sad. I really sad, but my thinking is maybe they have this fear that they're gonna fall and fall in love with white all over again, or maybe maybe they're that close to it. That's why they have to stay away. I don't know, but I don't know.
Fall in love with white all over again. See, y'all reaching at conclusions that could never happen if you just go see the movie, bro.
Right. Like an alcoholic, would they be maybe scared to go to a bar? Even if they're having something else at the bar, like they're not having a drinking session, maybe they're just, you know what I mean?
Nah, the people that's critiquing the movie, you either hate Africa, hate women, or you think you are Indian, bro. It's one of them three.
Right.
Well, anyway, that was
Why is it
up.
if somebody says they don't want to see the movie, all of a sudden I have to be a misogynist, or I specifically hate women, or I hate black women?
No,
bro, you came on here immediately talking about where's the movie about a black king, and you didn't.
That's
even
right. That's what I'm talking
obviously
about.
got some disdain towards women, bro.
Where do you figure that out at?
You can hear it in your speech, fam.
What do you hear in my speech?
It's telling on you, bro. You immediately started talking about, bro, any man that's secure in his manhood not gonna feel bad about women being elevated, bro.
Brother, elevated. What are you talking about? Elevated. I came on saying that there's never going to be a movie about black kings, black warriors kicking ass across.
That's problematic, right
there. No. What do you mean it's automatic?
Never gonna be. Come on, bro.
It'll be one if you write it.
Mister, can you be?
I'm a writer. It's what I do.
Okay, so where are your movies about the African kings? How many screenplays you got about that right now, bro?
I got 7 novels on Amazon right now.
About African kings?
No, I write.
Okay, then what are you talking about, bro?
Fiction.
About black men being
I'm
celebrated?
We're not talking about fiction. We talking about African history being
That's
made
what
out
I'm
the
talking.
movie.
That's why I
Or
came on
even
the
black
panel
men being
for. That's
celebrated.
what I came on the panel. Look, do you want to talk or do you want to bicker back and forth?
We talking. You
came
just
on the
said you're a
panel.
writer.
I'm
So how many
answering the question.
how
I'm
many
answering your
playwrights
question.
do you have that are
I'm
about African
answering.
kings? You're
I'm
not answering my question.
I'm
You're talking
answering
over
your
me, so you're
question.
not hearing the question.
I heard your question and you keep talking. I'm trying to answer it. All right. I told
Answer.
you I'm a writer. I've published 7 novels. They're on Amazon. I'm in the process of writing film now. That's why I'm so
Okay,
passionate.
so how many films do you have in the making that are about African
I
kings?
don't. I'm writing one right now. One. How many do you have?
Bro.
Do you
You
write
ain't
one?
writing one, bro. What's it called, bro? You full of shit. Because if you was writing one, you would have said that when you first came on here,
Type
bro.
in
You
my
not
name on
doing none of that,
Amazon.
bro.
Type on
And
my
you
face on
probably
Amazon
only
on Face Pop Shop.
45% African if we being real, dog.
Is that where we're gonna go
I'll
with it
go
now?
there.
That wasn't
You've already
right.
lost
Don't
already.
play
It
that.
was
Yeah, that
right.
that
It's
wasn't
you,
nice.
goddammit.
Don't play the colorist
You
game.
Came out of his
lost
Yeah,
ear,
that's not
you
nice.
good.
That's not
already.
cool.
Like I've never heard that all my life. Like that's
You
supposed
ain't
to
never
affect
heard
me.
what? She was a light
Y'all
skinned
don't
nigga?
go, Diners.
The
Don't let them
bullshit
go
that you
there. That's
calling
not
out for me.
nice.
Now
That's not
you're
cool.
saying
guys,
you're
hold on. I was
insecurities.
reading these comments.
That's
I
not
don't
cool.
want your
Hey, hold on.
I got my own
Let's
African
move
woman
on.
in
Let's
bed
move
right
on.
now
Let's move
sleeping.
on.
You don't have to worry about me taking yours. I already got my own. So
Okay, no
you
worry.
can
Okay,
relax.
listen. All right.
And let's
We're
stay
gonna move
Yeah,
on.
focused.
that's not cool, brother. You don't even need
It
to
doesn't
respond to
matter.
that.
I'm used to hearing it.
All right. Gas
He's
him up. Go ahead,
triggered,
gas
not
him up.
me.
Hey, brother, listen, man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about him saying what he
Don't worry
said, man.
about it.
You still my brother. You African American.
No,
You
I'm
out there in
not.
Africa
No,
doing the
I'm
right
not.
thing.
No, I'm not. I'm not your brother.
Okay, fine. Then you're not my brother. That's cool.
See what I'm
That's
saying, bro?
cool.
That's your
You call
That's
me
European
cool.
blood
everybody, but
speaking,
you're not
dog.
my brother. You got the condescension all in your voice. But let's
What does
stay
your
on
grandma
topic.
look
Me?
like, bro?
Let's stay on
Nah,
topic.
nah.
You
I
came on
wasn't.
the
No,
panel
I
to
wasn't
say
talking about
we're
you.
never going to have this because we don't want it.
Hold on, boss man. I wasn't. Listen, I
I'm
wasn't.
in a minority. I'm writing this thing, and it's going to be hard to get it out there. I have to do it independently.
What African king are you
Listen.
writing about, bro?
Well, listen.
I'm going to
I
have
just
to do
want
it.
to
I'm going to use my own money. It's going to be hard. That's
hold
why.
on.
What African king are you writing about? You said you
Hey,
writing one
Marcus.
right now.
All right.
Marcus.
Listen. Let's move on. Let's move on. Go ahead, gas him up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I just want to say this to Marcus. Now, I wasn't condescending to you, and I wouldn't be condescending because I don't know you to disrespect you. I really meant that when I said you my brother. What I was trying to say is they get on these platforms and try to make personal attacks, and they try to ask personal questions so they can dismiss it. So they'll ask questions, and I'm not talking about you, but people come on, yo, what did you eat for dinner last night? And somebody says chicken, and so now they say, oh, well, you eat chicken, so I can't listen to you. And it's childish debate tactics. Nobody wants to get to the nitty gritty of actual intellectualism and going to check sources. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm just saying I want. Okay.
I'm older than everybody on this panel.
No, I was just saying, Marcus. I know that. I was just saying. Marcus. I was just saying that I wasn't condescending to you. That's all I said. But I heard a lot of stuff in the back while I was just chilling. And look, the fact of the matter is, what the brothers are saying. Yes, we didn't see the movie. I said that I didn't see the movie. I've admitted I didn't see the movie, and none of my critiques were about the movie. What I believe other people have brought up again, is it not interesting? For example, I'll give you a juxtaposition, right? You have King of Boys, which even though it was problematic with some things, but whatever, that came out. The Hollywood movie machine would not promote that type. That's an empowering black woman film, right? Where you see a woman, and if you think about it, the Iyalodes in the markets today are tough, powerful women, and that and is similar, that King of Boys reference, right? So what I'm saying is that I guess people are fed up with this narrative of only the strong black woman thing, and there are not any alternatives for black men, of course. And then when there are strong black male roles, they have severe character defects. You can look at Hancock, right, in the film. He's with the white woman, but she doesn't want to be with him. The black woman he makes love to, he ejaculates and he throws her on top of the roof, and she runs away again, leaving us with the last image of the black woman shouldn't be with the black man. So it's just, these are the things that we're seeing. And of course, no one's saying that it didn't happen historically, that maybe some of those women were rebellious women of the community, blah, blah, blah. but it's propaganda. You can read Edward Bernays' book, Propaganda, Sigmund Freud's nephew. He wrote the book Propaganda, where he took Freudian psychology principles of how to manipulate people and he applied it to America. He wrote a book. As a matter of fact, if I'm correct, his great grandson is the founder of Netflix. That's Edward Bernays' grandson. But I don't want to get into that. So if we can see superhero white boy movies, we'll never see a film where a black guy has a decent love scene with a white woman. Not that I want to see it, but we'll always see Halle Berry's Monster Ball. So all I'm saying, I'm not saying that was in the film, because again, I didn't see it. But what I'm saying is that Hollywood will never give us a good film. And when they do give us a so-called good film, like the brother was saying, it had a scene where the arranged marriage was depicted negatively. There was a rape. I don't know if there was a rape scene, but somebody said that there was a scene where the girl may have been assaulted sexually or something like that. So I'm just saying, this is what Hollywood does. So they will take that money and put it behind strong black women, but they won't put it behind the strong. Spike Lee had to, before the Malcolm X film was finished, he ran out of funding. I forgot who had to fund him towards the end. You understand? For us to get that film. So
Oprah, a few other people. That don't got nothing to do with the woman king, because you can't reach that conclusion if you see the movie.
Yeah, I don't know this. You're right. I don't understand what this has to do with the woman king. Like we all know
it has to do with Hollywood will always come out with a film, even though you guys didn't see anything wrong with this particular film. Fine, just like with Django, right? When I saw it, I was like, okay, but I didn't see anything in particularly wrong with the film Django per se. Right there, there's some issues, but overall, it's like, yo, there was no real serious character flaw other than where he had Jamie Foxx's testicles in his hands. I don't know what that obsession is, right? But what I'm saying is that I didn't see any serious character flaw with Django. But what I'm saying is Hollywood,
when he was grabbing him like that,
Django wasn't even a historical movie. It was completely.
But we know that what I'm trying to say is that this is what Hollywood does. They will take the funding that they could do to
okay, go see the movie and see what Hollywood did this time, bro, and then make your critique. You can't have all these conclusions and you didn't see the movie, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That's
all right. So like I said, I'm gonna talk to my Dominican man. He gonna give me the bootleg. I'm gonna watch the bootleg.
No, bro, go see it in theater so they can get their numbers up. So the next time they make a movie about African kings and queens, it's more people coming, fam.
No, because I'm tired of FBA making movies about Africa anyway.
It was
if y'all not gonna hire
movie, bro.
No. I'm tired of that. No, I don't want to see that because FBA complained about British black actors coming to take y'all roles, but then when it's time to make an African king film, FBA is all up in the movie and nobody complains.
FBA, bro. So you got your beef with the wrong person. We just black in America, bro. With
okay, cool. Whatever it is, but I'm saying I think that it shouldn't be even those type of films anyway. Hollywood is not going to give that film to Genevieve Nnaji and give her that type of budget to make a woman king film. They could have made a film about Madam Tinubu, and they could put Genevieve Nnaji, who's a top Nigerian actress, right? They could do that.
Okay, I don't understand you. I mean, we know this.
You want me to? What do you mean you don't understand my point? My point is look at what Hollywood does. Hollywood is giving roles to black. Hollywood is. I'm telling you the point. You said you don't understand. I'm explaining it to you. Hollywood is giving.
We already know this. We said this a million times.
No, but you just said you don't understand the point.
No, okay. Woman King was a good movie. Okay, I understand Brokeback Mountain. I understand P Valley. I understand, all the other movies where black women were being mistreated and, black men were made to look like killers and, putting on dresses. I get that. The Woman King was a good movie. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not disputing that it wasn't a good film, brother. I'm going to watch the bootleg.
Why are you going to Genevieve and, fuck? I mean, because Genevieve don't care about Hollywood. Genevieve got Nollywood.
No. What I'm saying is you saying Genevieve has Nollywood. I was talking about the after effects psychologically of the film. And I'm saying that these films are being done to do what? To tell women, particularly black women, that you are empowered and strong. You saw the woman come on. She said,
okay,
stop the show.
Hold on. Okay, I want a woman to call in, and we got women on the panel. Did you feel that you're gonna take the head off of men and put your foot.
But that's not what I'm saying, Dynast. I didn't say that.
You're gonna take
Yeah, but
over.
you're using this.
You see what you're doing, Dynast? Dynast, you're. But I didn't say that. That's what feminism is.
You're using this movie to make a generalized analysis of what's going on.
Of what Hollywood has done. Yes, is that wrong?
You can.
Is that wrong to do?
No, but you make the point and you move on because that a lot of times we know these things already, but we're looking at this from a place of, okay, this piece of artwork has its merit for what it is. This is what it is. And this is what we got to say. You make your point about that, but if you keep drilling that in, and it's like we already know it anyway. People in here know that.
Hollywood.
So if you know that Hollywood is all about propaganda, are we saying that there's no propaganda in that film?
I didn't see any propaganda.
Not enough to be complaining.
Okay. Okay, so there was no propaganda in that film. When I watched the bootleg, Dynast, I got your email. I'll send you the email. Yes,
actually, hey, be honest, bro. The propaganda was skewed towards black unity, bro. That's what the propaganda in the movie was about. If we're gonna be real.
Viola Davis was talking about how they had to fight in Hollywood. It took 6 years and she said 6 years is not even a long time. But for each thing, they had to fight with the executives about this, and they had to fight about who's going to be the Viola Davis or whoever the director wanted these actors. They had to fight about that. They had to fight about there not being a white central figure in it. They had to fight about all kind of shit. And she said that's what happens in Hollywood, though.
All my life, I had to fight too, and Harpo was beating on me.
Right.
Look, I'm not. You get what I'm saying? Why? Look, I'm not talking about the film, but I'm saying that Hollywood does propaganda. And you guys are trying to say there's no propaganda in that film? Is that what you guys are saying?
No, we're saying
Easy Bands.
This film, though, that's. What
but when so in context, even though I haven't seen it, when Easy Bands was on here, he did give examples. He said, "No, wait. The examples he gave, y'all didn't dispute it."
No, gas them up. Let me ask you a question. You're a teacher,
yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
If you give your student, you say, "Hey, so read To Kill a Mockingbird," and they do a report on it, and then they only do a report on only half of the book, and then you ask them, did they read the full book? And they say, hell no. This is my interpretation of it, but I didn't read the full book. What are you going to tell that your student?
Yeah. No, of course. In that dynamics, the student is wrong. You're not going to get a passing grade. Of course not. Right. No. But again, we're not in that dynamic. But what I am saying is that when Easy Bands was on here, he did give the example of the arranged marriage being demonized.
We disputed it because of the king, bro. We said there was propaganda in the movie. That consensus would have been all throughout the movie with every relationship, bro.
Brother, can I just say this response to that? Because I was listening when y'all was saying that. This is exactly what I'm saying is the subliminal. You guys can read Frances Cress Welsing of subliminal messages, right? She already explored all this stuff. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Now, what that shows is this king, and now I'm going to go watch the film. Now I'm going to get the bootleg tonight because you guys are irking me with this. Now I'm going to watch it. If I'm correct from what you just said, then basically that king is the Obama archetype. He's this far off king. He's doing the right thing, and the women will listen to him. They'll listen to him, but the average day-to-day African man or African-American man, you ain't got to listen to him. You can rebel against him. But the good king with power, you can listen to him.
Women don't even talk to the king outside of the head of the Agoji, bro. That's why you gotta go see
you just said, I'm saying what you just said. You just said,
listen to what I just said. I just said that, bro, there was propaganda in the movie about arranged marriages being looked down upon. That would have been the consensus through the whole movie. Yet it wasn't, because the king had arranged marriages that were perfectly fine. The only one arranged marriage that the girl had a problem with was her initiation into the Agoji. She had to leave her family, bro. It had to be a reason for that.
And here's my thing with Hollywood. They shouldn't have showed it. And black people, yes, you know what I'm going to say? Black people say, we need to still tell the truth. No, let's lie, because Hollywood has always lied. They always paint themselves. Yes, Larry. White people paint themselves in perfect pictures. Black people, let's start lying too.
You have a problem with the movie propaganda.
No. Look, because think about it. White people always lie in their films. Braveheart, Apocalypto, they always lie in their films, but when it's time for black people to lie and present themselves good, all of y'all come on here and say, let's tell the truth. Nah, screw that. Let's
No,
lie. There
bro,
was no
I
battle
just
arranged
told
marriage.
you, bro. It's
Arranged
lies
marriage is
in this
perfect.
movie. They skew towards black unity, bro. When Gizo tries to stop the slave trade, bro, they don't tell the whole story about that. They tell one part of it, bro, for a specific reason. The propaganda you looking for is not there. The propaganda in the movie is about black unity and us coming together and seeing our mistakes, bro. That's the propaganda in the movie.
If
And
that's
it's
the
good
case, they
propaganda.
did a good job. If that's the case, great job. Keep lying. We want more
Don't
black
see the
lives.
movie, bro.
So
I'm
wait, so
gonna get the bootleg tonight.
So your whole argument in here isn't that they did or didn't tell the truth, is that you would rather that they lied about the truth.
Yes, because Hollywood has always lied about European imagery.
That's his view.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, Larry. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Good way to
Well, I know it's not a good way, but hey, listen, don't put the onus of responsibility of being great citizens on black people. Like when Jeff Bezos said that black professor, even though she's a clown, he said, oh, she's supposed to be making the world a better place. Sorry, Jeff Bezos, you don't get that place to tell me what to make a better place. Your people have destroyed the planet for hundreds of years. We didn't complain, so don't put that responsibility on us. If Hollywood lies, then we gonna lie. So you guys are saying that they lied in the film about black unity?
We're not
Great film.
following these
Go see it.
people and their moral depredate. We're better than
So
that.
gas me up.
But
If they make a movie,
there was a lot of pro unity. There were some messages in there that probably didn't happen. But again, it's a film. It was to make us feel good. You know, it was to gloss over the pain. So that did happen.
It's like Bumpy Johnson, the story of the gangster.
But the Hopi Empire did, you know, go into the palm oil business. You know, they did, and they did end up broke, and they did go back to, you know, selling, you know, CTO King, who moved to Liberia and had a son named Charles D.B. King, who became president. But they sold people after that. They did continue the slave trade, but they made it look like that didn't happen. And
I'm glad they didn't. That's a good thing.
You know, so that I was like, anyway, it's a movie that you got to feel good at the end. You know, but we all know how it ended.
Here's another example: the American Gangster, where James Small is a not an informant, but an advisor on the movie, and Professor Small. And so he's talking about it on Tashaka's show, and he was Shaka was saying, man, the movie is so masterful, the acting, the whole story, even though there's some parts of it that aren't true, it's still it fits, and it is a good projection of some positive element that could have happened. And they're making not making, but they're showing Bumpy Johnson in a way in which he's bad and he's good. And that was in reality when Smalls was in Harlem back in the 50s and 60s, that was the experience that he had, you know, being in the circle with Malcolm X, and he talked about Alan Clayton Powell and how. So I'm just saying that he's bringing all of these elements in to make the American Gangster more positive. And
but here's the thing, because there's a point everyone keeps saying, well, if that's the case, then we need to go independent and make our own movies. That's a great point, but let's face the reality. As much consumption in terms of the economy that black people, especially black people in America and black people around the world have, we don't have the systemic organization and capital to raise the funding. That's why Dynast has to encourage you guys consistently to go get the documentary. Now, if he had the type of, wait, let me finish the point. Slow down. Thank you. Now, if Dynast had the type of $1 million funding behind him, he wouldn't have to encourage people to go see his documentary, right? Which you all should see. So what I'm saying is, when you tell people to go independent and stop complaining, no, that's a lie, because at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, even if you go independent, you're not going to have the same type of impact that you want amongst your people. So the reality is, Hollywood, you still, in a way, if you want to reach the masses, you still got to dance with the devil. And so as long as we dancing with the devil,
I don't believe in dancing with the devil. It's
okay, great.
Dynast is making a small impact going independent. I rather support him than go throw my money and my attention and my energy into some bullshit film. That's not.
But we're talking about the masses of people, not you as an individual.
But Dynast is starting somewhere. You have to respect that he's making a small dent now.
But no one,
Sure.
yeah, Listen, no
he
disrespect to
is.
Dynast.
It's
There's
better.
no
Did you
It's
saw
disrespect to
better
Dynasty
than
Dynast.
sitting on
documentary,
your.
bro?
It's better than sitting on your
There's no
hands and
disrespect to
complaining about
Dynast.
it.
At the end of
At
the day,
least
there's two
he's doing
options.
something. He has a
No
Marcus
point.
one's
Love,
debating.
did you
Holy
buy the
smoke!
documentary? See what I'm saying? Y'all just be talking,
No,
bro.
no, I bought the
No,
documentary.
no,
Listen, look,
no.
no one's debating. No one's debating that what Dynast is doing is wrong or bad. What I'm saying is that if you play it out, right, eventually Dynast is going to have two choices. He continues. He's either going to have to go to a larger film company and sell to cash out, right? That's what he's going to eventually have to do, or he can continuously stay independent. So what I'm saying is that if the eventual game is to still go to a larger film place and cash out of your hard work, then you might as well understand that the truth of the matter is when we tell people go independent, it's a great strategy, but it's not a great way. It's to me, again, dismissal by proxy, because the reality is you still got to meet those major people in order to have the type of mass impact which people want. Dynast would
Major
want
people,
his,
you mean about who distributes your film
of
or
course,
documentary?
Dynast would want his film to be
We
shown
do
in
it
theaters
ourselves.
nationwide. Would you not, Dynast?
Don't you think it's an issue why it's going to be hard for him to get really blow up? Because we don't
Absolutely.
support each other. It came out your own mouth.
Yes,
Not
sir.
to be dismissive about it. Of course, he doesn't have millions of dollars behind to distribute himself. He's going direct. I bought it when he first started talking about it. It's simple. You can stream it. It's great. It's from the creator to the consumer. It's the smartest thing. He's knocking out the middleman. You got to
No, but what I'm
respect it.
saying is eventually he still eventually what
Who
most of
doesn't
us
have
he doesn't
he
have
doesn't
to,
have
but most of us in this game of capitalism, most of us black people still eventually take our intellectual property, our actual tangible
but
assets,
why?
and still give it. I'm just
But
saying
why?
because at the end of the day, we want the cash out. Bob Johnson did it
Okay,
with
now,
BET.
all right.
We
Prime
all do it.
example is that look at Bob Johnson. He had an awesome platform, BET. He sold it out for $2-3 billion. Look how much it's gone down since Viacom bought it. You think that was a wise decision to make?
Again, in hindsight, for the collective of black consciousness, no. But for his pockets, hell yeah, that was
Yes.
probably his best decision.
We don't know what's
And
going
there's
on in
nothing
his
wrong
life.
with capitalism. I'm a capitalist. I'm just saying,
Oh,
if you're
there's
going to
something wrong
talk
with
saying like
capitalism.
that, I don't think we should be selling out. There's no way why you can make
There's
a
something wrong
few
with
million for
capitalism.
yourself and still, keep
There's
your head
something wrong
above
with
water without
capitalism.
selling out. You can
Brother,
still have
I
your
agree with
integrity.
you. I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. I'm not a fan of that, but I am saying the majority of our people, when you do create content or if you do have some sort of intellectual asset or physical asset or you have an invention, most of us want to cash out. Perfect example is the guy I believe who created the Nerf gun was a black scientist. He didn't get the opportunity to
Yeah.
Yes, right? If he had the opportunity to cash out, I'm sure if he looks back, maybe he might not cash out, but I'm sure if he was able to take his invention to market himself, he probably would have been better off. You get what I'm trying to say? So I'm just
Look how
saying that,
many years ago that was. That's just look over 51 years ago. We
yes,
have
sir.
technology now. What Dynast is doing with his documentary, he's going from curator to the consumer, us. It's up
Yes,
to
sir.
us to support him. If we're not going to support him, then this is all bullshit. I mean,
But
we talk and go back and forth. He doesn't have a big Hollywood or Netflix machine behind him. We
yes, sir.
should support him. If enough of
We
us buy this, there's no
yes, sir.
reason why he can't, like you say, sell this to Netflix and then he'll get a big check for it. But we got
Of
to
course he will.
support it now. We have
No,
to
but
show
what
the numbers. All they're
but
going to care
eventually,
about is the numbers, what they can make, okay?
yes, but what
We
I'm
have to
saying is
support guys and buy the film. That's all I'm
no, what
saying.
I'm saying is that if his eventual goal is to end up at Netflix, and I just asked Dynast, if you had the opportunity if Netflix came to him before he dropped the documentary to say, yo, look, we'll get you, this deal and we'll present it for you, he would have taken the deal with Netflix initially. He wouldn't go straight to the deal that he's doing now.
If we spend the money and buy this documentary for him, Netflix will notice him.
Marcus,
They care about numbers.
Okay. Depending on the deal, I'm not just giving anything away.
Of course, no. I'm saying if the deal was right, and Netflix said, "Yo, Dynast, listen, look, we'll give you 300,000 on the front end, and if you stream hard enough on the back end, we'll make it up with these many points." you would have taken that deal, which eventually now.
I would have taken it.
Okay, maybe if the number was higher. I'm just saying, right? I don't know the specifics of whatever your price would have been. But what I'm saying is if they came to me with the deal initially, like, yo, look, we see your YouTube numbers, we see this, man, you got a good following, boom, we can get you here and do this for you. If the numbers were right for you, you would have taken that deal. So eventually what you're doing now, like the brother saying, is genius. You're selling straight to consumer. But if you're still going to end up taking your intellectual assets and going back to Netflix for the cash out, what are we saying here? So it goes back to my point that when people say, "Oh, you got to go independent," if you're still going to end up, okay, go ahead.
You're missing the point. It depends on the deal. It depends on the deal. I'm not just giving anything away or cashing out. It depends on the deal. Okay, here we go. If they offer me $1 million, if they offer me $10 million, complete rights, I lose all ownership, I lose everything, I'll say no.
No, of course. Again, I'm not your lawyer and I'm not you. So I was just giving hypothetical, right? You know what your price is and you know how you will structure your deal. So you're a genius at that. Like, for real. Like, this guy, if you guys read his book, on sales, the dude is good. He knows what he's doing, right? You know what I'm saying? So my hat's off to you. Kudos on that. But what I'm saying is that
enough of us support him and we buy it in droves, not just for Christmas or during the holidays, because they may think it's a fluke. Because Christmas time, everybody spends more money. I don't, but people who still want to celebrate that holiday, they spend more money. But over time, 4 quarters, 8 quarters, 12, like 2-3 years, if Dias is selling this documentary constantly, those numbers are high or they're constant. Somebody like a Netflix will give him a better deal than 10 million. He wants points. Dias is not going to take a 360 deal, are you, Dias? Of course, but I'm saying but to say going independent is the way to go. Spike Lee started out independent. I remember Spike Lee back when he came out with his first movie. He spent 125.
That was She Got to Have It, right?
Yeah, he did it on credit cards. He did it on credit cards, and he went all bust. It was all he had no plan B. He went out there. It was shot in black.
Shit, Damon John. Queens, FUBU, Damon John. When you read his story,
he kept ownership of that product because Netflix did a reboot and made a series out of it. And guess who's directing it? Spike Lee. So he didn't bend over and just give it up. But look how long that was: 1986 to 2020, 2021. It took years to get to that point. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I know that's a cliche, but it's the truth.
No, it's the truth.
We support Dias now with his film. He can do the same thing. But not enough of us are doing that, and that's a problem.
No, I agree. I was just saying that when people kind of like dismiss and say, "Well, stop complaining about Hollywood and go independent," I was just saying that doesn't always make sense when people say that, because at the end, everybody still goes to Hollywood. Everybody still ends up going back to Hollywood.
I published my first book in 2004. You think I was going to wait for some publisher to give me a deal? I did it myself with my own money. You know what I'm saying? Hire my editors, hire my proofreaders, marketing.
Hey guys, let's do this, Marcus. Listen, we're gonna go ahead and close out. Everyone, we're gonna go ahead and close out.
All right, brother. Thanks for letting me join your panel.
Oh, no time. But hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Been on here 4 hours. Make sure you go to Search for Uhuru and buy the documentary. Again, make sure you go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. Also, guys, buy the books. Go to amazon.com, type in Dynasty Mirror, my name. Go to amazon.com, type in Dynasty Mirror, and buy the books as well. I greatly appreciate it. I love y'all. To the panel, thank you so much for joining. I'm about to eat me some dinner. Yeah, so again, go to amazon.com, type in Dynasty Mirror, and you can find all the books as well. Until next time, family, Dynasty Mirror, Search for Uhuru. Peace.
Peace.